All right. I think we're live. All right, Bandit. What are we doing tonight here?
So we are going to see some unrealistic expectations and just I just want to have a mindset of where people are as a segue into seeing how people react to different things and to kind of get a gauge of where expectations are so we can understand how to get them back to realistic standards, because after hearing this you're just going to shake your head. And I guess the more important discussion would be, how do we get ourselves here? If we can understand how we got ourselves here, we have two options. We can either walk away and just say, it's too insane, let's just not deal with this, or we can kind of get back to parity at least a little bit and try to get things back to at least some semblance of normalcy. Now, depending on how you stand on the issue, it's up to you, but it's understanding how we get here is the important thing.
How we got here. Yeah, that will be a good one to elaborate on. By the way, hello, JR. Hey, Bullets. Hey, Manletopia.
So this is going to be pretty funny. I mean, everybody pretty much knows this, but just hearing all this stuff, I mean, it's just, oh man. I always wanted a good chuckle after hearing this because it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. All right, let me get the fair use banner up here. So you want to start with this video? How much money should a guy make per year?
Yes, and to give some prefaces on this, at most, the girls that she interviews are maybe 24 tops, but I would say they're either in college or just out of college. So you're looking at that 19 to 22 range. And this is just a street interview. This isn't like a gotcha moment. This is just, they let them talk.
Okay. So a bunch of kids.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
All right, let's see. I'm going to mute myself in case the dogs, we still have fireworks going off here.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Daily Dropout. I'm Danny. Today I'm going to be asking girls, how much money should a guy make per year? All right. Hi, guys. So my question for you is, how much money do you think a guy should make per year?
Depends where they live. I mean, if I'm like dating them, it'd be nice if they were at least making 100,000.
I have no clue.
Like $1 million, $2 million.
Okay. We're at ASU, so you're not going to find him here.
Like fully like adult.
Someone that you would consider wanting to be with the rest of your life.
300K.
3 figures.
Okay. So why is that?
Just because, like, that's a stable income, I'd say.
100, like 500 grand? Is that a lot?
No, that's 500 is
Like normal?
on a good day. Yeah. I mean, it depends.
Okay. A lot. We're expensive.
Yeah. Millions.
Mills. Shit. Okay.
I don't really care. I mean, I like when guys like pay for dates and stuff.
So if a guy made 30K a year, is that something you're okay with?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Like your husband?
Oh, shit. Husband. Yeah, I think that would be fine. If it was my husband, I'd be in love with him, so yeah.
I wouldn't really say I would have a price on that. I mean, as long as they treat me respectfully.
Minimum 6 figures, no matter what the situation is. We have an expensive lifestyle.
Yeah. No, I mean, I totally understand. We got to get good skincare routine, the whole 9 yards.
100,000.
120K.
80K and like maybe like 120.
Yeah, I would say like
80 to 150.
over 100K. Once you get to a certain age, like, I don't know, I'm also kind of like a gold digger, so.
No, I'm planning on just like supporting myself with my income. So I don't really plan on being supported by the person that I'm dating.
What is the lowest you would go, though?
500,000.
I could have a nice like settled life with like a 200,000 a year, like normal, great, yeah.
What's the lowest, though, that you would go for?
I don't think money is that big. Maybe like a.
It has to be. You just said 1 or 2 mil. Would you be down for 80?
Yeah, 80
60.
That'd be fine.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough.
$500,000.
I'm sticking with 100,000. He's gotta,
Yeah, I would agree 100,000 preferably.
I mean, as long as they're stable, like have a good job, like a car and a house. I don't think like money cares. Like it's not that high on my list, I'd say.
Well, I would probably say the lowest would consider going is 65,000 a year, because then, like, if they're young, they have room for improvement and they can get promotions and work their way up.
Would you be comfortable with making more money than your guy or no?
Probably not. No, I don't want him to rely on me.
If he's still working and making money, then I don't think it really would matter. If you're both putting work in.
The guy I was talking to told me women shouldn't be working, so no.
With a whole family, right? You got like 4 dogs, 10 kids. 10 kids is a stretch. No pun intended. That was disgusting.
Okay, well, I'm expecting to make a lot of money, so
Okay.
I'm okay with like carrying it.
So you're down to be the breadwinner.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't mind if I was making more money, as long as they're making a lot.
I think we both need to be rich, and we can, both have a really nice lifestyle.
I mean, do you care about how he would make his money, like real estate job versus, a male stripper?
I don't think so. Money's money.
I guess I would, yeah.
So if he was like just railing chicks on OnlyFans, you'd be fine
Can you
with
pause
that?
it real
I'd
quick?
be a little more mad about that one.
Maybe.
Yeah. They don't have to rely on
All right, so I want to get a good range of examples before we start going insane. Okay, so let's put this into context. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm assuming high here. The oldest person here they're interviewing is probably 25. Okay, the average income in the United States, I just looked it up right now. 20 to 24, it's $35,568. 25 to 34 is $50,700. Median weekly earnings for a 20 to 24-year-old is $684. 25 to 34 is $975. Okay?
All right.
So you're asking for 10 times and next age bracket above you 10 times what they make in a year is what they think the average person makes. And then you wonder why no one takes these people seriously.
Right.
I mean,
Uncle Gun said, ask after 42. I don't care as long as he has a job, pays me attention, and gets along with my 5 cats, and he shares his wine with me.
no, I would add something to it. She would have to pay me at that point. You know what I mean?
Right. Bullet said they talk about men like pack mules and horses.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this is the calm one. The next video, it's Tribe of Men. I'm pretty sure everybody in this group has heard of it before. Pretty based red pill guy. He does a dissection of one of these and he puts in context. I mean, I won't spoil it just yet, but he really goes in hand to show you these unrealistic expectations. So to put you in a mindset, I don't even think the top 0.1% at 20 to 25 is maybe 150,000. So these girls are saying $1 million a year. Okay.
Right.
There was a study showed that the average man caps around $60,000 to $75,000 for his whole entire life. Only 23% of males make 6 figures in their lifetime. 60% of them will never make $100,000 in your life, no matter how old you become. And yet, like I said, they want to just share the men. Now, there's a couple of these people that have been completely honest. Like one says, I'm a gold digger. Yeah, shocking. The other one said, they have no concept of what money is.
Right.
So the one girl said, it's okay to make 3 figures. So it's okay to make, under $1,000. I mean, they don't even know what it takes to make this money. And this is the whole problem. Like, there's the disconnect between reality and
Their delusion.
delusion is just it's unparalleled.
Yeah. All
So-
right. You want to finish this one out?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh my god. Sorry, the ADD's really. Wait, what the? Okay, anyways, what would happen if you started dating this guy and he told you that he had a lot of money, whatever, and then you later found out he was broke?
I'd leave him. He's a liar and he's broke. I leave
Yeah, if
him.
he has like no motivation to fix it.
Or he's like, I've been selling feet pics nonstop on my OnlyFans, and I swear to God, I will be making 100K by the end of the year. I know someone that does that.
Probably like blackmail him, maybe cry a bit. Yeah.
Leak his dick pics.
That's good, yeah.
I go to U of A.
Bear
And I would go, really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, bear down. But the men here are way hotter, and all the guys there are assholes.
Okay. Is that
Yeah.
that's you talking shit?
No, okay, a guy named Will. That's all I gotta say. He's antique.
Yeah, you, Will and Teak. Do you guys care about how he makes his money? Because if he's making good money, does it matter what he's doing specifically to make that money?
Honestly, kinda, yeah.
All right, you guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to give it a big thumbs up. Comment below.
So, looking at unrealistic expectations, and you wonder why MGTOW kind of is taking off. I mean, they have no responsibility or accountability for any of their spending situations or what the hard work of a dollar really is, or there's no groundwork or even foundation to even work on. Like, I don't know how baffled you are after seeing this, how you feel.
Treat them mean and keep them keen. So
Sorry.
But do you know what I mean? Like, how after watching this, I mean, you can see this isn't just one person or a certain group. I mean, she was pulling multiple people. Like, what's your response to this? I mean, I can keep going, but
they all sounded pretty fucking brain dead. like, like, these are college girls, right?
yeah, this is your
I
smart
mean,
and brightest.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, like you're saying, like your crazy boot camp, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, in your eyes, how would you fix this? I mean, I know what I would do, but how would you fix this?
Well, I personally would get rid of any department that advocates for feminism and all the things that feminists advocate for, all the different studies, gender studies, blah, blah, blah. I mean, because
fixing the delusion.
That would fix the delusion. That's what I'm saying. Like these people live in a delusion because society allows them to believe lies. So that one girl's like, oh, yeah, I would leave him because he'd be a liar. I mean, it's kind of hypocritical, though.
Yeah, you put makeup on, but I don't say judge you for your face. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if we want to go down this argument, we can play this game. Yeah. But it's like, I mean, that's one thing. I mean, I'm looking at the chat. That brings up a good point. Like, society isn't telling people to fix this. Like, they're saying, slay woman, slay. You deserve 100. I mean, you might be a 3 and you feel like you deserve $100,000 man.
Yeah, but who keeps saying this? Who keeps saying it?
Well, that's what I said. I said society.
No. Who in society says this?
Who?
Yes. Women.
Oh, yeah,
Other
100%.
Women.
Yeah. Yeah, no man saying this. I mean...
Well, gay men say it.
They don't matter when it comes to... I mean, like, because they don't matter because they're not having to deal with these women. They have to deal with men.
Exactly. They're not having to deal with them.
Yeah, so...
They know that the gay men know deep down inside that it's all bullshit. And I think they hope that it's going to turn more men gay so they have a bigger playing field.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'm kind of baffled on with this whole thing is, like, we see the delusions there. Okay, we can all recognize it. We're all adults in this room. We can all agree that this is delusional, but society is telling it's not delusional. So this is the baseline. This isn't the norm. I mean, this isn't the irregular. This is the norm. So men, the easy way for men is just walk away and just not deal with the delusion. I get that, but societal level wise, the $50,000 or 40,000 or $30,000 worker that's working in the sewers or you're fixing your power lines, you disincentivize that guy to do that job. I mean, society falls apart. You have no society if you're decentivizing, the bricklayer, the construction worker, the carpenter, it could be, or the, power plant technician or anything. I mean, there's not many jobs that can be making $100,000 a year. Because if everybody was making $100,000, then $100,000 would be like $50K again, and then everything would get more expensive. So I mean, this just proves the whole thing that women just want to show up at the finish line and just collect all the rewards or prizes and think that their looks just bring them to the table. And bringing back to the next video, and then we can, if you want to bring people up, that would be great. But watching this video, this is really going to add to the discussion a little bit, because he brings down to the facts, because they go a little more in depth on this one of why they want certain money and what it affords them. And when you start hearing this, then you're going to get angry, because this is beyond just delusional at this point. This is basically demanding insanity. And then if no one wants that, they're willing to take it, because they don't realize what the average dollar is. They don't understand what work is when you watch this, because you start hearing these things. They have no idea basic things like how big a house is, how much it costs to even get an average car, and what that means. Like there's no financial understanding at all, and you're gonna have that person run your checkbook. I mean, get out of here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, historically, like at least nowadays, is like women run the financial book, which I would never do. But this just proves that you should never allow this to happen, because you just look. We'll play it now, but when we watch this video together, you're just going to see how bad it is, and then we can open the chat up for discussion. But it's baffling. It's completely ridiculous.
Okay. Now it's 21 minutes. I'm going to listen out in case you want me to pause.
Yeah, we don't have to. I mean, I would say start there. That's good. We don't have to. Yeah, that's perfect.
Here? Okay.
Yep.
I just saw a cool comment. Invested 8.5K into mushrooms. Hopefully we'll get a medical shop next year. See Fatal? Now that's awesome. Thanks for the 5, brother.
You don't I think I'm a top-notch woman, to be honest. Top-notch woman.
Got a boyfriend?
No, I don't have a boyfriend.
Then you're not a top-notch lover.
Can you guys write down in the comment section what is a top-notch woman for you? And if you can also include your age, that would be great.
What do you rate these people's attractiveness from 1 through 10? What do you rate this guy?
0.
What about this girl?
10.
What about this guy? What about this guy?
0.
This guy is a 0, but this girl's a 10.
Yeah.
But this guy's a male model.
Okay, he's a 0. Nah. 5. 4.
This at the top.
But this guy's a male model.
Okay, he's a 0. Nah.
Is rating this guy a nah. This is a nah. When we say the delusion of the Western woman, this is what we mean. Imagine standards so sky high, dude. Fucking space shuttles can't reach that shit. Tremendous.
5. 4. 3. 8. 0. 2.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Yes.
Is he attractive?
No.
No, can I see a picture of him?
This is my boyfriend.
Yeah, he looks pretty attractive.
That's the problem.
That guy looks very attractive. I don't know why you're calling him ugly. Isn't it kind of rude to say that your boyfriend's not attractive?
I don't care. Unless he's not listening to it.
Zero.
What about this girl?
5. 6.
What about this guy?
0.
What about this girl?
5.
So this guy's a 0,
Yes.
but this girl's like a 5.
Because we support women.
I see that these women won't date an overweight man.
I told you it's triggering. I told you. I told you. I'm surprised you made it that long.
I've been biting my tongue. Hello, Lego. By the way, hey everybody in the chat. Hey, Kush, JR, AP, Bullets.
Yeah, I told you. It was,
Guns.
This is batshit crazy. Now, I want you to guys realize something. After watching this a second time, every time they said, Queen Slay, it's always, look at this, it's always 2 women. Because look, every time it's a group of women, they say, oh, we have to say she's good because we're in a group. Now, you take that other woman out, she might give that girl a 3 or maybe a 4. But the fact that there's another girl there, oh, now we got to protect the girl code. So I just wanted you guys to start looking at the situation. Don't also look at what they're saying. Look at the situation the girls are in and why they're saying stuff, because this is how you guys can eventually protect yourself. You see a group of women, they're gonna say this delusional shit just because they need to protect. We'll call them the lowest denominating bottom feeder. So just remember, always put yourself in a situation where you can at least win. If you see an unfair situation, just walk away.
Yeah. Hold on, I need to find something. Kush has been asking me. I think I have it on. I'll find it while this is playing. Should we play some more?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That's so obvious. But a perfect body with abs is 1 out of 10. And women can be any size and they're beautiful and they're 10 out of 10.
Bullshit.
Right? It's the cult video we watched earlier with body positivity. The sisterhood has to lie to each other. And you see it in the comments on TikTok. It's thick queen. It's yes, beautiful, so strong, so independent, fire, slay girl in that fucking 8XL dress you're wearing. You can hardly breathe doing your 10-second TikTok dance. You're already sweating up a storm. All you did was stand up. You sweat just breathing. Right. Strong, boss babe, a survivor.
Even though obviously they're sick. I mean, I'm sure they are having a hard time getting up, having a hard time breathing and moving. I just don't understand. And then you also see these women only dating men with perfect bodies. I don't get it really. Where is the 1 out of 10 rating coming from then? I feel like they are rating men very low to degrade them so that they can justify that women are better than men. But you know what? These women are the ones who's also complaining about how this narcissistic, attractive, perfect man ghosted them when they can actually pick an average looking guy, but is not a player.
I've met so many narcissistic boys.
I've been speaking a lot about how awful men treat women. The problem with narcissistic, attractive men,
they keep on dating narcissistic men, as they call them,
Chaz.
And also they keep on complaining about them.
Oh my God. Negative 1 million.
Okay. What about this girl?
She's a 10. She's pretty.
Let's go.
He's a 5. He's a 3.
Wait, so this guy's a 3, but
ridiculous.
This girl is a 10?
Yes.
So she's obese though.
I mean, do you see? These are younger chicks too, but even the older ones that are seething with angry, bitter energy from getting pumped and dumped by the very chads that they complain are narcissistic. This is the exact reason Passport Bros is blowing up. I'm telling you, 2023 this stuff's gonna go mainstream. Watch.
She's not obese. She's gorgeous. What do you mean? She's literally more gorgeous than you.
But isn't it a fact that she's obese though?
Yeah, but she's gorgeous. She's literally gorgeous.
Isn't fat unattractive?
No.
Then why did you rate this fat guy negative 10?
Because, oh my God, just shut the fuck up, you little white fucking head Sharon.
What about this girl?
10.
Wait, so this guy's a 1, but this girl's a 10.
Yes.
Thanks, Azaria.
But she's obese.
So
Isn't that unattractive? Madison Beer.
she's pretty.
Is this girl as good looking as Madison Beer?
Yes.
Why are you lying? Come on.
Lying. She's pretty.
She's obese. Her body is like a 1 out of 10.
It's not about looks. It's about personality.
What? How could you say that? She doesn't even know her.
But you don't know her personality.
Right?
So she's still pretty.
Would you date someone that was overweight? Absolutely not.
Okay, so nowadays women kind of overinflate other women in terms of attractiveness just because they don't want to hurt their feelings. Sounds like saving face. Well, the intention is good, but the long-term effect of that is not good. Okay, I get it. Women support women, woo, or body positivity. But being overweight, we already know that is a medical problem that increases the risk of heart disease, diabetes, high blood pressure.
Everything, all comorbidities. Obesity is like the worst one. It increases your outcome of death across the spectrum on every single thing you can possibly imagine. And we just came out of 2 years of you know what. And who are the ones dropping dead from it? Mostly obese people.
And certain cancers. If you support them really, then you won't say being overweight is attractive because it is like recommending them to just continue their lifestyle of not minding their calorie intake or not
And keep
pursue an
pausing for a
active
second.
lifestyle, even though you know that there can be so many problems.
Now let's juxtapose these two people, okay? So you have the girl that's sitting there, legs crossed, hands in her lap, not showing off the girls, feminine, relaxed, not spitting facts, not saying anything that you can argue with, and she gets attacked. Well, you have to watch the people that are getting interviewed showing so much masculine bullshit, and then you wonder why you have passport bros. I mean, I'm just saying, like, this just proves why people are going overseas for women. Because, I mean, those girls that were talking, maybe most 18 years old, they're damaged already. And that's why I'm bringing this up. Like, damage didn't start in college. It happened high school, middle school, maybe even elementary school at this point. Like, that's how bad it's gotten. This isn't like a problem by college. College is just the icing on the cake. That is like the cement stamp of approval. You're damaged goods. We got to go all the way back to middle school. I mean, it's ridiculous. So you can continue, please.
Yeah.
Problems that may come with it. So therefore, you are spreading false body positivity or fake women support women. And influencers who are spreading false body positivity, saying that being overweight is healthy, don't see the danger in what they're doing.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So I hope you're having an awesome
Oh,
day.
this one again.
I'm having knee
Look at
pains
her.
and knee pain, like when I go downstairs. Like, I haven't done a body positive video in kind of a while, and I wanted to sit down today and film one. I'm not feeling good.
What is that? 6 years? So.
Oh.
Yeah. 6
Oh.
years. 6 years, and you doubled your weight. 6 years.
Oh man.
Dude, let's look. I mean, I'm not trying to roast this girl enough, but you go from, the quad chin, you have no color left in your cheeks. You have to use so much blush just to even look presentable. Your lips look like fire engine red. You know what I mean? Like, look at the difference. She's covered in makeup. Now go back to the one she was in the 2015 one. Half the makeup. Like, so it's worse than that. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's like dolling herself. That's the best she can do. That's like that's a best I can do. So I'm just saying, like, this is insane, flat out insane.
Mm.
I mean, like, it's.
She wasn't even that. I mean, she was heavy, but
Yeah,
not.
she
I
went
mean,
from
look.
we'll just be
Oh
fair.
man,
She went from average. So an average is 5. I would say she was about the average woman there, maybe below average, maybe 5 or 4, down to a 1, 2 in 6 years.
that's crazy.
6 freaking years.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So I hope you're having an awesome
Oh,
day.
this one again.
Having knee pain,
Bubbly
like
to
like
depressed.
when I go downstairs. I haven't done a body positive
Feminine
video in
and
kind of a while,
happy.
and I wanted to sit down today and film one. I'm not feeling good. I don't know when we're gonna be
Drugs.
able to just stop differentiating between plus size and normal.
Bubbly and
Size 14
expressive.
is not the health.
I mean, you went from bubbly to expressive with the hands to I want to kill myself. How many drugs do you think that woman's on?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, think about it. She's overweight. She's probably on Crestor. She's probably on a crap ton of medication. She's not expressive. She's like, I mean, she has the thousand-eyed stare because she's dead inside. I mean, and that took what, 6 freaking years? That's insane.
Standard. I believe bigger people, smaller people, anyone can be healthy, but I know I need to get some of this excess weight off me because I'm not feeling good anymore.
Hold on. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. 6 years.
Yeah.
Dude, if I put on that much weight in 6 years, you better call my coronary because I'm having a heart attack. I'm done. That's
Right.
flat out insane. I mean, and that's 6 years. But let's forecast this out. That's 6 years. Can you imagine another 6 years? Dude, I
No.
mean, she'd eat another one of herself just to double that size. I mean, it's flat out. And then this is the same kind of woman. It's like, you need to be making $100,000. You need to be, 6 feet, all the sixes. You need to be kind to me. Yet I want someone dominant. Like all that bullshit. You're a normal woman. You're gonna have to deal with. But now she's probably twice the amount of weight that you weigh. And then she's like, no man can handle me. Well, of course no man can handle you. You're friggin' land well. Know what I mean? Like, Shamu needs his water back. I mean, come on here. This is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even go to SeaWorld to see a manatee this big. It's flat out insanity. It's ridiculous. This girl, I'm looking at the chat. This girl probably ate Honey Boo Boo. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I need to get some of this excess weight off me because I'm not feeling good anymore.
Exactly. The thing here is they have so many followers who are taking and following their advice. Okay, obviously she regrets what she did to her body, but she has money. She can reverse it, do these expensive procedures to lose weight. But how about their supporters and followers who are in the same exact position as them in terms of health? All throughout the years, they followed this in.
Don't do Pearl like that. Pearl was actually beneficial to the society she was in. She had a job and she was doing it well.
Influencers believing that being overweight is healthy, that they don't need to mind their calorie intake, will be left sitting there depressed and sick because they cannot just reverse it because they can't afford it. It's just so dangerous what these influencers are doing. I don't know why they don't see that.
All right, hold on. So her red flag is she dated the nicest guy of all time. After the second date you went on with a guy, he built you a Build-A-Bear? That's cute as 2 dates? 5. I hope you get no more gifts for the end of time. You're so ungrateful. $50? Why do you have a problem with guys being nice to you?
I just think it's funny how the tables have turned.
Dude, we have to talk
This is
about
why we
that.
say simping ain't healthy, dude. You can't do anything nice for a today.
You're taking the potential nice guy that we'll call him the never have any experience you're in middle school, and you're going to turn that guy into the biggest anti-feminist, everything that the girls are afraid of, quote unquote, toxic male, unquote. It's it's ridiculous. And then they say all men are pieces of shit. Well, you know what? We all know what accountability looks like, and we all know that these women don't have it, and it's just frustrating to you're basically seeing with your own eyes what just being ungrateful does to a man. Like, you're not respecting his time, his money, his process, what he's trying to accomplish, and you're going to turn this guy into the assholes that you hate, but ironically will date in the future. So it's like it's funny because the asshole he will become is the guy that's going to destroy you later on, and probably you're going to be the damaged one in the end, saying, I'm going to enjoy my box wine and 15 cats in my apartment smelling like freaking piss shit and stale liquor. So it's funny how you can see all this coming and they just don't realize it. The toxic men that you're creating in your eyes, not my eyes, your eyes,
Right.
is going to be the people that you're eventually going to date, that are going to destroy you and kick you to the curb when you put on 25 pounds because you're depressed. And then you're just going to eat your way into an early grave, just like the previous woman. Just
Yeah.
And then everybody looks at him and goes, "Oh, it's men's fault." I mean, that's just hilarious. Hilarious.
The men is the effect. The cause is the women.
Yeah, but the women are always the cause.
Yeah. Do you see that comment up there? It's funny. I used to do that job too. I'm working as a radiologist assistant, and when radiology techs call us and ask about PT, who are more than 300 pounds, and they're asking for protocols on how to scan this type of body demographics.
Do you know what they have to do?
Oh yeah.
They have to send him to a large animal vet that can handle like scanning horses and elephants. No joke. And then that's how they get scanned, because there's not a big enough tube to hold them, either by their weight or fitting them down into to get scanned. I mean, that's how big these people are now. I mean, 600-pound life is, I mean, think about that. That was made in 2011. It's more than a decade ago. And they're saying 600 pounds was the thing. I think you could probably find a show just enlisting on 1,000 pounds. You could probably call it the half-ton show. Find people that are roughly like 1,200 pounds or 1,100 pounds. I wouldn't be surprised if you could fit a show of people that are 1,100 pounds. And and that's how bad things are getting. It's ridiculous. Yet I have to be the one that goes to the gym. I mean, this is just hilarious. Hilarious. You can continue. Thanks.
Seen as creepy, seen as weird. You're seen as needy. It's so twisted, dude. To show your romantic side today.
Emotional damage.
Treat them mean to keep them keen. So stupid that it works that way. It's literally the opposite of what you want to do as a man. And it hits everybody in the face like a truck when you find out, damn, I've been doing everything wrong. There's a reason she goes after those narcissistic assholes. And that's who she cries over. Beta! And you're the one hearing all that shit. And you're going, oh my God, but I'm the perfect guy. Why don't you ever pick me?
Beta male.
It used to be men with such high standards of what they wanted in a woman. But plot twist, these women are demanding more. No longer accepting the bare minimum. No longer accepting bottom of the barrel. We have standards now, and these men are hurt by it.
I hate my friends' boyfriends. My friends are these beautiful, intelligent, successful women that deserve the world. And they will rock up for my birthday with Joe from Tinder. Joe can barely string a sentence together and makes her cry twice a week. The only thing I want from Joe is for him to f*** off out of both of our lives.
Are men really hurt by it, or they're just hurting themselves? Another thing is when women do find a nice...
They are just hurting themselves.
Well, they're not even just hurting themselves. I mean, hurting themselves is one thing, but it's like literally, I mean this in every metaphor possible. They are the Titanic, driving themselves to the iceberg, being men, and then blaming that the iceberg caused the accident when you drove right into a freaking iceberg called, we'll call it obesity, and then blaming men that there's no more sinking ship, aka money for you at the end of the tunnel, and then all the other men that are on the lifeboats or all the successful men abandoning the ship and running the fast as they possibly can out of that situation. I mean, that's literally what's happening. It's ridiculous. I mean, if to put this in perspective, imagine going to a girl and be like, "Hey, how much do you make?" And the guy just, we'll say he's an average dude, and he's just like, "Okay, I guess I'm making, not me, but I'm just saying in general, I'm making $40,000 a year, and I'm like 25, okay, which is pretty good money for a 25-year-old right out of college on his first job." And then the girl's like, "Oh, you don't make enough money." And then the guy goes, what's your weight? How much do you weigh?" "Okay, I'm 5." The girl's like, "I'm 5'3" and 165. And you just started laughing because that's now the average. I mean, Kevin Samuel said it right. Women in 1960, 50 years ago, was the average height was 5'4", 120 pounds, 125, something around there. The average man was 5'8", 160. Today, the average man is 165. He's put on 5 pounds in 50 years. The average woman at 5'4" ballooned from 140 to 170 to 175. So she's put on basically 5 to 6 times more weight than a man, and then she's the one that says, "You got to love me for who I am." I mean, the delusion is just flat out ridiculous.
Hello, Contriver. Contriver joined us. And he's
it is still some work I have to do. Please continue. I would interject in between. My system is actually taking an update, so
Okay.
I am muted right now.
This guy that actually treats them with respect. They would self-sabotage saying, "Oh, he's too kind. I'm afraid I would fall in love." Or other women would sabotage their relationship because he's too basic and he's that bare minimum kind of a guy. They think they have high standards, so they shouldn't settle for men that are too basic. Okay, a hard dose of reality. These women have manipulated themselves into thinking that what they have for men are high standards. But they've turned dating into a hustle. Free meals. I mean, if the restaurant is cheap, they only have to pay 500 pesos for 2. Okay, then why not? But that's not the case. They say they are independent, but they have codependency issues.
But I'm saying, like, to a guy, like, money is nothing. Like, men do not care about.
Yeah, let's skip over the pearly things that we all know what she's going to say.
She just said something important that can't be stressed enough. These strong, independent women, quote unquote, are very codependent.
Well, it's no. This is where pearly retard doesn't understand. It's not average women. It's all women. Like, who are the majority of the police? Who's the one that's doing the maintenance on all the infrastructure? It's freaking men. And then you're gonna slap us in the freaking face for taking on roles that society needs to survive. Like, this is why I hate pearly things, because she's going over the big stuff and compromising. So she, instead of saying respect all men, even the average, she's still hypergamous. She still wants the number one male. So this is what pisses me off. She's not telling you the true story. The true story is the average man is keeping society alive, not and you should be begging on your knees that we still keep this going on, because without us, I don't care about the rich 1%. The rich 1% isn't going to keep society going. It's that person doing the power lines when you lose power in a snowstorm. It's the person doing the dump trucks so you don't have 5 weeks of trash at in your house because you have nowhere to put it. It's those kind of jobs that are keeping society going. And she, just like every other woman that she interviews, is dogging that role because she's saying, "Oh, just we care about the top 1%." Well, granted, you're damaged goods already because your parents already raised you on a rich person's lifestyle. You're damaged already. There's no way you're going to take an average man. And honestly, you're an average woman, to be honest with you. Like, what about Pearly Things is anything special? Nothing. She's just taking red pill content and monetizing it. She's basically just using your daddy's little money and going in and then monetizing it and just saying, "Oh, I'm basically a pick me chick. Pick me because I'm on your side." Yeah, go fuck yourself. I mean, I'm so done with the blatant not calling it out for what it is. She's just using her hypergamy to get another dude to get what she wants, and not saying the way it truly is. Like, she's not saying the average person you should be thankful for. She's saying, "Oh, you still should go after a top man," and that's why I'm trying to skip her, because it's diluting the argument. She's not trying to say you should look at the average man and be thankful. She's just saying you still go for the top 1% and skips over it's lies by omission. She's just trying to get this quick point out there and then move on. I mean, look how fast she's talking about this. She talks about it and moves on, but she's purposely misleading everybody because she doesn't want to settle. She's just the same amount of problem as everybody else they're talking about.
What's a right-wing teapotter?
A teapotter, I'm assuming, is probably a slang for someone from England because they drink a lot of tea, but I could be wrong here. And that's what I would say. I think a right-wing teapotter would be someone from England. The American version would be a trad thought. But I could be wrong there. Maybe you guys can clarify that for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that profile before, so. The right-wing, left-wing bullshit. It's funny because I hate politics. I've never voted. I don't believe women should even be in politics, so I don't give a shit about either side.
Well, I'm just saying this is a net result of politics. And I mean, I'm just saying this real quick. Like, if you're gonna vote, this is the net result of what happens. That's all I was gonna say.
I would love if Good Mother responds to the video that I posted in the private chat.
Yeah, contrived. Let's get through this one first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shall we?
You shall.
It's your money. So if money is nothing, they can afford my $200,000 engagement ring.
Jesus. Whoa. What?
Told you this is like a giant trigger thing. Like, this is flat out ridiculous. I warned you guys.
Whoa.
And she's a single mother.
I mean,
single mother on top of it. $200,000 engagement ring.
That's insane.
60% of Americans don't even make $100,000 in a year in their lifetime. Lifetime. It doesn't matter if they're 75 or 5. They'll never make that kind of money. And you want to double even that? Flat out insane. And let's put it in even more perspective. What is a wedding ring? 3 months' salary is the going rate. So you're saying you're going to be making $200,000 in 3 months? I mean, that's what she's asking for. So you're looking at someone that makes, $1 million plus a year. You're talking like the 0.001% of men in America. It's just insane.
Modern women can't see the difference between delusion and reality. Okay, so what can you bring to the table? A WAP? It's just not realistic. Unless she's saying she wants to be single for the rest of her life. And then later on, complain on TikTok with a 3-minute video saying how lonely they are at the age of 30, 40, 45.
Don't send a "thank you for a nice time" message after a first date.
The key is not to need him.
You like this man? Do less. Literally do nothing and see what happens.
You like this man, do nothing, and then see what happens. Okay, this is what will happen. I'm gonna tell you. They will leave you and go with a girl who would actually appreciate him. That's what's gonna happen. I don't know what are you expecting to see. And they're all wondering what happened to men. Where are the good men? Why are they leaving?
Can anyone justify this item?
They can't.
No.
I mean, the gender, I beg your pardon?
I can justify it. Well, I tell you what, stars don't get paid more money because, a sport doesn't become interesting because the stars are paid more money. Stars get paid more money because the sport is interesting. Let me ask you this. How many of you guys on the panel know who our Australian Matildas are playing in the quarterfinals?
Don't.
No, because you don't care about it. Now, if you cared about it...
I do if they win.
No,
They
all of you can go and watch W League games in the women's competition here, but you don't. Now, when you start to go and watch these women play the wonderful football they do, then they'll earn more money.
But I don't go to watch the men play football either.
Yeah, I know, but a lot of people do. The Men's World Cup is one of the biggest money spinners on the planet. Women's football, even though at grassroots level, it's working really, really well. It's got a long way to go.
We all know in most sports, there is less of a market for the women's side of the game. Example, women's football or soccer. Or we
Pause.
She's talking
I
some of that
want to-
misogyny. She better cut it out.
Okay, I want to say this, and Godmother is technically a woman. Well, not anymore, but she was once, so she could actually vouch for that.
No, nobody gives a shit about women's sports. Not even
No,
women.
no. Exactly. That is
Yeah.
my point. That if you are, if you are spending your hard-earned money as an average family, and you want to see, you have two choices. You have some feminazi bullshit like G.I. Jane with Demi Moore, or you would have a movie like The Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger and all the unrealistic cars flying in the background and so on and so forth. What would you prefer for the entire family as entertainment?
If I wanted to see high school
Let her
kids,
answer. Let her answer
Okay.
first of all.
Last Action Hero.
See,
Yeah.
that is the thing, that even women do not prefer emasculated, effeminate, sissy men, sort of masculine tendencies in a society. Even women do not prefer that. But these women want to make it the new normal. And that is why the societal collapse has happened, because a man has to appear somewhat metrosexual, or he swings both ways, sort of a thing. Or if he has a son, he has to attest and vouch for his prepubescent son chopping off his own testicles and wearing a dress and this, that, and the other. And I always say that this is not a society anymore. This is a bunch of highly atomized individuals living in their own fantasies. They are living in their own delusional utopia. And that is the reality. That they have been so, shall we say, deracinated from reality and realistic expectations that they don't know as to what is what.
but what I'm gonna say, I mean, no one's really called this out and put this in perspective. Okay, if a high school team can beat the women's soccer team, why am I paying professional prices when I can pay $5 to go to a high school soccer match and really watch high school kids whoop the shit out of professional women's soccer? Like, the market already set the value. The value for a kid's soccer game is $5 per
Yes,
person.
Bandit, but why is that? Why is that?
Because of a lot of things.
No,
Biologically, men
The
are
primary focus is, even in the Greek Olympics days. Olympics actually came from Greece, isn't it? In
Yes.
the Greek old days, women used to see men actually, and in the Olympics during those days, they used to perform naked. naked men used to wrestle each other. Naked men used to participate in javelin throw. Naked men used to participate in some of the age-old traditional Greco-Roman wrestling and all that. And women used to see that.
Yeah.
So, by fact, women like to watch. I mean, I'm not talking about men as a society, because for them it is just an adrenaline, testosterone rush, and they also want to participate. Okay, for us, it is just like a fight club, and we love it. We cherish it because it is in our genes. But for women, they love watching men compete with each other.
Yes, but it's also you don't pay top dollar to watch subpar talent. It's clearly that
Subpar
simple.
talent, no, but the primary focus is biological. I'm trying to approach it with a biological approach instead of paraphernalia of what includes a movie or what includes a successful entertainment. I'm not approaching it with the paraphernalia of a number of factors at all. I'm just approaching it with biology as the main focus.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I'm
according to
approaching it.
biological standards, women like to watch men competing with each other, isn't it? It would be like Kwame Brown and Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm. And I'm comparing it to the grounds that they're bitching that they don't get paid enough, and I'm saying they're getting paid what the market says. If a high school player can beat a professional team, and I can watch a high school player for $5 at a high school Friday night soccer or football game per person, why am I giving them $45 for the nosebleeds or $100 a ticket when I can watch the same freaking talent that can beat your ass for $5 at a high school soccer game? Do you know what I mean? I can get concessions and all that for $10, and I'm good. So that's the thing they don't understand. Like if a subpar talent can beat you, and you're bitching about you're not getting paid enough, well, you get paid by the what talent can beat your ass. And if a middle school could beat your ass, you're not going to get paid at all because you can go to those games for free. And so that's my whole point, because they're complaining about no one's going to the game because of, and they're not getting paid enough. So I'm trying to use the same argument and rationally breaking it down why they should be paid less. It's because the talent that can beat them is barely paid at all. So.
Good mother, your input.
I'm watching the chat. You guys are debating on trolls. Oh,
here we go.
I know.
Here we go again.
Everything is good.
Elspeth keeps coming in here. People that keep creating new channels to come in here to talk shit are not welcome.
We can. I mean, that's basically the crutch of the video. I don't want to watch more of it because we're just gonna rehash the same thing. Okay. Before we play Contriver's video, the next video I was gonna say that was gonna be a one that we can all break down together, because that one's gonna be going over more in depth on the finances and how delusional they don't understand what the average square foot is in a house, what it means. They think the average person can afford a 5-bedroom. Like, this is, and I bring this whole discussion up because when you're analyzing the differences between sexes and why men walk away, like, everybody comes at it that you need to man up. Like, no one's talking about the delusional side of the thing. We all see it as men, but it doesn't get called out on the other side. Like, when you see a 24-year-old with no life experience, she might have beauty on her side, but that's fleeting. But she has no life experience, and she's demanding the top 0.001% of men. and then you go, this girl's delusional, or why am I always get ghosted, or why am I always one night stands? These are the answers why. You're just not asking the right questions. And this whole thing is going to keep getting worse and worse until society collapses, because if there's no reason for a man to live in a sense that has purpose. Now,
Right.
not like I said, not everybody can be MGTOW. Like MGTOW is just like the Matrix. Only a certain group of men can have the mental fortitude or the personal preservation, or has the accountability or the values, or all these other aspects that make being MGTOW possible. Most of them are just going to end up being blackpilled, and we know how that goes. Okay, so like, you really think if these standards don't get under control and normies just become MGTOW? I mean, you're talking. The problem is, if normies become MGTOW, you're going to have bachelor taxes. You're going to have all this other shit. It's going to make the situation even more worse.
The
And we're just
ancient Roman Empire also imposed bachelor taxes. And do you know what happened after that? The disintegration of the Roman Republic.
yeah,
I
because
always give Roman Empire as an example because that is exactly what humanity has been through regarding
Mhm.
the history of historicism. And they still, one thing is certain about humanity: we don't learn from our past experiences.
Yep. And if you look at what happened after the Roman Empire, you had chaos. And what happened, this same stuff that you talk about the Roman Republic also happened in the Weimar Republic. Wow, another republic. Who would have thought here? Weimar Republic, you had, you know, every you had no women had everything that destroyed Rome. You had no accountability, like debauchery was out of control. The society collapsed, and then you got, the guy with the short mustache, because I don't want to get this channel flagged. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is what happens
No,
when.
even let us take it a notch further. Regarding the example of Russia, I
Mhm.
mean, before Joseph Stalin or Vladimir Lenin came to power, it was all about the serfdom of the Russians from the
Yep.
Russian Tsar. But ultimately, it culminated into Vladimir Lenin coming in with the slogan. He did not talk about gulags and anything else. He talked about peace, land, bread. That was his slogan. The road to hell is always paved with good intentions.
Yes, and who who got Vladimir Lenin out of jail and shipped him back to Russia? Germany
The
did.
Americans, the
Well, Americans.
Americans.
It was Americans in Germany. They both like worked hand in
Yes,
hand to get
I
Lenin.
know that.
Yeah. So
Well, look, I could go into that, but I'm not going into that because who paid him to be when he was in exile as well? I know the names already.
yeah,
I
yeah.
have
We can't talk about.
listened to that British historian as well. I'm not going into that because delving deeper would lose the essence of what we are trying to say.
Yes, and get
What
this
we are
channel
trying to
flagged.
say is yes. So that is why I'm
Yeah, we
I'm
can't talk about
quite
this on YouTube.
reticent about it.
Yeah, we can't go down that path on YouTube if we're keeping channels here. So yeah,
Yes.
we'll end that discussion right now. But
Self-censoring, self-censoring.
yes, I know, self-censoring sucks, but it is what it is.
Yes.
But if you the last video that I sent in the chat, play that one next. That one's going to actually really go into in depth the delusion, and then what I'm understand. Everybody, we all know about the delusion, but look at the thought process. This is where I want people to actually think about things, because we know the delusion, but I think it's
Wait, Bandit. This is
yeah.
an hour and 29 minutes long.
No, you don't have to play the first. Go 10 minutes in, and then we'll just play a couple of minutes. It's
Okay.
just I want to show you the thought process so we can actually break down where they're making all their mistakes, how we got here, because this whole discussion is how we got here, and how
Well, long
women aren't
story
supposed.
short, you didn't tell the women no, men.
Oh, I understand that, but what? Yeah, I mean, Yeah, you're 100% correct. I can't argue that statement at all. But the point is understanding where they're coming from, because these are the common stuff people talk about. So under being able to skate underneath the radar and when to know when to not push and to ghost in plain sight. These are all things to pick up and learn so you can live in the society and not be harassed and dealt with or keep your job and stuff. Is it the way I want to play the game? No, but understanding these case studies might be beneficial to, surviving this, being ghosting in plain sight, how to handle these situations. So understanding thought process is important.
All right, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, something like that. This is just to get you an idea. We're not going to play this whole video.
Okay.
But yeah.
My money's my money, and I spend it how I choose. Your money is our money, and you spend it on me. Welcome. You're welcome for the translation.
Because I want the freedom to be able to take care of my kids for the first 7 years of their life. I want to be a stay-at-home mom and be with them.
Ryan, crazy. They want you to manage the family/relationship 70-30 split, but you want to be equal, bro. Are you serious? Or you want a sugar daddy, not a husband? Yeah, cognitive dissonance. It doesn't make sense. You want to contribute 70-30, but somehow take care of me because kids. Now we got kids. You should be able to handle everything. I make 70 though, 70% of the money, but nah, you better be able to pay for everything.
Basically 24/7. Okay. I think that's important in the family structure. So that's pretty much the only reason why.
Okay, so you would choose stay-at-home mom. So 0%, we'll say.
Yes.
Okay.
I think 50-50 is definitely acceptable, and that's what I'd enjoy. I wouldn't enjoy feeling like someone has to take care of me. I don't like relying on people or men or really anyone for money. I think that's totally
emotional damage.
That's just how
See, what I don't like about these, the random annoying ass things that they pop in there.
Yeah, but let's look at the body language. She's shaking her head. She's got an attitude that she's asking. I'm not defending Courtney Ryan here, but she's being completely emotionless for a girl asking questions, and this girl is giving the most bitchy ass attitude for a question about her own self. Like this is flat out insanity. Like she's asking a question, and your best option to sell it is this bitchy attitude. Like, I don't need a man, bitch. Like, flat out, look at her eyes. She's, dead inside. Completely dead inside. Saying, feminism has destroyed this woman. And you're looking at her body language, how she's handled. Her arms are crossed. She's feeling uncomfortable. She's on the defensive. And you're just asking simple questions here. Like, this isn't even like, oh my God, like we don't have a paycheck. How am I going to start? This girl's freaking out, just asking questions about how she's handling her fantasy guy. Like this whole discussion is about this is what I want in my guy and what my fantasy guy is. And she's already on the defensive giving attitude. Like what the absolute fuck?
I don't know who this John G person is. What is BACC in the bowl? They've said it many times. What's BACC?
Back in the bowl means actually back in the family piggy bank or something.
Oh.
John G, I must have heard about him. I have not seen him, but is he from Minka's channel? Like Uncle Guns and Selford Maid?
I don't think so. I don't know. We'll see. I just don't know what back in the bowl means, and they said it multiple times.
When I hear back in the bowl, I'm thinking like you're token up here. That's what I'm thinking.
I was raised.
If I'm painting a picture, if it's my ideal life, I would love to just be a stay-at-home wife with some hobbies and, raising a family, because that's just the way I grew up. I had a stay-at-home mom, and it was just a really good environment to have.
Okay, so ideally that's what you would want.
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you do what your mom did?
Stop the cap.
Can you cook and clean like your mom?
Stop the cap.
Are you good with kids? Are you feminine?
Stop the cap.
Have you been on Tinder? Do you have a high body count?
Stop the cap.
Why does he have to throw in all those damn things?
And then on top of it, this girl
Uh-huh.
is the most like, you guys can watch it later, but this girl is the most delusional out of all of them. Completely, she makes the other ones seem like rational human beings. Don't get me started. But this is the same girl that thinks the average person can afford a Bugatti or a Ferrari. Like, I'm not going to accept a man who doesn't make a Ferrari. And when she talks about houses, she wants a 6-bedroom, 10-acre house. Now, if you are in the city, 10 acres in New York City is right around $30 million just for the land, not even the house. Most cities you're looking at, just land for 10 acres is multi-millions of dollars. And you add a house on top of it, and these girls are talking like, oh, I just want an average house, 5,000 square feet.
Jesus.
5,000 square feet?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This video goes...
No, but 5,000 square feet?
Yes.
That is not
a house
average.
or
That's what
mansion?
that's why I'm saying you got to play this video, because they go in depth. They ask these questions and they go into depth on showing you their thought, their we'll call it thought process, thought process, and it is, they think the average person can afford, a 5,000 square foot house. Oh, I need to have a spare bedroom, so I plan on having 3 kids, so I need to have a 5-bedroom house. Like this is what these women think is just, an average guy can afford, a 5,000 square foot house. I mean, the average house in America is between 12 and 1,400 square feet. So do the math there. You're looking at a 2.5 to 3 times the average house.
She should look at the houses in Mississippi, which are being built for poor people.
No, she should look at.
It
She should
has
look at this.
Mississippi. Even in America, the problem of homelessness is not there in Mississippi. The best state to have curbed the problem of homelessness is in Mississippi.
Know where it is? It's South Dakota, because no one wants to live in South Dakota.
By the way, hello, Mr. Pliskin and Hamster.
Yeah, it's.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard TNFS was over there trying to start some shit. I don't know what that dude's problem is, but
It's fine. Oh, look at her! Look at the cute little hamster. He's so cute.
But yeah, this girl right here that you think is Little Miss Innocent, the delusion index. Like, if there was an index, she'd be like at 1 billion.
Play.
Now I want to talk about your ideal lifestyle.
Pause. Do you think you deserve a ring like your mother got?
Stop the cap.
Okay.
So thinking about a house, how many bedrooms, how many square feet? What are we thinking?
I mean, I don't need anything, crazy spacious, but I definitely do want a big enough home where everybody can have their own, individual selves and space to feel comfortable. So just depending on lifestyle and family, at least 3 to 4 bedrooms for sure, 2 full baths, because
God forbid. You know how much that goes for in my area? A cool $500,000 or more. If you're anywhere around any decent town where there are high paying jobs, you're paying $750,000 for such a house. $500,000 easy. All right.
Forbid there's more than one girl.
Girl in the pink is a bot. Where's the NPC music? But she will be the same person to go on foodie dates in the club for free. Simps in her Venmo. Yeah, we're gonna see the delusion right now with male income. It's coming.
In the house, that'll be drama. And definitely like a big backyard. So at least 5 acres, to run.
5 acres, boys. You know how expensive land is today, lady. This is absolutely no grasp on reality and finances, how the real world works. Like, do you think she ever Googled how much 5 acres, no house goes for? Just 5 acres. 5 acres, bro. In a decent part of town where your man has to make hundreds of thousands of dollars. So he needs to be able to commute to work somehow in a 5-acre fucking mansion. Oh, wow. Okay. 5 acres is $1 million in Sydney? Is that what it is? Sydney, EU? How much is 5 acres, guys, in your area right now if you were to look? Is she going to say something ridiculous? Like, not a big house, like 20,000 square feet. Is that big? 5 acres? That's a lot. Millions. Yeah, it's millions. For most of us, it's millions of dollars to get 5 acres. And that's just a plot of land. Dude, it's 100 G's for 5 acres in Nigeria. We got someone, shout outs to Nigeria. For Ryan, 5 acres is $30 million. 30 mil. 2.5 million for somebody else. 185K in the UK.
I mean,
350. That's land, guys. You haven't even built your house yet. Oh my God.
Roman.
She is the definition of what we call as legally blonde.
Oh, it gets worse. Oh, you guys.
Play. I want to listen more.
Is what I aspire to have. And then square footage on a house, I really don't even know how to like scale something like that. I don't like 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, maybe.
Okay. What you described sounds
4,000 to 5,000 square feet. 5 acres. She said 3 to 4 bedrooms. 5,000 square feet. Do you know how many fucking rooms a 5,000 square foot house has? Like 6, easily.
Right.
3, 4 bathrooms.
2-car garage, 3-car
Pools.
garage.
How much does a 5,000 square foot house go for? No land. That's like 5 to 9 million in the valley. That's just the house, bro, where you're still stuck to your neighbor. She wants a 5K square foot house on 5 acres is almost $38 million. And by the way, you got to live close enough to your job because you're not going to be commuting no fucking 20 hours, dude, because you got a house in the boondocks somewhere where nobody lives to get the 5 acres. You got to put that 5 acres near the city in the metro area. And it's got to be a 5,000 square footer, G.
Bruh.
This is how coddled women have become. They can't even calculate reality, dude. Every single man here has looked that up just to see how much hard work you got to put in, how far in your career you got to get, what it would cost to get 5 acres, 5,000 square foot. Everybody here has gone on Zillow, has gone on like realtor.com and just seen what houses are worth and go, fuck, dude, I'm never going to be able to afford that. Oh, that house is $1 million. Okay, what's a beater in my neighborhood? That house looks like dog shit. How much? Oh, crap. $500,000. Guess I won't be a homeowner for a long time in the economy today. She's talking 5,000 square feet, 5 acres. Wow, dude.
close to that.
Like that, if I need to go bigger, obviously, you know, we'll go bigger. That's no question. Just a nice,
There it is.
size home.
If I gotta
Hey,
go
and then how
bigger,
many kids do you want?
there it is. Oh my God.
2 to 3. If I, 2 boys and a girl would be ideal.
Okay, and what about a car? I know you like cars.
Oh my God.
Yeah, if it could be anything, if it's my dream, it'd probably be a Pagani BC, which is like a hypercar. But
Are you freaking kidding me? That car alone is like $6 to $10 million, and that's just to buy it used. Then you got to talk about maintenance, storage costs. You're talking about a car that they make like 12 a year. Like this isn't supercar. This is not even hypercar. This is like a category above that. It's
Yeah.
flat out insanity.
Yeah, and then hamsters like, and what would you do with the 5,000 square feet? Yeah,
do you really
only
wanna
3
clean-
kids?
Yeah, do you really want to clean 5,000 square feet? Like, seriously, think about that. A 5,000 square foot house, that is what, 50 by 100?
No, you wouldn't.
50 feet by 100 feet? I mean, flat out insanity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's just the car. Remember, that's a depreciating asset. She wants a hypercar, a 5 acres. I mean, we're up to pretty much like, we can just call it right now, $50 million. Just round numbers. You go into a major metropolitan area, you're looking at $50 million. Just, that's not counting food, I mean, we haven't talked about raising kids, which is 10 years ago, it was 0 to 18 is roughly $250 to $350,000 before college just to raise that kid for 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, so, and she wants 3 kids, so we'll make easy numbers. We'll add another million to that, so we're up to 51 million. Now you're gonna add college to that. Like, you're talking about earning a lifetime income, maybe $75 million, because you're gonna want to go on vacation on top of all this. You're gonna want to, have a shore house or all this other bullshit. I mean, you're talking about like a 75 to $100 million lifestyle for your lifetime. Who the hell is earning that kind of money? We're not talking like the top 1% anymore. We're not talking the 0.1000%. We're talking like the millionth percent. Who's earning $75 million plus in a lifetime? Like, people don't realize if you're making $1 million, you capped out 1 year at $1 million. Then next year you might be making 50,000 because you might own your business and you might have a bad year and you can't take an income for that year. Like, no one just makes, like, there's very few people that make multi-million-dollar years all the time. And if you do earn that kind of money, it's normally near the end of your productive life as a worker. It's probably in the 55 to 65 range. So at most, say you're earning $1 million every year by then, that's only $10 million. That's a seventh of what you need for her lifestyle. And she's freaking what? We'll just say 27, 28, maybe 30. I mean, come on here. This is, now I'm getting pissed. I mean, this is, and like I said, this is only talking about house and income and cars. There's more to this. There's a lot more to this.
So keep playing.
Yes, please.
Okay. Bandit is on a torturing spree tonight.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, they're so sexy. So that would be.
How much is that car?
I don't even know. Probably at least like 1.5 mil for sure.
my
At
God.
least. I don't
Okay,
even
so
know.
what about not the dream car, but
Something more realistic.
Are you shitting me, dude? You can't be serious. Oh. Damn, she got me there.
Gotcha, bitch.
She really got me there.
This is her realistic car coming up. Realistic.
A Pagani. Boys, not a Ferrari, not a Lambo. She'd like a hyper car in 5,000 square feet on 5 acres. And if she needs more space, you better be able to, gotta provide it. And what do you get in return as a man? Here's the question we all got. What do you get as a man for providing all of this? Imagine in the land of make-believe, you can provide everything she asks for. Why choose her? OG Ball, 2,400 square feet is a family home of 4 people. Bro, you could fit way more people in 2,400. Yeah. Kids could share a goddamn room there. I told you, insane, my dudes. That's dude. Wow, bro. Someone's been coddled growing up.
That I would get.
just to give us a ballpark, like a kind
Yeah.
of range.
Maybe like some sort of like F12 Ferrari, like an A12 super fast would be super
That's her
cool,
average.
or maybe like
Hold
average
the
car.
fuck up, bruh. I don't have a song. What song could I play for this shit? Is this like? This has to be the only song that properly fits this. She can't be serious. So you can't have your hypercar and you want an F12 Ferrari. And that's considered settling.
some sort of like F12 Ferrari. Realistic that
Yeah,
I would
Realistic.
get.
Just to give us a ballpark, like
Yeah.
a range.
Maybe like some sort of like F12 Ferrari, like an A12 super fast would be super cool, or maybe like a 458.
Okay. How much are those?
Would
Like
be
80?
ideal.
No.
Those are probably
like $250,000 and up. That's what those are. And that's used. She wants a 458 Italia. Yeah, dude, good luck. $250,000 starting.
depending like 300,000 to 525K, just
All right.
depending on what you go with, and
She's a car girl.
love them.
All right, and then what about vacation? How important is travel to you? Like international? What are we thinking?
So I've not done any crazy international travels personally, but I'm always open to exploring. And I love the oceans. So like French Polynesian Islands would be super cool to vacay for a little while, or I don't even know, Australia.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. She is delusional. She's a delusional crazy bitch. But
I'm
the
not here to
sound effects, the sound effects, Bandit, aren't helping. They're actually making it worse.
It's only helping in the sense because like I'm ready to throw this phone through a wall because this is just flat out insanity. Like, okay, $500,000. Okay, let's be real here. The average American might earn that by the time they're 45 to 50 years old over their lifetime of financial earnings. Like, if you take the average salary, okay, 50,000, and then you figure, yeah, a third of that's taxes, you're only making like, we'll call it 300 or 37,500. 10 years, you're making 375,000. 15 years to 20 years, you're earning $500,000 as your lifetime working, okay? 20 years. You only work for 40 years. So just to freaking afford the house is going to take you half of, if you don't spend a dime anywhere else, the average person might make $750,000 in their lifetime, realistically speaking, and you want a $500,000 house, not counting, and you want kids, and you want these hypercars, and you want education for the kids, and you want a shore house, and you want to go on these vacations, not just once in a lifetime, every year or every other year. Like, where's the respect for the working dollar here? Like, I don't know how you guys feel in the chat, or Contriver or Mandy, how you feel about this whole goddamn thing, but how freaking insulting is this to hear? Because I'm about like livid right now. I don't know how you guys feel.
Contriver. He's muted. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, I feel that she'll never get what she wants.
Oh, absolutely.
Or what she's expecting.
The ending is the important part, because the ending, they're going to go over what the average person makes for her age and what she thinks the average person makes. That's where the delusion comes full circle. So this is just her dream, and then she's going to wonder if she's going to figure out how much the average person makes for her age. And they'll break it down percentages based on like the top 1%, the top 25%. So that part, you can skip all this, but if you get to her, you just find her near the end. And and there's an interview, this same delusional girl, they have 6 other girls that they're interviewing this on. She's just the worst of all of them.
Okay.
'60s. Why do you think? What do you think makes
They wanted
women
a little bit
feel
more.
like they want that? Like, what is causing women to want the 1%ers?
I think a lot of it is like social media hype and just this grand idea of what's obtainable nowadays, which it totally is, but you have to work for it. And that's why it's 1% and not a.
See, I like this music. This is nice.
You have to work for it. That's it. And she wants a Pagani. Just got to find a man that works for it.
Wait, what's a Pagani exactly?
Okay, Pagani is there's a small racing company that hand builds cars. This is something like race car drivers, not NASCAR. I'm talking like the Formula racers drive. That's what they'll use to drive in like Formula 1. Like, we're talking a car that does like a 0 to 60 in like sub 3 seconds. We're talking these cars are like a mix of NASCAR and rally cars put together. Like basically it's a comparison of a street legal Formula One race car. That's a
Mm.
Bugatti, and then she thinks, "Oh, I deserve that." I mean,
Wait,
granted,
is
every guy in this chat probably is like, "Hell yeah, I wish I can afford something like that." But I mean, we don't go and say, I wish I can afford a Bugatti. I mean, we'll go, "Hey, it'd
okay?
be
A,
nice
a
to have that."
Bugatti. A Bugatti is different than a Pagani.
Bugatti, they're on the same par. A
Okay.
Bugatti and the car she's saying are about the same level.
Okay.
It's just her car is more on the racing end, and the other one's more of can drive in a straight line very, very fast.
So she is going to race her car on the 5,000 square feet property?
Yeah, that's
Or
what
we have to build another race track for her outside in the vicinity.
correct.
Even if she
Y'all
has
are
a race car on public roads, she cannot drive the car at the top speed. Who is this Mr. Gordon Fiala?
I don't know.
You gotta work for it. So easy, bro. By the way, at 27, you gotta be 27 and have all the shit. Now, we're not talking 50, 60, a lifetime. No. You gotta be 27 and have all this shit. Shit.
Everybody's doing it. So it's not bad to want that, but you have to surround yourself with those types of people. So honestly, for a long time, you're probably going to be in the 25%. That's how you strive and you get better and you meet the right people. So,
Well, what the fuck? Do you know how statistics work? You're not going to, a long time, you got to surround yourself with 25%ers. They're 25%ers. They're not common statistically.
so I think they want it because it seems so obtainable based on social media.
Do you think a lot of people just don't know the statistics around it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I was a little shocked when, obviously the 1% is going to be that higher income, but what was the beginning?
Back up a little bit.
The median is 41.
Yeah, that was shocking to me.
Yeah, a little bit before that, they did the breakdown, but they said the median income for a 27-year-old is 41K.
Okay.
41K.
Mm-hmm. That's considerably a lot less than what she is wanting. Like by a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be honest with you, but I mean, it makes sense.
I'll tell you some other ones that are crazy too. So the median income never eclipses $65,000 regardless of the age.
What?
In 2021 alone, only 23.4% of the male workforce made 100K. And that's all ages. So you have to assume a lot of them are older too. Like
Right.
hardly any of them would be 27.
Right. Wow. What?
And there's actually only one age from 16 to 75 where the top 10% of men make 200K. If you had to guess what it is, what would you say?
34.
75 years old.
What? Yeah, bringing it home. Old baller.
Look at her face.
What the fuck was that?
She's like
She is
75.
going to be a sugar baby instead of being someone's wife. Even at the age of 27, when she has been railroaded and ran through by all the Chads and Tyrons.
I mean, wait, you have it paused. Look at her face. Ecstatic, happy. She's like, it's not like the delusion she's recognizing. She's like, oh, now I guess I have to date 75-year-olds. I mean, this is the thought process going through her head right now.
Hold on. I have to address this. Mr. Gordon, I don't know who you are, but if you are pro-feminism, then perhaps you would be getting some pity sex somewhere down the gutter, and that's okay. That's okay. We are not feminists over here. Feminism is just a first world Marxist problem, although it has been percolated elsewhere across the world. But that does not mean that feminism is okay, because there is a clear recognition between the hunter gatherer phenomena. And in case you didn't get the memo, you are getting it right now. Okay? Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Bandit.
That's not a laugh of funny. That's like I'm worried. 75 years old. Aw, shit. Wrinkly sacks are in my future. She wants those 5 acres. Wrinkly pipes are in the future. That's it. Want it all, eh? Clock's ticking. Average men in Tijuana is like 7,000. So 35 kids, top 10. Yeah, good luck, bro. You're not on her radar. Trust me. At all. Not even close. Most men in the U.S. aren't on her radar. I recently moved from India to Canada and got a $100K USD job and thought I was at the top coming from a poor country. But guess I'm still poor. Yeah, Raul. You're a bug sandwich salary. That's what you are. In their eyes. You don't even exist at 100K. My man. You got a Pagani?
That's so cool.
Would you date a 75-year-old
No.
to get the money?
No.
So where do you think these guys?
She wouldn't date a 75-year-old.
Oh, this girl's I will send that link in the chat if you guys want to watch it. I mean, we beat a dead horse on this one. We don't need to play this anymore. But I'm just
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
Play my video, which is in
watch
the
this
private
video.
chat.
If you really want to like put your fist through a wall, watch this video, because it really goes into the thought process. You read their body language, read what they're saying, read when they get happy or sad or disgusted. Like, it's so telling.
Shall we continue?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm glad that, well, this is a Pearly Things video, but I like how PBD's doing a lot of the social commentary. Jebediah's little podcast seems to be doing really good too. She keeps having...
Valuetainment money, I think it is.
Yeah, well, and Adam Sosnick's, he started out with just money and he got like no views, and then he started talking about manosphere stuff and it started getting better.
Yes.
So no, I think it's important that they did that though, to bring more awareness. And
shall we continue?
Yes.
So
The lead attorney is in this one.
Probably differently, and the system is probably different in every state.
It's state to state, that's true.
Yeah.
But in pretty much every state in the nation, the rules, the laws are set to where there's no preference given.
Because in California, they actually try to push the fathers to be more involved and have the kids more. And so they push to have that 50-50 custody if the
when
father...
you say they, who is they?
The system, the judge, the
So
courtroom.
you're saying that the judge tries...
The attorneys.
No, wait, let's be specific,
Yeah.
because you're speaking in all these generalities, and I want to know specifically, when you say they are pushing men to have more time with their kids, who is they?
Court judge.
What is
That's
the
what I've been
judge?
told from attorneys.
That's what you've been told. Okay, which judge is pushing for fathers to have more time with their
So
kids?
basically what they say is that they
Who
really,
says?
like, my attorney, when I did everything.
Okay, your attorney, your
Yeah.
one attorney
Pause.
said-
You're just
You're just one.
He said your one attorney just said that, and you are taking it at face value. She says to him, who has been practicing in matrimonial cases for the past 20 years
Mm-hmm.
as a lawyer, as an advocate, That, oh, okay, so you are also just one attorney. And at the end of the video, these were presented the statistics that 90% of the child custody comes to a woman. And then what happened, that she said, well, because it is good for the child and whatnot. She was giving an escape route to the insanity that 90% of the custody goes to a woman, child custody. So we are not talking about alimony, palimony, or anything. We are talking strictly about here in this video regarding child support and child custody. And before we begin, I would give some numbers. These are from the book of Mark Rudolph, Under the Clitoral Hood, and he posted the statistics.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the book names could be, the name of the book could be funny, but the figures are not. And these are 2002 statistics. As per NOW, National Organization of Women, and AOL, 55% of married women cheat on their husbands. 80 to 85% of women file a no fault divorce. And in 90 to 95% of cases, women get the child custody.
Mm-hmm.
Alongside alimony, palimony, child support, a license to sleep around in after their heydays with boys half their age or sometimes even underage, but they are not called anything, rapist, pedophile. They coerced a boy to sleep with them when they are high school teachers. It's all fine. They are shielded from themselves because the laws are as such, and the judges make money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like people complain about the military industrial complex or military industrial media complex, people should say that this is a prison industrial complex, divorce industrial complex. In India, even the Supreme Court calls it as quote unquote legal terrorism, but obviously they cannot do anything about it because these judges, these corrupt officials, these corrupt people, these corrupt sociologists and feminists and activists make money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
The state is not making money out of strong families of both mother and father under one roof, raising a
Right.
child.
Right. All those people that have degrees wouldn't have a fucking job. All those women
Exactly.
that
Exactly.
have social services and poli sci and psychology, and yeah, all those women would be out a job.
I think we should take a cue from the Indian Supreme Court and start calling this as legal terrorism. Shouldn't we?
It is. It's definitely emotional and mental terrorism.
It is legal terrorism as well because you have to hire a lawyer on your part, which is not at all required. You have to, even in some cases, not in some cases, in majority of the cases, you have to pay for the lawyer's fees of your own wife who is trying
Mm.
to divorce you, at least in India, alongside the subsistence allowance that you have to give to her even when the case is going on and the matter is still sub judice and you have not acquired the divorce decree in your favor from the court.
Mm-hmm.
Because just like Dr. Carnel Smith, when
Mm-hmm.
he came on your channel, Good Mother, what did he say? That family court is not a court of law, it is a court of equity.
Yes. Yeah. Prophetic says, who's the worst female? Janelle Gordon. She's the worst. She saw what Pearl was doing and went 100% more radical in on her point. I don't know if I've seen her. Is she saying repeal the 19th?
There is a woman called Jedediah Blue. She also appears on Adam Sosnick's podcast.
Oh, Jedediah has her own podcast.
Okay. But she also appears sometimes. The first time I saw her, it was on this very podcast of Adam Sosnick.
Yeah.
So I have actually watched her, and she uses all the talking points but she never says for repeal the 19th.
Oh, I know. She's a feminist.
I know. It is
Yeah.
just that, look, we predicted this back in 2015. Anti-feminism is going to become the new feminism.
Yeah, but Jedediah actually, I think she worked in media. Like, I think she was on
Yes,
The View. She was your typical feminist that did the career thing first and then got married and had a baby late. She barely missed her opportunity to still have a family, but yeah, her podcast I think it's doing well. I mean, she's consistently calling out the women, which I love.
but we
Just
should
when
not
you,
forget, lest
yeah,
we forget that she is a grifter.
well, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, even I would say Pearlie is a grifter. Yes, but at present, she is doing more damage to the feminist side,
Yeah,
and we are seeing the after effects of it. So, I mean, these are your words. I'm just paraphrasing.
yeah.
She's
All
doing
right.
more damage.
Yeah,
So, it is good.
she's doing a lot of damage actually.
Play.
Okay. I need to make some tea. How much before you want to unplay? Before you want me to pause this again?
Play it fully because the audience is going to understand either way.
Okay, I'm gonna play it and then I'm gonna make some tea, so I'm not gonna be able to pause it. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
An attorney as well.
Right, but I've been doing this for 20 years.
But
I'm trying to.
my divorce attorney was one of the top in San Diego.
But that's what
But the other
you're
point though
saying.
that you're saying though that doesn't make any sense is you're saying that the judges choose that men. Okay, we went back to disagreeability.
Mhm.
What is the guy supposed to do? Like, so if Adam's gonna get married and he's gonna have children, you didn't really get to helping him. So like, what
I mean,
is?
I think that's
Look
why
at
that's
he-
why
That's
that's why
what I'm
so
trying
that's
to
why
tell
so
you.
many men are walking away from marriage today.
Exactly.
Is because it doesn't benefit
Just a
them.
bad deal is what
Yeah,
you're
it's a bad deal
You're
for
saying,
guys
how do
today.
we fix it? And this is what I'm telling you. For an individual man right now, there is no fix. Now, the
So you're
laws,
saying to not get married?
the laws are changing. In Atlanta, for example, they've just started this year pushing that to move away from the system where fathers or mothers can get custody, because what judges are doing, they're using that discretion to just basically give mothers custody. Now Georgia is moving to a system to where the default is 50-50, and that's where we need to be. The if the judge starts out and says, okay, here's what we're going to do, you guys are going to get divorced, that's fine. 50% of the time with the mom, 50% of the time with the dad. Now, if anybody has any objection to that, I'll listen. And if anybody doesn't want that, I'll listen.
That's how
But
California is.
that's how California
Yeah,
is. We're
so
talking
that's-
about the nation. We're not cherry picking over here. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not, oh, my one friend this, or
But
this particular state.
to Atlanta,
men,
right?
and women
But
are
what was
men only
the
win custody. It's like 20% of the time.
Yeah, let me get
So-
this.
so
Let me
if you're- if you're-
guys, if I
majority
may,
of
let me get to
time-
some stats, and I want to get your opinion on this. So, we're going to cover relationships, who to date, who not to date, divorce, all that. We're all over the map here. All good. Have fun. So here's some divorce stats for you guys. Nationally, we're not cherry picking over here.
Exactly.
Here's some stats for you guys. Man versus woman. Women file for divorce 70% of the time. That goes up to 90% of the time when they're college educated. Beware those smart girls, y'all. Women get the kids 90% of the time.
This is what she doesn't
Average child
understand.
support payment is $720 a month. Alimony is around 40% of the guy's income. These are stats. And then men are way more likely to end up getting depressed, fat, alcohol, drugs, and suicidal. So back to this point that I kind of want to discuss. The divorce rate, 70% women initiate this. You said this is exactly why men are so hesitant to get married today. So is marriage an outdated deal for men? What do you think, Pearl?
I mean, I think men and women are better together, and like marriage is good as an institution, but I feel like the government ruined it. I just think it's a bad deal for men the way the laws are today.
Okay. So what should men do if they want to get married and you believe that family unit is ideal? should men just kind of be clear-eyed going into this?
This is why I brought the attorney.
This is why you brought the attorney.
So
you can't hide behind the attorney, Pearl. You got to answer the
No,
question.
I'm saying
you can't handle the truth.
No, I'm saying like that's why the legal. I mean, some guys do the prenup. Some guys choose to walk away. Some guys. I've heard of a guy that lives with a girl but has her pay the rent so she can't. Because I guess she can seize your assets legally if she's just living with you for a certain amount of time, and that can include like even if she leaves her stuff at your apartment.
Yeah.
And so I've heard some like guys have interesting solutions.
So is marriage just a bad deal for men these days? Let's go there.
Or is it a bad deal for someone who makes the most money?
Well, listen,
because I feel like it's not even just men or women; it's whoever makes the most money in the relationship. It's why are we pigeonholing it
That's
to
not
men or
true.
women?
And again, the stat that you just read
Well,
about
they're not
women,
gonna. Okay, if you
let
are
me
married,
finish, please. Let me
if
finish.
you're
Let me
married,
finish. The stat that you just read about women getting custody 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why it's so good to have a couple on here that and they're both ignorant about these laws. It says, oh well, just men get custody 50% of the time too, and it's not true. If women get primary physical custody 90% of the time, that should be a stat that shocks them. Right?
do you think that they should take a 1-year-old or a baby and give the primary custody to the male?
See?
The man, the dad.
Again,
Or
It's actually
the
a
I
really good
told
point.
you.
I just
Like if it's
I
a
just
newborn.
I
If
just
it's a
answered the
newborn.
question.
Moving the goalposts.
Yep.
It's what we do. We move the goalpost. I mean, come on, man. Like,
Do you think it is necessary that a 1-year-old should be taken away from the hands of the breastfeeding mother?
you don't negotiate with terrorists. I mean, literally,
Right.
she doesn't compromise. Like, it's my way, always my way. And the guy's listen to the way. Look at the demeanor here. The guy has his legs crossed, hands on his knees, speaking monotone as possible. Look at the girl's posture. She has that bitchy face. Her eyes are deadlocked into his. She has an air of arrogance. Like, and then who's spitting facts and who's on the defensive? I mean, this is just clear looking at body language. This is looking at a delusion that she's been sold a feminist lie. This shows everything. It's ridiculous.
How many men have tried to defend the indefensible, which is their woman, and got knocked out with a knockout punch or a sucker punch, or got stabbed or shot in the street when they are defending their woman who was wearing a skimpy dress from that part of the town at that time when it was not required at all?
Millions.
This is one of that woman
Yeah.
who would get her husband killed and then cry about it. Oh my God, how did this happen?
This is the type of girl that wears a mini skirt and then bitches that she's got catcalled.
Right. Right.
Seriously, like the cognitive dissonance is just off the scale. This is you're going against my narrative. You're hurting my feelings. I'm going to go scorch earth. That's all this is. Her fifis are hurt because there's facts involved and she can't adjust. So instead of taking this is like no one knows how to take an L. Like clear definition of I don't know how to take an L, so I get double, triple, quadruple down. Take the L, walk away. I mean, come on here. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, but they don't do that.
Oh, I know.
Play.
I just have that question. Do
I
you
just
think yes or
answered the
no?
question. It should be default 50-50. It's half of the man's genetics, half of the woman's genetics, half of the man's chromosomes, half of the woman's chromosomes. It's half their baby. It can't be, well, you know, we're gonna give the mom the kid until the kid's age 2, and then we're gonna introduce the dad. No. If the mom wants to breastfeed, that's fine. The mom can breastfeed on her time and can send bottles to the.
But no one's arguing with you that it should be 50-50.
What do you mean?
You're saying it should be default.
She just
50-50.
asked. Your girlfriend just asked if the father should have. What did you say? If the
I'm saying that the mother should not be the primary custody. But honestly, when
that's
it's
what she just
50-50,
said
the
that.
kids going
You're
back
saying
and forth.
that no one should say it shouldn't be 50-50. And your
No,
girlfriend just
I'm
said it.
saying the primary, like with the person like the kid living with the mom. But honestly, when it's 50-50, they're not they're not full time at anyone's house. They're bouncing back and forth.
So
And
your
that's what the
your question
California
was
state law pushes for.
your statement said your statement was no one's saying that it shouldn't be 50-50. Your girlfriend just said that it shouldn't. And I agree with you. It should be 50-50. It should not be where the mother, just being a mother, gets primary physical custody of these kids.
Okay.
So I agree with you. I don't agree with her.
Look at her face.
Father should have equal right to these
Resting
children.
bitch face. There it is.
I'm
And
just going off of what I know.
that stat that the man sitting
Look
next
at the
to
You know
attitude.
nothing, bitch.
90% of
Ignorant.
the time, women get primary physical custody of these kids.
But
I know what you're saying.
Imagine if it was
Nah.
vice
I
versa.
know, but
Like, imagine if it was vice versa. If women only got custody 10% of the time,
I
like we
agree.
would be in uproar
But
about
Absolutely.
it.
I feel like
But you never hear about it because when it comes to men, like
we're
like
not
people-
looking at
people-
all the reasons though. Like there could be reasons
Moving
to
the
why that's that
goalposts.
is.
90%
The
of
man-
the
Oh, so
time.
there are
Right,
reasons
but
for
there's
that.
reasons to where okay,
So you
maybe
think
the
9 out of
father
10
did not want to be around.
9
Maybe
out
the
of
father
10.
can't be around as
9
much.
out of 10. 9 out of
Yes.
10 of them.
Yes, 9 out of 10.
Wow, that's a bold statement.
That's what I think.
Be clear about this. 9 out of 10 should be
dating a
what?
woman that
I
feels
guess I
so
don't understand. That's
bad
not right.
against
Everyone relax.
men.
I'm saying
Madison, what do you
that,
say?
I'm saying that there's so many reasons to why this this percentage could be this high.
Did you know that I just saw an article the other day that are more likely to get custody of their children? Prostitutes.
Pearl, that is such a great point because
Fuckers.
everybody, just like her, everybody wants to look at what the problems are, what the man are, and assume that the mother is a good mother. I have represented so many shitty mothers that still get custody of these kids, but everybody's like, oh well, 90% of the time the moms get custody, so there must be a reason on the dad's side. This is what you just said. No one looks at the mother's side though and wonders why is it. If women are human beings too, if men can be poor fathers, then women can be poor mothers. Why is it that even with women being poor mothers, they get custody 90% of the time?
Yeah.
Right? If you sit back and think about this, it doesn't make sense. Of course, there's a preference for women.
The men are getting screwed over by the.
As many of you know, I was.
That was
right,
rough.
Shinobi?
I rest my case, your lordship. I rest my case.
That was rough.
And I am depressed about Jeff's Texas Supreme Court deal.
When I read that, I actually shed a tear because I know what that gentleman is going through.
Right.
Is that the kid?
And
with the kid?
a good news for the viewers who didn't know. Only good mother knows. I'm going to make it public.
What?
Thank heavens, my ex got remarried.
So wait, is the Texas one? Is that the one with the trans?
Yes.
The mother wants the kid to be
Yep.
trans, and the dad said no.
Yep. And she
Okay.
took his son to California.
Oh man.
Yeah, and he even took it up to the Texas Supreme Court, and now she's apparently quote unquote protected under California law to do
So no
whatever
one-
she wants.
So, since it's a state issue now,
Mm-hmm.
I hate this verdict. I'm just saying. I'm trying to look at a silver line. I'm trying to stay positive here.
So
You
now it can go up to the Supreme
state-
Court?
Yes, it can go into the Supreme Court of the United States because now it's a federal issue because it's technically, if you're thinking about it, it's technically state commerce. I mean,
Exactly,
but
because
they're gonna.
it has
It's
become trans state, and so now there is a conflict of law between two local bodies of two respective states, that is California and Texas. So
Mhm.
now, to mitigate the issue, you need a third neutral party. That would be the Supreme Court of United States.
And the scary thing is, if it goes to the Supreme Court, if it's a win for Texas, that's great. But if it's a loss for Texas, if it ends up that she's allowed to do this, you're going to see, especially with a Biden and all this, you're going to see that being a law of the land. You're going to see they're going to pass a stupid law and they're going to say, it's okay now. If you don't like these laws here, you can go to another state. Now, that kind of opens the Pandora's box for so much crap to go down.
Bandit,
Oh,
Bandit, listen. I understand what you are saying about the Pandora's box it would open a can of worms. We all know that. But the fact is that you have been trying to stop the bleeding.
No, I'm not. I'm
Rip
not.
off the band-aid once and for all. So let us see the real female nature in all its entirety regarding this pedophile woman as well.
Because
Bob cut, resting bitch face, laughing pedophile woman.
yep, and the thing is,
So don't think that this is going to, because all you people have been doing on the so-called right or the conservative side is trying to stop the bleeding.
no, I'm letting the whole
Let
world
it
burn.
let it be ripped off once and for all, and let it bleed, because then people would understand as to what is what. Because men, we are not duns, we are duns, but we are not idiots, total idiots. We obey law because you know it is not because we don't have a choice.
Yeah, and
If
you
I
think
am going to, I posted that Mike Tyson interview, and in the end he said that I went to jail for 5 years or the 3.5 years or something. I wish that I would had raped her. Why? Because I was innocent. And this has been the case with Tupac Shakur, Mike Tyson, Donald Trump. Grab them by the genitals or whatever. Men cannot be men under the imposition of these laws. Good mother knows that, you know that, I know that, everyone in the chat knows that. It is just that we want to turn a blind eye towards the problem.
well, Contriver, take that a step further. It's not these laws, it's all laws.
Yeah.
Laws are designed to protect women at the cost of male sovereignty.
Well, and the cost of the fucking safety of children.
Well, but which is the responsibility of men anyway. So we're back to the same argument. All laws are designed. If you understand, it's a zero-sum game. All laws are to protect women at the cost of men. And the pendulum is past 50-50 at this point. Now it's just going to snowball into the collapse. And I'm not denying anything you're saying. I agree with everything. I'm trying to get people to survive the collapse because it's going to happen. But what makes me nervous, like this, passing something like this would be the linchpin that's going to cause everything to crumble from there. This has the potential of getting exactly what you're talking about. Like, seriously, if this goes down the wrong way, which it probably will. If I was a betting man, I would say it's about 75% going
The
the wrong way.
moment, Mr. Bandit, I completely understand. You are my brother, okay?
Mhm.
I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is this. This was inevitable the moment you laid the foundation for castrating, emasculating, dehumanizing, and demonizing a man in his own house, under his own roof. And that is what has led to this thing. Now, if this is going to open the gates of the dam, then so be it.
No, I'm
The
saying it's
dam
going
was
to.
already having cracks and whatnot. So let the river flow. And if there is going to be shall we say, a situation of catastrophe, then it is going to happen because the dam cannot hold on forever. That is reality. Every river has an ecosystem.
Yeah.
And if you would try to disturb that ecosystem, someday or the other, it is going to burst. And
Yeah.
now the dam is going to burst. Let us see who survives, because all these people would be,
Well, this is
drowning in water.
this isn't just. I just want to clarify, and I'm understanding exactly. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, but what you're saying with this is it's going to be. It's not just the collapse of the system; it's collapsing of the whole United States. Like, because this is grounds for civil war when it comes down to it. And it's no, but I'm saying it's going to be society. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. I'm not. I'm just saying this is going to lead to everything falling apart, 100%. They
Oh
pass
yes.
this,
Oh
it opens the
yes.
floodgates for everything to fall apart, and you get Civil War round two, and no one knows the outcome. It's just going to be a bloody mess. This time, instead of having muskets, we're going to have machine guns. It's the same shit. We don't learn. And I'm agreeing with you. Society does need to collapse. That this is the kind of bullshit that's going to promote a toxic, you know, amoral
You,
society. It is what
we
it is.
have we have lingered on a problem too far. Either you have to become like the Amish or the shall we say Mormons, not Mormons because they have now introduced contraceptive pills and whatnot. It doesn't make any sense. And other than that, Amish and Mennonites. These are the only two communities within United States of amnesia that are going to survive.
There's a couple more that you don't realize. There's the Hutterites. Well, the Amish will survive. The Mennonites won't. Mennonites are just they're like Amish light. I deal with Mennonites all the time. I've worked on their houses doing construction. They're just Amish light. They're not as extreme. Hutterites will survive. Orthodox Jews will survive. Orthodox Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, anything that's Orthodoxy is going to survive, because they build a
They
foundation.
have the patriarchal structure.
Yeah,
That's
but and it doesn't matter. I don't know many of the Muslim end, but they're going to survive. So it's going to come down to when everything collapses. It's just going to be a pendulum shift the other way that we always talk about. You go one way, the correction's always twice as worse on the other side.
the thing is, look, there is a book called A Savage Order, and in that book, it is written that some of the select few aristocracies of the world had always been doing civilization, destruction, and then again re-civilization. So these sort of things happen. I mean, we should not look at it as a catastrophe. We should look at it as uh, a cyclical thing. And it is since the days of the Roman Empire. Otherwise, Rome would have existed even today, isn't it?
Yep. And the thing is learning how to survive it, and that's kind of like that's my thought process. Why I'm having different streams with different people is because I'm trying to get people to the point of surviving this. Because I'm coming at it with the same idea that you are. It's just we're having two different ways of accomplishing the same goal. I mean, we all know that this is eventually going to happen. It's going to happen a lot sooner than a lot of people realize. The question is how getting to the point of surviving this and getting to the point where this doesn't affect you. Once you have that mindset, who cares? Let the system burn. But if you don't have that mindset, you're up shit's creek without a paddle. 100%. So we have to work on that. And we have to work together to get as many people the knowledge base to make that ultimate decision if they want to do it or not. And now we can't, I'm not going to hold people's hands and tell them this is what you should do and you should take these steps and do all this. You're going to have to make the ultimate decision.
You
But
know,
I can show you
regarding
the
that,
path. That's all I can do.
regarding that, Bandit and Good Mother, have you seen the movie The Mosquito Coast? Movie, not the TV series right now. Oh, it is a very good movie starring Harrison Ford. And this was in 1987. The movie in which he had five children. He left United States, got to an unknown place called the Mosquito Coast, and they were giving survival techniques and whatnot to his children.
Yeah.
And his family. And all were happy, all were doing whatever they could after leaving United States. And this is how you should learn how to survive, because when he was even doing the work, he was saying that I'm teaching my children top notch survival skills, fish farming, making a house, you know uh, it is coming along or something. And they were actually learning actual skills. Since the days of the early man, as we used to read in our history books regarding the hunter gatherer phenomena in India.
Hmm. I'm going to have to check it out.
The Mosquito Coast,
The Mosquito Coast.
1987 movie.
Mm.
Hold on, let me give you the link of the movie itself. Oh, it is in the private chat. Yes, this one. Bandit, you were saying something, brother.
No, I was just saying, like, we may be coming at it at two different angles, but we're all. I just want to just reiterate, we're all coming at the same net result.
Mhm.
It's not. It's just attacking the problem from two different angles, and it's more of we need to be working together and not focusing on our differences, but focusing on the way we can accomplish the same goals.
Oh, yeah, okay, Bandit, because, okay.
What? What am I speaking out of turn here?
No, the guys, I've noticed that I think the guys just enjoy fighting it with each other. Even the most, like, I see two camps currently going at it that literally have 95% of things in common. And they're fighting over some bullshit. And I don't get it. I really don't. It gives me a headache.
Ma, come on,
Wait,
Ma,
you're
come
dealing
on.
between
Who
adults
is
and
going to
children.
fight? Are the women going to fight?
But the dudes are fighting each other.
Well, mother, this is the thing. If you are for reinstating patriarchy, I'm all for it, hands down. I mean, any day, any time. I'm completely hale and hearty about it. My problem only is the selective patriarchy or trying to, use the paraphernalia of the English language, which is a very great language, by the way, and using all the phrases and whatnot to describe it in a more intellectual way when it is just primal instincts from a biological standpoint. I have no problem with Bandit, none whatsoever. But the thing is, Bandit tries to intellectualize that from his standpoint, and he is not wrong in doing that. But it is just a biological standpoint from a primal instinct, which is the essence of what he is trying to describe in a more sophisticated language. That's all I'm saying. And
Okay.
he's
Yeah.
still not wrong. He's still not wrong.
It's just, I mean, I understand male dominance and male wants to be right, and I get all that. It's just, I see, and I also see where good mothers come out of it. It's frustrating that we can't freaking, we're basically bashing our heads against the wall and saying, oh, the sky is red when it's really blue. And, but the only way guys learn is the number one thing they learn by is experience. We don't really, and the smart ones learn from wisdom, but it takes a long time for someone to ask the important question: when should I experience something, or when should I learn from past experience? Most of the time, people don't have the ego to say, I will take someone else's advice over my advice, because it's counterproductive as a man. You want to experience stuff, you want to lead and not be a follower. But it's knowing the time to ask the questions and to revert to wisdom from someone that's older than you, from a mentor or someone that you trust, compared to living it and learning this life lesson your own self. Most people take the second route. I'm not saying we need to cuck and do it exactly what everybody tells you to do, but no one talks about the other part: when to take constructive criticism, when to be better, when to grow yourself, when to take wisdom from somebody else. Because half this shit would be completely done if people didn't want to just say, I'm gonna do it myself. Like, that mentality is wrong. For,
Yeah.
Well,
it's
let
right
us
about
just
for
take.
like 90% of the stuff. It's right. Yeah, experience stuff, but
Let,
that important 10% that you need to learn from past experiences because hey, we've done this before you. Don't the just because the ship has a hole in it doesn't mean you got to blow it up. You can or maybe we got to change the whole freaking thing, but you have to take the whole freaking picture in and then decide what you're going to do,
ah,
not just
oh,
not just react
yes.
to a problem. That's what I'm saying. Like,
And good mother, you be the judge, jury, and executioner between my point of contention with Bandit and people from his mindset, not Bandit as in a particular, but people from his mindset. What did Bandit say right now? Just because you don't have a hole in the ship doesn't mean that you have to blow everything off. No, I'm not saying for that. I'm saying that if the hole in the ship cannot be fixed, it is as good as Estonia or Titanic.
yes, I agree. And that's what I'm saying. We're agreeing on that. But
So if we are going to blow up the whole ship, then there shall be no ship and everyone has to fend for themselves. So why is it wrong to say that just because you have a whole ship does not mean that you have to blow it up? Of course, because it is as good as a drowned ship.
and what
It
I'm
does not
and what
contain
I'm saying,
any treasures naturally.
but I was using as a metaphor to explain why men want to experience things and not learn from someone else's wisdom. That's what I'm trying
It
to
takes.
explain. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I'm saying we are coming at the same way, but men learn by doing things. They don't learn from. It's really hard and it takes a lot of wisdom and age to realize when I should listen to someone else's opinion and say, yes, let the system burn. Because most guys are fixers. They see a problem and they fix it. It's what we're designed to do. It's our biology. We so we have to go against that if we want to let the system collapse. And that's what I'm saying about it. You need to understand the difference between wisdom of letting the system burn and the I'm I want to experience stuff, fix the damn problem. Okay, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm trying to say. It takes a long time to realize. Okay, just let it burn. It's just like a forest fire. Like you got to burn the brush away so the trees can drop certain nuts that it takes a fire for the nut to open up so it can create a new tree. And it will never happen until there's a forest fire. Okay, however, you got to let the brush burn to make the forest survive. Or sometimes you got to let the forest burn all the way down to the ground and you got to restart it. Either way, it takes wisdom to know when to let the forest burn and when to just let the brush burn. But now most
Exactly.
but
And
men
and and
but let me finish this real
but,
quick.
but
Let me
okay.
finish this real quick. But men are the helicopter pilot with going into pools to grab the buckets of water out of pools to let the douse the fire out. That's the average man. I see a problem, I'm going to fix it instead of letting the fire burn and be destructive. But at the end of the result, it's going to make something beautiful down the road. That's why you're putting your head against the wall. Men want to put the fire out, but you got to let the fire do its thing to better fix the system in the long term. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let us take it away from you and me and the point of contention on that very 10% or 5%
Yeah.
of what we have. Let us take it to Mr. Jeff Younger and what he is going through right now because he has been denied his parental rights.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if more men would look and focus on his case and say that we are not going to marry, and if we even get married, we are not going to have children because of this fact that a man could be castrated in a Texas Supreme Court, and his children and his son could be castrated by ensnarement from his own mother. I mean, this is something that should put the country in a furor, but that
Yeah.
is not happening. Why it
Right.
is not happening is
Right.
because people think that it is too easy for men, that men would take it lying down. And you have rightly pointed out that this would be the catalyst, this would be the linchpin
Yes.
for actually opening up the for the dam to burst. Well, it was inevitable in the first stage. Why did you build a dam on a naturally flowing river in the first place? To generate electricity?
No, but
That is the same. What I'm
I
trying to portray is a fact that even if you take away from me and you, when the masses, and just like Mr. Iridium Kush said, it is just like a freight train. It starts slow, but when it gains a little bit of momentum, it becomes unstoppable. And it shall become unstoppable, because if you are going to awaken the masses on a larger scale, you need to have decisions like this one, because this is going to enlighten the masses. Nowadays, only men are not, and this is good, mother, please hear me out, please, because I am saying something serious now. Men thought during the days of MGTOW, during 2014 and 2015 and 2016, that only being a MGTOW is enough for self-sustenance, being a minimalist, and surviving in this feminazi bullshit society. Nowadays, it has reached to a point where being a MGTOW is not enough for surviving in this society.
and that's
You have
exactly
to
what
be.
I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
So do you think that every man out of 150 million, or any of the man who is there, or let us just say 1 billion men in the entire Western Hemisphere, they are just going to take it lying down?
Um, Honestly, you want my honest opinion? I'd say there's a significant part of the population that would take it lying down. I would say about a third. I'd say
About a third, right?
yeah, I would
I'm saying
ballpark.
you are presenting it way conservatively. I would say 70% of people are going to take it lying down. 70% of men are
Yeah.
going to take it lying down. But that 30% of men who are going to revolt are the ones who would turn radical. And
Yes.
when they would turn radical, you would find no place to hide, because they would be the ones who would also dictate the terms to other men, and they have to fall in line, otherwise, they would die.
Yeah, the only solution to a no-win
This is
situation
how
is to walk
Taliban
away.
started. This
Is
is
to
how
walk away.
I'm saying, well, walking away is not enough right now. That is all I'm saying. Look at Mr. Jeff Younger and what has happened to him. He could
Well,
not walk away because it is his flesh and blood. And that pedophile pediatrician, ex-wife of his, is trying to enchant and ensnare her own son, to chop off his genitals when he is a prepubescent child.
so you're
Yeah.
so the choice is simple. You have two options, okay? You either take this lying down and not do anything, which he's not going to do. He's proven not to do. But take this to the logical conclusion will eventually be that his wife is going to be stuck in California with a castrated son. Once the castration happens, where he's taking puberty blockers or whatever the case to turn him into a female, at that point, there's no return, okay? He's months away, potentially, from being castrated, chemically castrated. So once that happens, you have two options. You either ghost and just walk away and just there's nothing you can do, or bad shit's gonna happen to the wife. Like a lot of men would say this is worthy of going to jail. Am I saying this is right? Am I saying this is wrong? I'm just saying this is a complete fact. I'm not taking my emotions out of this. Literally, what's gonna happen is it's gonna be the choice of my husband being medically castrated or me going to jail. I'm taking me going to jail. Clear and
Let us
simple.
take it
I make that
let
decision
us
any single
let
day.
us take it let us take it away from Mr. Jeff Younger. Someone brought in the issue of Andrew Tate. What has happened with Andrew Tate? Now I know that he is an asshole and this, that, and the other, and he says some incendiary things, but at the end of the day, the Romanian government actually arrested him for rape and human trafficking. When he comes out, he would come out like a vegetable, or if he comes out, or if he is dead in the Romanian prison like Jeffrey Epstein, nobody would be able to know. Why? Because a man's masculine voice need to be curtailed,
No,
need to be choked, need to be silenced. Why a hook or crook or snook? That is the case that nobody wants to understand. Uh, this would Do you think that why the Muslim community living in the West, be it UK, France, Germany, or even US, who had four credit cards in their wallets, who had the best laptops, the best education system coming out of Ivy League and Harvard and Yale University, wanted to travel to Iraq and Syria and wanted to join ISIS because of this very thing, that you could transition and castrate a son,
mm-hmm.
of
Well,
this very thing, that feminism has given women more power. Why do you think the Taliban fought with the US military for 22 years? Because they don't want their women to turn into a Western slag, which
I
they
get
have
that.
become
And
because of
I'm going to answer
feminism.
your Tate question because you asked the Tate. We'll
Yeah.
talk about the Tate part.
Okay.
Tate's is pretty self-explanatory. They are turning. They realize they can't control Tate's narrative. So what do? They're character assassinating him, and it's one of those intimidation factors. If you can jail Andrew Tate, that has the money, the resources to do what he wants. If you can go after any man. It's just intimidation to keep men in line. That's all it is, because all
What
his
happened to
followers are going to be
Donald
like,
Trump? What
Tate's a
happened to Donald Trump?
multi-billionaire. I'm just let me finish this and then we can talk. If if Tate goes to jail, better for worse, I'm indifferent. If Tate goes to jail, all his followers, all everything he says is, "Oh, he's living this lifestyle." But the government at some point is just gonna throw his ass in jail because of the narrative. And he's making multi-million dollars. He's an MMA fighter. He's got all these chicks, and even he can't even survive. So that what it's doing, it's the purpose of it is to take men and to turn them into apathy. If it happens to him, it could happen to me. I'm not going to do anything. Or it's happened to him that has so many more resources than me. I stand no chance. The net result of the whole thing is apathy and not and giving up. That's the whole point. It's to demoralize people, to not to go against anybody that goes against the narrative is going to be completely and utterly wiped out, either socially destroyed, their lives destroyed through government. I mean, think about this. Who's sponsoring this? Might be the Romanian government, but you know for a fact the U.S. government's going,
Yeah,
hey,
the
we need to
US
shut this
government.
guy down. So, he might try to buy you off he might throw $200,000 to buy off a cop. Well, the U.S. government's going to be throwing away $2 billion to get Tate put away. It's like no way Tate can compete with the government. So Tate's going to go to jail. And then you're going to hear
So
this stage two is the media is going to come after him and say, "Oh, he's just a misogynist. This is what misogynists get." Just to let you know, anybody that decides to have these kind of viewpoints, well, you see what happened to Tate, that can happen to you. So you better do what we say, or you better just go in that hole that you buried. Because guess what? If you keep saying stuff like this, you're going to end up just like him. And that's the point of this. It's all straight intimidation.
let's take it a notch further. Donald Trump. What
Yeah.
happened to him? Being the sitting president who has not transferred to Joe Biden. I mean, I'm not talking about the election or the 6th of January insurrection, which was even a greater calamity than 9/11, according to some holier than thou bastards over there. But let us talk about what happened to a sitting president.
Mm-hmm.
These people, these big tech corporations or these companies are so powerful that they could actually disregard the opinion of a sitting president of the United States. This
And
is how
why
you
is
know they have so much power. With
but
the
but
deep state
why
is in
though?
cahoots with them.
Let's talk about the why. Why is that? Because they realize the easiest way to control masses is not through money anymore, it's through information. So
Exactly.
if you can control the information pathways, you can basically, just like the Soviets did, if you can control the information, you can control the narrative. If you can control the narrative, you can elect anybody you want. And the
Well,
fact
that is what even Joseph Stalin used to say. I'm not concerned about the people voting. I'm more and more concerned about the people who are counting the votes.
correct. And
And
it
and if I could elucidate further on that very point, the government has declared it. The government is a creation of two Latin words, which actually means control of the mind
yeah,
in Latin language.
it,
So, government is not there to help people, what they say in the civics history, by the people, of the people, and for the people. It is not. It is nothing of the kind. It is just them intimidating and harassing through their police state. 1984 Animal Farm, George Orwellian style. Now, this is the thing that we as the masses have to understand. The moment you go against the narrative, then the only people, and this is what even ironically someone like Jedediah also says in her short videos and whatnot. I've listened to some of the time, and I
Mhm.
left a comment over there, and this is what she says, good mother. She says that the only person who would come in the crosshairs of the government are men, masculine men. So
Mm-hmm.
they have to castrate them, emasculate them, so that they would not be able to even raise their head against the government. Now, I left a comment over there saying, you are a dollar short and 104 years too late. Because this is how the suffragettes who were bombing the bridges and the buildings started.
yeah. But the thing is, in a system that's this bad and you're gonna let it collapse,
Yes.
what
So what is wrong? My point is,
no, I'm
my
not saying
moot
no,
point is,
I'm agreeing with
what
you.
is wrong in letting this very system collapse?
I'm not. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it. What I'm trying to say is, we are assuming that there's a collapse. So, in a collapse, what what things are we willing to keep, and what things are we willing to ditch, and what are we? I mean, this. The hard argument is, once assuming you survive this and you can rebuild and start anew. Okay, how can you fix a system so this never happens again? Okay, and then whatever that case is, you have there's a two-way thing you have to look at this. What what can I do so this never happens again, and how do I train the next generation to not using not just knowledge but also using human behavior, how to get that next generation to learn these mistakes without
So
experiencing these mistakes again. Because what's going to happen is, it's just like it's the grandfather thing. The grandfather goes through hardship, and then he passes that information to his son. The son sees it because his grandfathers gave him stories and lived through that. Now the father tells his son about the whole thing after the grandfather's dead, and there's no living example of what has happened. So you repeat the same mistakes over and over again. This is human nature. So the question that I'm asking is, how do we fix human nature so we can learn from a mistake that we have never experienced? Because in a sense, this is all going to happen again. It's just a matter of time. All we do is, you know, rinse and repeat throughout human history. How do we get to a point where we
so
actually can fix the damn thing so this doesn't
no,
happen again?
it cannot happen. I would tell you why. Because it is cyclical in nature. When Aristotle says masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to tyranny. Either
Hmm.
you need to have a very authoritarian regime. Now, let us uh, let us just say, on a banner, I made a banner. No, 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 no. It is not here. It is
Fucking
here.
hermit. Imagine this is what a herpes emoji looks like.
Okay. Let us just say this. This is your what is in the background. This is
You
your
gotta make it. You
You know,
gotta upload
I
it
know
to the other one.
the political trichotomy. I understand.
so when this was made, people know it for a fact that none of this actually works. None of the system is perfect, and the only thing which is holding China from becoming just like Taiwan is authoritarianism. So it is working perfectly for them. Yes, it has its own flaws, but at least LGBT is not an issue over there.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, okay, there is no guarantee that our side actually wins this time. Okay, so let's play this out. Okay, and I'm not playing worst case scenario. Say human history, the victors write the rules. Okay, we all know this. That's the way it be. But say this time the left wins for once, and those viewpoints die out in a generation. Like, we're not talking societal collapse at this point. We're talking population never recovering ever again. Like the control, like there is no the system doesn't just end, everything ends. Like we're not going past this cycle all over again. It's not like we had the chance of being a Roman Republic again. No, that does. What happens if that cyclical system doesn't revolt? Like you just stay in the authoritarian end for the rest of human existence, because that no one talks about this ever happening. We all talk about, like, we're based, our viewpoints are going to survive. I'm still in the belief that there's a right now we're at a coin toss. It's 50-50 who's going to win. It's not this mythical, oh, the right or the base people are going to win. Like, that's not guaranteed. I mean, that's where the stakes are. Because
No,
you're
no.
going to be,
I would like to contest that, because with the example of the erstwhile Soviet Union, and kindly hear me out on this one. When Lenin came to power, I have read the some of the archives of the Soviet Union history and the laws that were implemented in the CCCP. The first thing that Lenin allowed was women actually getting the right to vote, women sleeping around, because in communism, women are treated as common property of everybody. Most of the people don't know this fact. In communism, in real communism, that was the Soviet Union, women are treated as common property of everybody. That is why when KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov says that he has had three marriages during his tenure of being a KGB officer, because of the fact that women were treated as common property of everybody in the whimsical notion of the Soviet Union. Second of all, when Joseph Stalin came to power, he had a Second World War at his hand. So when Joseph Stalin came to power, he actually repealed all of the laws that were implemented by his predecessor, that was Vladimir Lenin. And he even visited a woman who has had 17 children, saying that she has done. He banned anal sex, he banned LGBT, he banned everything. This was the successor of Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin. And he banned everything because he understood that after the point of Second World War, where 80% of the casualties were taken by the Red Army, Men need to procreate to keep this society going, which is based on the notion of workers of the world are reuniting. Karl Marx.
Okay. So
So he became a right winger after that because he wanted to continue this communist regime. And this was the case. When some woman had 17 children, he visited her and told her that she has given good enough soldiers to fight for the Soviet Union.
mhm.
And this is what people don't understand, that right, left, center, libertarian, non-libertarian, all these things are the same side of the same coin, not even both sides of the same coin. Right is left, left is right, according to their own political expediency. Nothing more, nothing less.
So let's get back to the topic at hand. Unrealistic expectations, okay?
Yeah, Bandit. Did you want me to drop the link for the panel in case anybody wanted to join?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So unrealistic expectations. Okay, let's bring it all back. Okay, we're looking at where things are in society wise, what how we got here, on expectation, the expectations of modern society. Okay, if we bring this full circle, and most people in this chat would probably agree with me to just walk away and not play the game. That's probably the number one rational argument is, okay, standards are this crazy, no way I can compete, I'm going to just do what I want to do and move on. Everybody agrees that that's probably the best way of doing it. Question being, because you're going to hit a critical mass and standards are going to just get higher and higher, more extreme, and more people are going to walk away, okay? And society will collapse, or
What's up?
Or people are, hey, what's up? Or people are going to decide to, the harem part where multiple women are going to go for one man, which is eventually going to happen. And the average person working in society has no motivation to do more, or just do the bare minimum just to survive. How do we get standards back to regular expectations, or
Only
do we because what's going to happen is, if we do not allow standards to get back to realistic expectations, you're just putting a bigger target on your back by walking away. So you're going to have to address these problems eventually. It's either you fix them now when the problem's bad but not worse, or you wait till it gets worse and worse until the damage to the correction to fix it is going to be something that we're not going to have the power to do.
Okay, I would tell you a succinct reply to that would be on my part. Sorry if I'm jumping on other people and interjecting, but my answer to that would be, people would be illuminated only and only when they see an economic downturn, which is inevitable. With the collapse, it is going to come. And when people would not have even food and enough drinking water supply in their homes, then they would understand as to what is real poverty. Then they would understand as to what is real scarcity. Then they would understand as to what is real, conservatism regarding conserving resources for their children or whatnot. People in the West and even in India have been living a very hedonistic lifestyle for quite long, and they have been too good for too long. In fact, I would add, and that is why I think that when the economy collapses and the government is not able to support feminism, everything would fall in place.
Mm-hmm. But what I'm getting at is, okay, they have these unrealistic expectations that we all see. Okay, we all agree that we're gonna walk away, but the more it's one of those things, like, it's the devil's in the details. If more people walk away, we're gonna have to be addressed, just plain and simple. Like, if it becomes like 20% of men just giving up and just living on their own, it's not going to be bachelor tax at that point. They're going to do so many other things that you don't even want to think about. Like, do you really think that the government's just not going to sign men to women? Like, that's on the table. No one talks about that. I mean, like, you're talking about a hellscape that just because we don't fix this problem now, it's going to get a hell of a lot worse, and your choices are going to disappear. The ability for you to walk away is going to be taken away from you. Now you can be kicking and screaming about it, or we have to solve this problem before it becomes worse. Because I'm telling you right now, if you don't fix women's expectations, you're going to be assigned a woman. The government's going to tell. I mean, everybody in the chat might be mocking me for this, but it's going to happen. It has to happen.
Even
For the
if
government
they
to
do,
survive and to be competent in its own people, for its own existence, it's going to force women to take
You know
men
what
either in a harem.
expatriating is, right?
What?
You know what expatriating is, right?
Oh yeah, I agree, but that they're going to stop that too, because it's without the fertility, the country's going to die, and they know they're going to force, like, I mean, just play it out in your head. Really, what's going to eventually happen? The ability for men to choose to just walk away is going to be taken away, on all aspects. Passport bros. It's going to be sovereign citizens. It's going to be walking away, expatriates. All of that's going to disappear, because for them to survive, they're going to have to get their fertility up, and they're going to have to. It's going to be like, I'm not saying the bullshit excuse of Handmaid's Tale, but you're going to have people going in and forcing the fertility to get up. And we all know that it's not going to be the male perspective. It's going to be the female perspective. They're going to haremize, and they're going to either not allow you to walk away. And how are you going to handle that?
well,
Is one of those
people,
things, like, you're
people,
either going to fix
people.
it now, or it's going to
Look,
affect you in the
look, look,
future.
look, look. Listen, people could survive when they are coming on a boat from Nigeria and Somalia to Europe and Germany as well. Okay, it is not rocket science. Those who really want to survive, not giving themselves any sort of excuses, they are able to survive. They are able to turn away. Did you remember those men actually, on the cogwheels of the plane on a C-17 Globemaster in
Yeah,
Afghanistan when
yeah,
NATO was withdrawing? So how did they escape?
they didn't.
Some of them did. That is how people are going to escape. Okay? And those who didn't are going to die out. What is wrong in that?
What's wrong in that? It's you.
Yes.
I mean, I'm saying for the group we're part of, Red Pill. I don't care whatever group you're part of. All those avenues are going to be taken away from you because we didn't fix. And I'm not saying fix. Okay, I'll reiterate. We didn't address the crazy standards that we have now. If, like I'm saying, as a society, it doesn't. Okay, those people are gonna die. You're gonna have the top men reproduce, and you're gonna have the average person. They're gonna get killed off because they're not productive in society. If you, granted, okay, you want to go down that path, that's fine. Okay, but I'm talking. If we're gonna try to save the average man, which most people on this chat that we're listening to were just average Joes. Are there some more successful than others, some less successful than others? Yes, but we're just average guys. We're not the Jeff Bezoses of the world. We're just average Joes trying to survive in a chaotic world. Like, I'm trying to get the most people to be saved as they can, and at least give them the choice. All right, I can't guide them to the right path, but I can give them the choice, and I can give them the information that they need. That's all I can do. Okay, and that's all I would ask for somebody. I'm just seeing the end roads coming, and that's fine, but how are we going to protect ourselves to get past it before it collapses? That's the whole thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying to raise enough men as possible, give them life rafts. They want to take it, that's up to them. Because most people, they don't know this stuff, so we're trying to help them out. And that's why I felt having this unrealistic expectations and showing the net result of this decision and what it's going to cost to society, and more importantly to us, because we're going to be put in a position where we're forced to do something we don't want to do. All because we didn't try to address unrealistic expectations. That's all I'm trying to say. We either fix this now or we fix it later. But eventually, this problem has to be fixed. And only men fix problems. Let's be real here. I mean, no offense to Mandy, but
Hey, no, I am totally agree with that.
Yeah, but the problem is men don't want to fix it anymore. That's the
correct.
Yeah.
So you're giving me
Why should I?
No,
I've
but
been
you're
doing it for
agreeing. You're
25
agreeing
years.
to
Why
my
should I?
same net result. So if men won't fix the problem, eventually females will, and they're going to get what they want to get past. That's what I'm saying. They're going to they're going to do their crazy shit, and we're not going to have any say because we just don't want to fix the problem anymore. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I'm playing devil's advocate here. So
Okay.
let it happen. Fuck it. Let it happen.
Okay, that's fine by me. That's fine by me.
I have no stake in the outcome.
I'm just trying to put the warning flags out there. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well, I think with the financial preparedness stuff, I think it's a real good step in that right direction. Protect your. We as MGTOW have to protect our own butts. I think that's the key, and that's why I want to do those things that we're doing tomorrow, Bandit. So I'm afraid that there just aren't enough men still who are even gonna make that happen. Like what you said, there's still not a large enough majority, and of those who do care, I think are very content to let it fall apart.
Because the key thing about falling apart is it needs to happen. Okay, the longer this gets pushed back, there's a point when if it gets turned the other way and they find a way to save it in the 11:59 second hour, they're going to get what they want, and it's going to be a hell for the rest of us. So it's almost like there's going to have to be a point pretty soon that we have to get the collapse to happen.
How is that going to be sustained? It's unsustainable now. How is making it even swinging the pendulum even further in that direction it's only going to quicken the demise. It's already feeding on itself, I think.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to get it into life, like lifespan part. Like we can see this collapse happening, and say it takes a whole lifetime. You're gonna have to deal with this misery for your whole entire life, never seeing the net result. I'm just saying. I'm trying to. If we're gonna, like you guys are all been saying, rip off the Band-Aid. Let's get it done now, because the longer you're doing this, we could talk, it could be 2 generations, it could be 1 generation, or it could be in 5 years. We're not Nostradamus. We don't know. And the fact that we have to deal with all this, and the suffering is just going to get worse and worse. Can you imagine, like, you're 100 years old and you're waiting for that collapse?
What do you mean I'm not Nostradamus? I read the Nostradamus quatrains in original French. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know. No, and you probably did read them in French, but
so Mr. Iridium Kush would know about droit administratif.
About what?
Droit administratif.
Yes.
In French, it actually means administrative law.
Yeah. Droit administratif. Droit administratif. Yeah. Administrative law. I can write it. I'll put it in the comments.
My whole thing is, like you're saying, rip off the Band-Aid, do it now. But to me, I see this as the frog boiling, and it's going to be worse and worse for us instead of just ripping the Band-Aid off. Like, we're either going to force the net result that we want, or we're just going to have, if we just sit on our hands to say, we'll let the system burn, I don't think we're letting it burn fast enough. The suffering for us alone is going to be worse enough. That's all I'm trying to say. Like you're saying, rip off the Band-Aid. Let's get it done yesterday. Like, in your eyes, should we try to be promoting for it to collapse if it can't be saved? Like, are we supposed to be leaders in trying to get this system to collapse? Like, I'm just asking questions.
Well, I see the way I look at it is I'm not interested in the outcome one way or the other. Whether
Okay.
it's, I'm not interested in the out. This is the big thing for me. I'm indifferent to the outcome. My concern is save as many of us good ones out there as we can. The
Okay.
ones who get it, the ones who can get along with the the ones who can figure it out and become self-aware and understand how to get off the plantation. Otherwise, I'm telling you, Bandit. I know colleagues who are of 25 years who are blue pilled. They acknowledge that they even acknowledge that they're slaves to the system. They have no interest in improving themselves. They've relegated themselves to being. You do know what the term indentured servitude means, right?
Absolutely.
It's
Trust me.
indentured servitude. This is what my colleagues at work are. They are indentured servants. They serve the noblemen. They don't serve. They work for their families, but they pay all their taxes, their dues, their everything to the noblemen. Everything. They give nothing for themselves. They give it all to the palace, to the noble, and they expect that noble to protect them. And they live under the false pretense that it does.
Because right now, with all the distractions, they're seeing that as their net result. The distractions are the problem. Because if more people would be wanting to collapse faster if the distractions weren't there, because you would see the mirror and you'd see the Rockford the way it is. But there's so many distractions now that it's like a person that's dying from a disease that affects their kidneys. Now it's affecting their lungs. Now it's affecting. So I got to take different medication, but each of these medications is another distraction. So I'm not focused on what's really causing my illness in the first place. So it's prolonging the suffering because the focus is split instead of focusing on one thing, just surviving the damn thing. Just like you're saying, you say who you can, but there's so many distractions. We're focusing on the bullshit. I'm saying in general, not saying us, but I'm saying society-wise. We're focusing on the general because, we have to work 2 jobs to survive now. You're working 14-hour days. You get media's blowing up the news that's really technically irrelevant. Both parties are the same party. All this stuff that we've been talking about. But everything else has been a distraction instead of worrying about, I have the choice to do my own actions. I'm going to save myself. Like, in a sense, that's what they're trying to get you to avoid.
One of the biggest obstacles I want to clear is I recommend that you go watch at least part of Hammerhand's stream that he streamed tonight. He makes a big point about these dating roaches.
Oh yeah, I saw part of it. I was there for that.
Yeah. Make sure you watch all of that. That's serious shit. A lot of these men, their first exposure to that is that crap. And these people are shills and they're ripping off
Parents pop.
people, susceptible young men with this bullshit. And it makes me sick. And Hammerhand hit it right on the head. You have a creator like me who's not trying to shill or sell anybody 31 and a half secrets. And I'm under constant threat of getting my channel yeeted. Playing it right straight down the middle. But these guys can shill and sell bullshit for millions of dollars, thousands of dollars, and that's perfectly acceptable. That's the kind of shit that needs to be exposed. And I will tell you, I myself will not relent when it comes to that.
You shouldn't.
I think that is total bullshit.
And honestly, that's a noble cause. Like, you, especially as a man, like you see someone preying on a weaker man or preying on a weaker woman or doing all this bullshit, like it has to be called out because who else is going to do it? Only a leader is going to call out bullshit for what it is. Everybody's going to say this turd sandwich is delicious, but you're the one that's going to say, you know what, it's a turd. Why are you putting up with this bullshit? And I agree. I cannot agree more with what you're saying. The only downside is we're on a platform that defends these kind of assholes. When, I mean,
Well, platform only makes money.
yeah,
Okay, so when they are not making money, for example, before Mikta was censored, the YouTube actually suffered $80 billion in losses. 80 billion, billion with a capital B. So they are just censoring the creators' voices so that they could go mainstream. Because YouTube is the new cable TV,
Yeah,
according to me.
I
And
agree
that
with
is
that.
why
I agree with
they
that.
want to make it much more LGBT friendly, much more women friendly. They want to cater to the stupid sensitivities of other people, and that is the case because they are making money out of it, because women are the eternal consumers.
yes, and
Let us face it.
the problem is you're having, okay, I agree with exactly what you're saying, but if they're doing if they only care about the money, the people that are going to get promoted are going to be the frauds, and you're going to be lumped in with the frauds. They're going to say all men that come to close to all men, quote unquote, part of the manosphere, which there's definitely different camps, and no one's going to care about the nuances. They're just going to say, "Oh, you're a manosphere. You're a big fan of Donovan Sharp. You can be blue in the face and say Donovan Sharp's a piece of shit. I don't support him at
Not if
all."
you have a pair of breasts. If you
Oh,
claim you're red pilled and you have a pair of breasts, you're gonna get 1 million subs.
exactly.
Just like Pearly Things, or just like that Real
Like
Femme
that
Sapien,
Whoa,
Fem
or
Sapien
whoa,
anybody.
clown.
whoa, guys. So you're saying all I have to do is say I'm red pilled and get 1 million subs?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
Exactly. That is
do
what
do I
Roma
have to
Army
show
does.
the breasts?
Okay.
If you want 2
No,
million, you
all
got to
you have
show
to
them.
do is deliver positive affirmation to
Oh.
young, unsuspecting men.
Yeah, you just got to
Yeah.
put on a nice smile.
And
You
you
just
All you
have
gotta
got to do.
to
yeah.
you have to cater to their insecurities. That's
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
And you have
I
to give them
wanna
hope.
yeah, I wanna I actually wanna speak about, I know all these pickup artists that I've been hearing the guys talk about.
Hmm.
I didn't see any of those at the 21 convention, and I do understand that the 21 convention is a accumulation of all the different sectors. So I can understand. I mean, because I did see some pickup activity, but that wasn't the primary focus where I was more
Okay.
concerned with.
I can explain
I
that.
I I I want to ask a follow-up question to you, good mother,
Mm-hmm.
as to why they were not there. Why all the Rolo Tomasis and the
Mm.
entrepreneurs and cars were not there in the first instance? Why? Because people have recognized them as a fraud.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are
Yep.
selling you a dream. They are telling you to hold the frame and be masculine enough so
Right.
that every woman is going to jump on them, even though they are married. Just like that giraffe says that daddies, I would like to fuck to Rolo Tamasi,
Right.
and all these people in the world. But they understand, but men now understand that even if someone like Henry Cavill could be cancelled, or even the Aquaman Jason Momoa could be divorced and he would be living on his friend's property, or in a van, that could happen to anyone. After the Johnny Depp fiasco,
Mm-hmm.
women have turned into becoming a men's rights advocate because they see it as a lucrative business to cater to the insecurities of a man. And that is what we predicted back in 2015 as Mikta, and that is one of the primary reasons we were cancelled, because we had the foresight to say that anti-feminism is going to become the new feminism.
Yeah.
Well,
And hold on, this John Anthony, yeah, I guess he was there before. He wasn't there this
Yeah.
time.
Cuck
Donovan Sharp,
Anthony. Cuck
definitely.
Anthony.
Yeah. But the only one out of that,
Or Cuck Murphy or
Coach Greg Adams, but he didn't talk about dating at all. He was talking about the feminism problem in the universities and like all the shit that we talk about consistently. That's what his message was. So
The best speaker I listened to was Mr. Jeff Younger and
yeah,
Dr. Carnell Smith.
yeah,
but
I like
These were the
Carnell Smith.
best speakers.
I want to tell you, this is what it comes down. This is why MGTOW people are pissed. Okay, we built our own niche in an area that we'll call the manosphere. Okay, which I think going in 2023, I think people should distance themselves from the quote term manosphere, because what's going to happen is the most commercial aspect of the manosphere is going to be what's promoted, which will always be the dating roaches, because they're going to always have more money by getting it from simps and white knights and all that crap. They're going to get more money and they're going to be promoted, and we're going to be lumped into that. So the faster we can disassociate ourselves from that manosphere group, the better we're going to be, because when this shitstorm collapses and everybody makes MGTOW or AK the manosphere a target again, we're going to be lumped into that once again, even though we don't even have the same principles, values, and we're the ones that are screaming at it right now before it even goes in the shitstorm. Like, we should be distancing ourselves from this crap, just like what Hammerhand was doing.
Brother, I would say this: people are distancing themselves, but how many hammer hands are there? Is there any turd flinging monkey? Is there any Spetsnaz? I could only see Stardust over there, but that's it. That is the extent of it, because Stardust is considered as too harmless for a content creator. The philosophy that he lives by and he gives in his videos is very deep, but it is not deep enough for the normie dipshits to have the perspicacity to understand the whereabouts of what he is trying to say, the know-how of what he's trying to say. So there are not any mainstream MGTOW content creators anyhow, none whatsoever. They are on all tech platforms like MGTOW.tv, Rumble, Odyssey,
Mhm.
or call it what you will. So we are already on the live support. Even if it goes away, we know that we did a good job surviving till date.
Yep. And the other thing that I find it hilarious, in a sense, it doesn't matter if it's not MGTOW. It doesn't matter if it's the dating coaches or all that crap. It's all tailored to getting someone up to the 1%. Okay, that doesn't help the average person. The average person is never going to be the 1%. I don't care. I don't care if you are making $1 million. If you're still a 4 in the looks, or you're not what they're looking for, it doesn't matter how much money you're going to make. That life is not going to be for you. Like, our niche could easily be trying to speak to the average man and just be like, look, this is the way the game is played now. You got to save yourself. Here's the avenue. Be better, make yourself into a better person, and live your life. Like, we do something even remotely to that level. The amount of people and the conscience of saying we tried, we look at all the people, look at our net results at the end of the day, who we saved by just staying on course. That's a noble cause. I'm willing to take that cause. We just need to find our area and just attack it, and don't give a hell what anybody else is saying. These dating roaches, we call them out, but should be limited on our focus, and we should just stay on course. That's how I'm seeing this. Like, there's so many freaking distractions out there. It's like, you're not red pill enough. It's like a purity spiral. We have to deal with these toxic dating roaches. We have to deal with people like the black pillars not understanding us fully. So we're always getting off topic when we should be focusing on what we do. And then screw what these people's want. I mean, we're never going to agree with what a dating roach wants. Like, why even play their game? Because we're always on the freaking
No, but
defensive.
I think, Bandit, there is an important part. Older MGTOWs like me, senior MGTOWs like me, still have to repeat that message about these dating roaches, because we've got millions, literally millions of young, susceptible men who that's going to be these roaches are going to be their first experience in the manosphere, and there's got to be someone out there, some group out there, to temper that bullshit and tell them that that's not the only way. There's a in my opinion, my biased opinion, a much better, safer, financially more stable way, a more a more life-saving way, a more life liberating way. And I think these dating roaches do a huge disservice. Both male and female, all of them do a huge disservice. They're causing as much they're causing even more problems than the feminists themselves, in my opinion.
Agreed.
They are dangerous. They
So
are dangerous.
it is dangerous, but I guess my question would be, how much time should we devote to it? Are we talking 25% of our time, 20% of our time, 50% of our time?
I would think 25% of our time at least.
Okay.
No more than 50%, but at least 25%, because that stuff needs to be brought to the fore.
Okay.
And it's
All right.
not brought to the fore enough. That's why that Hammerhand stream, in my opinion, was so epic, because that brought that to the fore by a major content creator for the first time, and he made very clear his sentiments that will continue, and it needs to, because
Agreed.
that needs to be continued and at some level. Now, I don't think even Hammerhand himself would want to exceed a number like that, but I can't speak for him. That's his decision, what he wants to do.
I guess
Myself, I would dedicate myself for my content creation. I would dedicate about 25% of my time
Okay.
to a category like that.
The reason why I asked the question is, I'm like, what we're trying to do is we're trying to accomplish a goal, okay? And I know there's a billion different ways of hitting that goal. We have so many hours in a day. We have only so many streams we can do. I just like see a lot of distractions, and I want to try to focus on the main message and getting stuff that we want to accomplish. Now, I'm not belittling or disagreeing with anything you're saying. You're 100% right. It's just me personally, it's tough when we're trying to accomplish something bigger, and then we just have to revert back to dealing with these dating roaches again. And then it's like we had this discussion, and then people are lost. Like, why are you focusing on this? I thought we were talking about this. It's not methodical. I mean, I guess that's how my brain works. But it's like I'm trying to accomplish something, then we have to revert back to dating roaches.
Well,
So we gotta.
I think it's a multifaceted approach. Like a person like Hammerhand, who's a major content creator, and a lot of the younger potential MGTOWs are going to find him before they find someone like me.
Yes.
So maybe Hammerhand needs to spend more of his time going after these dating roaches, whereas I spend more time dealing with a guy like you, talking about more in-depth financial stuff. That's kind of like, maybe he needs to focus his energy on that, and then I focus my energy less on that, and then more on some of the more maybe the more eclectic things, but I'm not trying to say that arrogantly, maybe the more eclectic stuff.
Yeah, that's
once you get past Hammerhand and you start finding or understand, you take the Hammerhand pill, then you get a little deeper into it.
The hammer pill.
Squirrel, describe it. I don't know.
That's see, your discussion is what I'm having right now. Like, why can't we use Hammerhand as the overall shield so we can do what we need to do? He's already attacking the damn roaches. We can just say anytime roaches are a problem, please see this guy. He's going to go into the best detail. We'll stick to our message or whatever message you want to talk about on your channel. But if you have questions on why these people are pieces of shit, I'm gonna divert you to Hammerhand. Here's some channel. He's a great person. Like, if you don't like Hammerhand, you can go to Undead Chronic. You can go to Maxwell Vaughn, or you can go to Maxwell. You can go to Gone with John. They'll all talk about this. But here we're gonna talk about these issues because this is what we care about, or this is what your area of expertise is. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying about not diluting the message. We are addressing the issue, but people are doing a lot better job at doing it than we are, because they've been doing it. They've been in the game for 5 years. They know that these people. Not saying that you're not in the game, but just like anything, your time's limited. So let's talk about what we want to talk about, and say if there's an issue, why don't we just say, hey, go to Hammerhand. This is a great stream to talk about why these people are crap.
Oh yeah, and I've done those. I've done that kind of thing before. I say, about this stuff. Go see Hammerhand's stream, or or I'll do a stream before Hammerhand's and say, yeah, Hammer's coming up. Go see him. Everybody who's watching my stream, go see him. So
I don't know where I guess fit in this because I like Anthony. I went to the 21 convention. I got to meet a lot of cool people. I didn't really meet any of the dating roaches. I mean, I didn't watch their speeches. I was more concerned with what I was more concerned with, like the parental stuff. I mean,
He's
Carnell
so
Smith came on the
empathy.
channel. Jeff Younger came on the channel. I mean, I feel like 21 Studios is just, there's a little bit of everything there from the manosphere. And it was really heavy into family and church and like, I don't know.
Well, the
I
church
didn't
is still a
see,
problem, in my opinion. It's not
well,
Christianity. The church is a problem.
but I mean, just religion and family and like, everybody there is against feminism. Everybody.
Okay. Can I answer this
But
with
many of them
everyone's
act very
permission?
feminine.
Yes, I can answer this, good mother, with your permission.
Mhm.
The reason why these sort of Rollo Tomasis of the world have been weeded out from
Mhm.
21 conventions
Mhm.
in generality, is because people have now wisened up and
Yeah.
they have understood the gist of the situation, that the problem is not female nature itself. The problem is the absence of patriarchy as well as the draconian laws in place which compel a man to kowtow in front of other women. That is the only problem we have. Nothing more, nothing less. So, when these sort of problems would be sorted out via more and more education on these issues, just like what Dr. Carnell Smith is doing, just like what Mr. Jeff Younger is doing, then more and more people would be inclined towards those sort of content creators and not all these Rollo Tomasis of the world
Right.
or entrepreneurs in cars or Donovan Sharp.
Yeah.
Obviously, we are going to agree with Rollo Tomasi and the okay. I shall say this: the biggest difference between red pill and MGTOW in general, or red pill and MRA in general, I would tell both of the differences. MGTOW does not see men and women being equal. Men's rights activists see that
Mhm.
as a reality, and they try to come from a place of equality so that men could get an equal parity in law.
Right.
And the difference between MGTOW and red pill is that people think that just because uh, you have to have a giant dick, you have to hold the frame in a certain way, and you have to be masculine enough to your woman, you have to command respect from her, and everything is going to happen. See at what has happened to people like Johnny Depp, Andrew Tate, all the people who actually Henry Cavill, who has been cancelled from Superman, then he got into Witcher, and then he was ousted from there. He got
But
back to
look
being
your
a
half dozen
Superman.
millionaires you had this year.
Exactly. So, if Jeff Bezos cannot hold a frame, if someone like Bill Gates cannot hold a frame,
Right.
so we are plebes as compared to them. We are peasants in terms of accumulation of resources which they have done over a period of time. So we don't have that same very luxury that our women are going to listen to us. I mean, Tony Ferguson, he is a UFC fighter, and his woman actually called police on him. I mean, years ago, but that was the case. So, are we going to turn a Nelson's eye towards the problem, which is that women use and abuse laws according to their own whims and fancies? And the laws are the problem, because if these laws are not in the place and they cannot call the state for their to cater to their stupid sensitivities, then any and every man would be able to take care of his family in a good way.
Well, and I see I see what fucking they're doing over there as far as the laws. I mean, it's heavy talking about the fucking laws. I mean, they
And
had so
so
many great speakers this past year.
exactly, and that is why I am in support of 21 studios right now, as of now, not before, but right now,
Right.
because they are doing the right thing via weeding out all these Rollo Tomasis of the world who were actually polluting the manosphere and selling a dream to little boys with their insecurities and charging them $500 for a one-on-one video conferencing situation.
Yeah.
You see, and until that element is eradicated, I'm going to be highly dubious of these people, because I damn it, I agree with this. Encouraging this player, this PUA lifestyle. Oh, sell me your 21 and a half secrets. That bullshit's got to go. They are just,
See, and the only person that even gave off that vibe, and Paul Caldwell's a badass, by the way. He's one of the first ones that had a decent sized channel that I ever saw in my chat. But the only one that actually kind of pushes that kind of message would be Steve. Like, out of all the people that were there were so many damn speakers talking about so many different
there's
things.
one right there.
Which one?
Can you scroll down a little bit more? Oh, a little bit more. Yeah, the guy with the red hat there. That clown.
Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that runs all of it.
Hey, the worst one of them all.
See, and I disagree. I like Anthony. I mean, he had a very similar upbringing to me. And he's out there saying all the things that a lot of people won't even fucking say.
Yeah, but he's also what? He's charging like $2,000 for his services? It's ridiculous.
I don't know the services part.
Or whatever it is. Like, I mean, it's just
Counseling.
It's absurd. The guy married
No.
I
mean, somehow everyone has to barely make ends meet, and I have no problem in people charging money. Even that Rollo Tomasi charges money, but he is not telling about the legal aspect. He is only approaching it from a female nature perspective, not from the legal perspective, which is the elephant in the room, which
Right.
needs to be addressed. And when I see all these people over there, they have no answer, no response for that.
I think you're missing one important thing that you just glossed over. Okay, he's talking about the women's nature. We are not the target audience of Romo Tomasi. Let
Right.
that pill sit in, okay?
Yes.
They're
Great
targeting
point.
women. It's not you. He doesn't give one shit what we're gonna say because his target audience is 18 to 32-year-old women. Okay? So he doesn't give a shit what we say.
So when did he declare himself as the quote unquote godfather of the manosphere?
Exactly.
Why? Well, why? So he can garner experience and status so he can chill to women because it was a status move and women respect status. That's you. What's the underlying motive behind this? He doesn't give. It's just a giant grift. Okay, just like everything else, it's a giant grift. We are not the target audience. We're acting like we're the target audience when we're not.
Then why does he even calls himself the part of the manosphere when he is just a pickup artist, retired pickup artist?
Because he's trying to get people that are sick of being treated. Then they go, okay, if I want to be a trad woman, what do I have to be a trad woman? Oh, Rollo Tomasi. Done. That's his target audience. That's what I'm trying to say. We are not the target audience for both.
Okay. Okay, I mean, thank you, Bandit. I mean, this is the point that has never been presented before me, that he is actually, his target audience is women, not men.
Correct. Yes.
So the same would go for entrepreneurs and cars, Donovan Sharp, and all these people like Fresh and Fit at some point.
Yes, because what's the goal? Okay, the goal is to get men back to the plantation to date, which what benefits who? Women. So the net result is it's never you. You're just a tool to get what women want. Like,
Okay,
does
I get
does
it.
that make sense? Like, am I
Oh,
speaking out
I
of turn
mean,
here?
that makes a lot of sense. That these people are catering actually to women.
Yes.
Oh, so that idea has been percolated enough so that some of the garden tools have actually started making videos on Kevin Samuels, gained popularity on Fresh and Fit, and they are now making their own videos like Real Femme Sapiens and all that. Okay.
Correct. Why do you think they have them on their shows? Like, this is a giant circle jerk. I mean, I don't like. I mean, we're acting like, oh, Roll Tomasi's a leader, a man. No, he's working with other women to get more status, so he can promote his product of trying to get what women want in a man, to cucks to build them up be the men that the women want. Net result, men are paying for to be better men that women want. That's the net. That is what's happening here. I Rollo Tomasi is forcing me, if I followed his plan, to give him, we'll just say $5,000. That $5,000 is to make me a better man, to get women that want to get married. Okay? So the net result of all this decision making, if you glue it down to the net result, is women are going to get better husbands by following this red pill content that men are paying for. So once again, women are getting men to pay for better, to be better versions of what women want in the first place. Like, talk about manipulation. Like, Mandy, you should understand. You know what exactly what I'm about to say. Talk about manipulation. You're manipulating men to get rid of their own resources to be what they want.
Exactly. You take it exactly. Both
That's
sides. You're fucking it on both sides.
exactly. You're this is what I mean. Am I wrong for thinking this? Like, is it
No.
clicking? Is it making sense to
Yes.
everybody? It's just, and I'll
You
tell you
have revealed.
the reason
You
why
have revealed.
we're pissed at 21 Studios, and I could be speaking out of turn for this one too, but I'm gonna just say it anyways. 21 Studios net resulted CME. Okay, what is it? The
Oh
conference.
yeah. Well, they kicked a bunch of people out, and then they created CME.
Oh, you're
Yes,
you're talking about cucking made easy.
yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, his decision to do this is getting into a bastardized version of what he's getting, and now that's going to that's taking off. So the message is getting more diluted, and that's the net result why men are pissed. Anthony Johnson, I mean, there might be aspects you don't like about him, take it or leave it, okay? But what he's trying to do, I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to do it like you're saying, and not why. And you're like, why is everybody pissed? Because it gets you CME, and CME's the bastard version of that, which is now diluting the message, which is taking away all the gains that Dream Johnson was trying to do. Imagine if I said, okay, I want to change society, okay, and I'm gonna go the path, and then you're gonna have, person two go in and say, well, he has the right idea, but I want to charge you $2,000 to say exactly what he's saying, but by giving you that salty $2,000, now it's like either watering down, or you're pissed because he's giving this information for free, but I have to pay $2,000, and now all that information is, I'm getting frustrated. I had to pay for this, and so instead of being mad at CME, I'm now mad at Anthony Johnson.
Right, but I mean,
That's the net result of this.
Anthony's not charging $2,000 for a console. I think that's like his VIP ticket price for his convention, and that includes like one-on-one
You're
time with a
splitting
lot
those
of these guys.
You're seriously splitting those hairs? The
But
fact
it,
is,
Well,
it's
no,
do it.
no, no, no. It's the price of attending the convention. It's not
yeah,
one
but
on one with him.
but if I go in and if I had to spend $2,000 and say
Mhm.
Anthony's giving the same information for $50, you don't think I'm going to be resentful to Anthony Johnson? He's giving it for a different price, and I got suckered in, so now I'm bitter. This is what you're creating. You're
But see,
creating men that are bitter.
this is what I'm hearing. I hear, oh, I'll pay $500 to go to the convention. Oh, I want to go see Rollo Tomasi. I'll go spend $2,000 here. I'll go spend another $1,000 here to learn how to walk without my cock jammed between my legs. This is absolutely garbage. I'm sorry, but this is garbage.
And my whole point is you're creating a group of men that are going to be bitter about the message. So you're diluting the root cause of it. If I have to pay, if Anthony Johnson's charging $500 and Donovan Shard is charging $2,000 an hour, or for the same conference, same information, I'm paying $2,000. I found out that I could have spent $50 and got the same damn information. I'm gonna be resentful, and I'm gonna be like,
You said it
"This
right
is
here. Do not pay for what you can get for free here. Look
yes."
that up.
And the other thing is, you're doubling down on the resentment because by having it free or
Okay,
charging a less number. Let
we okay. Some things we also have to consider, and that is one thing is Pearly Things is not going anywhere. Real Femme Sapien is not going anywhere. So instead of giving money to a sperm receptacle, which many men are doing via super chats and whatnot, let us give it to someone like Mr. Jeff Younger, who has been a participant in presentation wise and elsewhere, and Dr. Carnell Smith, who have been in the 21 Studios convention and who have actually tried to present the side which has already been weeded out. Now, if Anthony Johnson does that, I would take it with a grain of salt and actually would try to work towards the message. And if they are trying to actually dilute the message, I would check it out, because my real thing is I could work with Anthony Dream Johnson, or if he gets out of line, we could exchange blows. But that cannot happen in any sense whatsoever with someone like Real Femme Sapien. So I'm
Hmm.
not going to do it with her. So that is the thing.
yeah,
Hermit, stop defending them. I'm just saying, I was there. Like, there's a few of these people that I already knew before going there, and I got to meet a lot of cool other people that are literally working in the same arena that I've been trying to work in to fucking solve this problem.
but Bullets is
Okay, okay,
wait, real quick.
Bandit. One thing, real quick before you say, there are strength coaches over there like Elliot Hulse, and I have
Right?
been watching Elliot Hulse, who supported Alex Jones Infowars when nobody did, while is just being a strength coach. Why do
Right?
you think Andrew Tate, as a three-time world kickboxing champion, has to come out and give his views on what is family and what is feminism and what is what? Why? Because these people are the only ones left who could give a good message regarding anything. So I would get it from a strength coach expert who has participated three times in World's Strongest Man competition like Mr. Elliot Hulse, rather than getting it from some just pearly things or real femme sapien. And these people have been weeded out. All these Rollo Tamasis of the world, they have been weeded out
Right.
from
They've been
21
weeded out.
Studios. Yes. So the weeding out of separating of the wheat from the chaff, as we say it, has already happened. And they have also, because not because they had an epiphany or something, because they have also understood that now our audience has understood about female nature, and that idea has been percolated down to the bottom of the masses. But now they are most passionate about the subject called the legal aspect of a
Mm-hmm.
relationship, and they
Mm-hmm.
want to focus on that issue. That is why these men's rights coaches, these paternity fraud experts like Dr. Carnel Smith, and how do men have to better themselves, do some sort of self improvement like Elliot Hills, are coming into the picture. So it is a good thing which is happening in 21 Studios. Earlier, when it was just Donovan Sharp and Rolo Tamasi over there, I would have never listened to them. But now, since this convention, where mother also attended that, I would definitely pay my money to be there.
And what I was trying to get at is the reason why it's a bad thing about when you take money, and people need to understand this. When you take money from somebody, you're taking time, effort, and work from somebody. And if you give them a shitty product in return, or you can give it somewhere else, that same information, you're gonna become resentful. If you become resentful of the information, because what we are selling is information, you're gonna destroy the narrative and you destroy the message. So now you're gonna lump people like all of us with people like Rollo Tomasi, and we're going to be lumped in because he took money and he took someone's work, and then I could have got that work at a cheaper price. And because I'm doing that, you destroy the you create resentment, which is now going to dilute the message, because now you'd be like, this whole thing's just a giant scam because I got scammed, so everybody's scammed, so now the message is pointless. So
Here's
this
my
is why we hate people like Rollo Tomasi and all this, because they're diluting the message in a sense, because you're having car salesmen say dollar signs and fuck everything up for the rest of us. That's why we're pissed.
Here's my take on it. I go to 21 Studios. What the hell am I? Who the hell's going to listen to me when I'm there? I could spend a week, take a week of vacation, do a week's worth of extensive streaming and shorts, and just like spend a 60-hour work week doing nothing but YouTube content creation, and I could mentor and help more people than these shills and not charge them a damn dime.
Yeah, because you're doing something that they haven't, that they'll never think about, because they only care about dollar signs. We're
They
trying
just care
to help.
about money. They care about supporting their bullshit YouTube channels because they couldn't make it in the real world.
There's that, and they want to help the top 1% of people. They want to get people to deal out $5,000, $2,000 for an hour or for whatever service. They're only appealing to people that can afford that stuff. We're not appealing to that group. We're appealing to
No.
the average person. We're trying to help the average person. We don't care if you're making $20,000 a year or $500,000 a year. We're trying to help. Our message still hasn't changed. We're trying to help the average person. Rolo might claim he wants to help the average person, but he even says the average person doesn't have the status that I do, can't bang the kind of girls that I get to bang, don't have the lifestyle that I have. So technically, he's selling you a freaking bag of shit. He's selling you stuff that you can never get. My
Okay.
whole purpose is trying to get a message to help the average person. I don't give a shit about if you're making $1 million. Good for you. Make sure you pay your right taxes and you don't go to jail. But do you? I'm proud of you. But not everybody can experience that, and that's why we're all pissed, because you're destroying the message for the rest of us, because you're basically tainting it on so many levels, and you're all the good stuff. Like if Anthony would call out CME and make it his life mission to get rid of that because it's diluting his message. Like, you realize if this shit keeps happening, no
Oh, he
one's going to go to
does.
his convention.
No, he does.
Okay.
He
Okay.
is constantly.
I would say this, good mother. Sorry for interjecting, but I would say this. Rollo Tomasi, which we are talking about and still lumping him with 21 Studios, well, because of the public pressure, he has been deracinated and booted out. of the convention.
Who?
Rollo Tomasi and all
Oh
these people.
no. He did some fucked up shit that got his ass fucking booted out. Some immoral
No, but
and lack of
my point
integrity
is
shit at the convention itself.
exactly.
Yeah.
And Fresh and Fit, Donovan Sharp, these people are being made fun of at the 21 Studios convention, which they were part of, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so these people have been booted out. These
Mhm.
people have been actually, they have been distanced. 21 Studios have been doing a great job because they know that their audience wants more than some pickup lines from a retired pickup artist. So
Yeah.
now they have wisened up. They have brought in some people like Richard Grannon. They have brought in, which is a life coach, which is a great man.
Yeah.
They have brought in, I would very much want them to bring someone like Sam Vaknin, a clinical psychologist over there.
No, I don't know. I don't think he would do that.
Here's
I
the
mean, I'm
problem.
just saying, if we could do a
they have a psychologist, an actual. Let's see, it is what's his name? I think it's this guy, Pat Stedman. Yeah, I think
okay.
he's also a clinical psychologist.
Okay, fine. I mean, if there is someone, you could give a very great lecture regarding psychology over there. You have been reading psychology for the last 20 years. You could give one. I'm just saying, I'm saying
Mhm.
the biggest factor were two pillars who were there in the 21 Studios. One is a paternity fraud expert, okay, like Dr. Carnell Smith,
Mhm.
and someone like Dr. Jeff Younger, Mr. Jeff Younger, who was actually presenting the draconian laws that have been put in place and how the system actually comes after you.
Mhm.
So, my point is
Wait, you haven't seen Melissa, have you? She's actually a divorce attorney, and she did a
no,
fucking phenomenal job.
look, mother, I
Mhm.
mean, thanks, but no thanks, I would
Yeah,
say.
exactly. I don't even need to. No, hell
I
no.
mean, I
Hell
I'm
would
not.
no.
listen to
I
you.
hold on.
Hell
I'm
no.
not. No. She exposes all the shit that she's seen in her career when it comes to women and how the law still is so skewed towards women, even though they're so fucking fucked up.
And
Well,
does
I
she want
would
to
say
repeal the 19th?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't ask her.
That's going to be a hard
I
no.
didn't.
that is the thing.
I didn't.
We
I
know
didn't.
your we
I
know
didn't get a
your
chance to talk to
Does
her.
she vote?
okay.
I'm sure
We
she's voted. She's a lawyer, for fuck's sake. I mean, she went
exactly.
through. She went
Well,
through
that
all
tells
the
me
stuff.
everything I need to know.
Okay. Let
Okay.
us go through this. Let us go
Uh,
through
I
this.
need a pee, by the
Okay.
way. Monologue. I'll be right back.
Okay, I will monologue. The main point is we know the consistency of good mother and why we are here in the working men's hostel, because
Yes.
she is exactly what she says. She means what she says. She says, when she says repeal the 19th, she is dead on for that. When she says in her banner, feminists are the real domestic terrorists, both emotionally and mentally, that means that she says what she says. It is just you know uh, a little bit too late for her to get illuminated regarding feminism and whatnot because of the community and the vicinity she lives in. But other than that, she was already fine. So we know about the consistency of good mother, and that is why we support her. I cannot have that very same level of, shall we say, confidence for another woman, or whom I derogate in a very pejorative term called as sperm receptacles. No.
And
And
I'm losing it. This chat, man. Yeah.
21 dildos convention.
But
What was the other one? The Coach butt pills? Who was it? I'm just here to talk shit about 21 Studios roaches. Why does Jack Donovan have a rainbow?
Kush, can you confirm this on that Hammerham stream? Didn't he say that Blake from Terrence Pop was owed like $6,000 or $7,000 for videotaping, and Donovan Sharp didn't pay him?
Yeah.
And he was all buddy with him.
Yeah.
Like,
See,
it boggles the
this
mind. I'd be suing the
this
shit out of him if it was me.
Bandit, these are the only three women whom I would have anywhere, any confidence in. That is Mandy, which is good mother, Karen Strawn, and Esther Villar, who wrote the book. Oh yes, Donovan Sharp takes up the booty hole. Anyways, we all know. I mean,
I don't.
that pastor over there who went over there.
I have a personal event. I really don't like John Sharp. He's from Philly. He's just, oh
Yeah.
God, don't even let me go there. Like,
Well, Donovan Sharp is he's a sex addict. he's petting
a
zoo
criminal.
culture.
He's
He's
take
a
the sex
cop.
addict part. He's a criminal. He's been to jail multiple times. Like, we're this is what I'm talking about, diluting the message. Like, you're having people listen to him for advice. A legit car salesman that's been to jail multiple times for serious crap, and he's the brighting shining light that I'm gonna give my money to. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why we're pissed. Like, I mean, could you imagine like living in a world where women, okay, I'm gonna flip this. Can you imagine living in a world where you'd have a woman say, I'm a woman, I've been ran through, no one likes me, I'm 600 pounds, yet pay me $5,000 and I'll show you how to get a man. That's freaking Donovan Sharp, okay?
And that is why Donovan Sharp, fresh and fit, to Rollo Tomasi, entrepreneurs in cars who used to be over there, entrepreneurs in cars, Richard Cooper, who
Yeah, I
built
know.
his subscribership on MGTOW community. All these people have been booted out because the audience has wisened up. So we have to continue illuminating the people that we do on our free time, with whatever little resources we have at hand, because the results are being shown over there. That people say that you talk about dating coaches, or pickup chicks. Why don't you talk about if she hashtag me too's me 20 years down the line? And that is the thing that we have to understand, that our message needs to be there regardless of whether we make a buck out of it or not, because our message, we are the backseat drivers who are going to drive this narrative building procedure.
But a lot of people have the same fucking message, is what I'm saying. Like, a lot of and this is no disrespect to the MGTOW community, but there's a lot of people that came to a lot of the similar conclusions in different spheres. So
Yes, but I'm
Where's
not
the
saying that
trust?
everyone should go MGTOW. The
Right.
trust factor is one, and the second factor is that these people are only saying the right things after the damage has been done by all these dating roaches. So they have to take a pole shift. And that pole shift is actually happening because people gravitate much more towards what Mr. Bullets or Mr. Iridium Kush says as a MGTOW, rather than perhaps what Mr. Bandit would say. For example, even in amongst ourselves, because it is much more appealing to a man that his freedom is not infringed upon. That's all a man wants: freedom.
And the whole like, okay,
And I hope you
like,
don't take it the wrong way, Bandit.
like I can compromise to a point where saying I can see what 21 Studios is trying to do. Now, is it the way I would do it? No. But the goal, we share the same goals.
Okay, so
But there's a big if, and I'm getting to that. The if is, look at the crap he's creating, unintentional consequences.
Mhm.
He created the Donovan Sharps in a sense. The
No,
Rolos came out of what he was trying to say, and now look at all the damage he's causing. Like it's unintended consequences that are getting this bullshit that's happening. And it's like you're saying, it's a sinking ship. There's all these unintended consequences that are diluting the message or causing shit between different people. Or like Donovan Sharp wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Rolo. Rolo coming out of 21 Studios wouldn't have a biggest audience if it wasn't for 21 Studios. So there's responsibility. Like, this is all about coming full circle to accountability and responsibility. Like, I understand Anthony Johnson's trying to do damage control, but in a sense, the blame still has to come with him, right? Am I being fair here or not?
No, I don't think so.
So, like,
I don't think so at all.
you don't think I'm being fair?
I don't think the buck stops with him. I mean, I guess if he's going to be the El Presidente of the manosphere, he's going to have to take ultimate responsibility. But
Who the hell made him Presidente of the manosphere?
Self-appointed,
self-appointed.
Who the fuck made him that?
I mean, they started calling each other as godfather of the
What am I
manosphere.
talking about? This is total cuck bullshit.
And that is what Rolo Tamasi is.
I don't see much of a difference from an outside perspective as a woman looking at all of these guys, when I listen to all of these guys, because I listen to fucking everybody to listen to their message, what they're talking about. They're saying 80% of the same shit, and they fight over 10% of differences. And it's like, I see a lot of these people as trying to help. Like,
chimps and humans are 98% similar.
You beat me to it. And my whole thing is, men don't care about men are detail oriented. This is a big difference between men and women. You're seeing the overall pattern. Say, why are we fighting? Because we're saying that the 2% matters. That's the whole thing. The 2% of difference matters. And
okay. Okay, so how somebody gets their money matters.
Absolutely.
Yes.
OnlyFans. Do we care how you get your money on OnlyFans, or are you a teacher?
Well, I'm just saying, like, because there's this hold on.
Money. I want that man to spend his money building himself, not on some cuck.
Okay, but say you have a guy that's pushing a product for self-development and betterment, and then you have, because I see this a lot, this whole, your way of obtaining money is not as good as my way. You're pushing a product, and then you have another channel over here that's taking donations. It's like, I don't see a difference. There's people supporting other people's stuff.
I see a ginormous difference.
That's a ginormous difference.
If I spend $500 to go to 21 Studios, nobody's going to listen. 90% of the people there aren't going to listen to a word I say. But if I make $100 donations to Hammerhand, that's going to go a hell of a lot longer. That good dollar that I contribute to Hammerhand is going to go a hell of a lot further to contributing to helping young men than anything contributing to any cucks over there. I'm sorry. I have to fundamentally disagree with that.
And there's another thing. It's also how you're charging for the money. Okay, if someone's randomly going to give someone money as a donation, it's extra money because it's a donation, and two, they felt compelled to give it to you out of whatever you decided to add value to your life, and they're compensating that out of their own free choice. Right. If I'm giving you information that I'm hiding behind a paywall, you pay me $5,000 and I'm going to give you this information, that's a whole totally different added as a you're putting yourself as a servant saying, okay, I will give you this money because I'm buying wisdom in a sense, because I don't know this, so you're going to teach me. Or the other way of looking at it is I'm giving the information to you for free, and I'm getting a donation as a reward that's extra to me that I don't need, but I'm thanking you by giving you a donation for this information that you gave to me. So one's out of generosity and understanding as a thanks, and the other one is about control. And like we talk about, it's all about control. It's all about who has the power. It's a different. You're coming at it as a person. It's a totally different. One's a submissive role. If you want to bring it back to the whole thing, if paying someone $5,000 for information, that's a submissive role. If you're empowered by my message and you take it to heart and you feel like I added value, that's a masculine positive role, because you're saying, thank you for this information. I'm out of my own pocket. I'm giving you this money. You're not asking for it, free of charge.
Frost. Well, no shit. I've never claimed to be red pilled. Women can't be red pilled, remember? I'm black pilled with red stripes and blue dots.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, they're just like, if we want to bring the OnlyFans example, like if you're a working profession, how you make your money is important, because if you're making it from boob pics and feet pics,
I wasn't saying like that. I was just giving those two examples, like having a product and a service that you put on a market, via capitalism versus getting donations to keep a channel going. Like, I don't know. I understand that, but at the same time, it's like these two people are arguing over something that's completely different. Somebody selling a product versus somebody maintaining a channel via thanks and donations. Those are two different things. That's why I don't understand why they fight over that.
Because you're missing the point. Is we're both selling products. We're just being compensated completely different, which is a totally different value based. If I'm caring about a
These
service,
guys are just out to make a shill. They're just
that's
out
what I'm saying.
for the
Like,
money. I'm
if
not doing this for the money. I'm doing this because I give a shit.
yes,
These
it's
guys, I don't think fundamentally truly give a shit.
No, they give a shit.
Okay.
I don't agree.
Just a second. I mean,
Kush.
in this very case, I would say someone like Mr. Jeff Younger, who has suffered so much, and the paternity fraud which Dr. Carnell Smith has gone through himself, actually, want to give back to the society for a price, because everyone has to barely make ends meet. I mean, people have super chats and whatnot on Turd Flinging Monkey as well. So he is not doing for the money, for the message. But I would say this on a positive note: 21 Studios had to keep on the momentum and consistency so that they could be proved with much more authenticity. They would be much more bona fide towards the general masses, and then people would start gravitating towards them as well, on a positive note.
Paul Caldwell, I know gives a shit. Carnell Smith, I know gives a shit. Jeff Younger, I know gives a shit. Elliot gives a shit. Zan gives a shit. People that I talk to personally, Michael Foster gives a lot of shits. Like Arthur Kwan gives a shit. Like he's
But for all the ones who give a shit, there's just as many. There are too many who don't.
Jack Donovan gives a shit. The pastor gives a shit. Like,
to put this in a girl perspective, okay, imagine you're having 10 kids, okay? You have 10 kids.
Richard Brandon gives a shit.
You have 10 kids, and 9 of them turn out to be great people, but that one person that goes in turns out to be a piece of shit, robs banks, kills people, goes to jail. You're not going to be remembered for the 9 good kids you raised. You're going to be remembered for the shitty kid that fell out, that you couldn't save. Maybe out of your consequences or not, you're still going to be known as the mother of a person that killed somebody. You can't take that stigma off you, no matter what you do. That's the context here. Guys can't give birth, okay? So what we give back to society is our legacy and our information and our wisdom. So if your wisdom net results to a person that goes rogue, you're now that shame and that state, that basically scarlet letter of an A that's on your chest is now
Mhm.
on your chest, and all the good that you did is now tainted by this one asshole that went rogue. That's the same comparison. Doesn't matter how many good kids you have. If you have a bad kid, you're going to be known for the bad kid. It sucks. You should be known
But
for
I would say,
being
I would
90%
say,
successful, but that 10% is what you're going to be known for. Is it fair?
well,
No, but it's the nature of how humans do things.
no, no, but I would say on a positive note, on a
Mhm.
positive note regarding 21 Studios, because that is not the topic of the debate itself. On a positive note, if 21 Studios keep up the consistency,
Mhm.
because what do people like? Consistency. They are going to pay money, because if we could pay money to someone like Joe Rogan, okay,
Mhm.
a bald bitch ass of a retired martial artist who is actually sitting across the room a table with celebrities and actually having the biggest podcast in the world. Why we cannot give money to someone like 21 Studios, if only provided that they have the consistency to actually talk about men's issues and men's rights and the legal aspect more than anything, which they have proven in the
Mhm.
last year's convention. They have proven that. So they have to just keep up the consistency, and the world would be their oyster. I would say this. Consistency is what matters.
K-Plan? What do you mean a thought crime?
Oh, I accused him of thinking critically. He
Oh,
criticized one of the inconsistencies. He's a young guy who came to my site. I
yeah,
guess he got vectored from Chronic.
yeah.
Um, and
This one?
oh, yeah, I accused him of critical thinking. He's questioning them. My God, thank you, K Plan, for thinking.
Well, no, like that's why I brought it up. He already. I mean, he consistently calls out the people. That's why I brought up his video about Jack Murphy.
I mean, and good mother, we're just trying to prove a point. The reason why we feel so
Mhm.
passionate about it is because we see all this stuff coming, and it's like by Anthony Johnson having someone taint the message, it taints it for all of us. So it's like we're 4 generations down from you giving birth, okay, and that 10 kid scenario, okay.
Mhm.
So having a messed up great uncle that went to jail, I'm now tainted by his actions, even though I did jack shit. I'm still tainted. I'm still known for, that guy that killed somebody. He's your uncle. So I'm still tainted
Right.
by that message. And
Right.
as much good as you caused by raising 90% good kids, you had one bad freaking apple, you're recognized for your bad freaking apple.
Yep.
And is that fair? Absolutely not. But it's the way things are. And I wish it wasn't that way, but we're always known for our mistakes more than our successes. So
Right.
how
Oh, damn
if
it.
he can call it out all he wants, and I appreciate that he does. He's staying consistent,
Mhm.
but it's going to take some time for him to
Exactly.
come out of this damn
Exactly.
problem that he caused, unintentional or
Exactly.
not. It's still a problem that caused from him. He released the Rolo to the world, so
Well,
that's not like a little. Not a little problem. That is a huge problem.
that is a cardinal sin. But
It's
the thing is, at least me, Bandit, and Mr. Kush and others would agree on the consistency aspect of it. That if he is going to be consistent, then again he would be embraced by the rest of the community. And that is what is going on right now, which we have seen in the last years, provided that his consistency remains for the next year as well. And we are looking forward to it,
agreed.
isn't it?
I want him to succeed. I want him to succeed just like everybody else. But this is what it looks like to hold men accountable. Like you
Exactly.
screwed up, we
Man,
have to hold you accountable.
Look,
And then
I'm not the one who is going for a TED talk over there on the 21 Studios convention. Neither is Godmother, neither is anybody else.
yeah,
But I want him to succeed in a way that it would not be detrimental to the aspect of the philosophy of MGTOW or men's rights or manosphere red pill in general. So
agreed. Like I want
so
him to
my
succeed.
exactly,
It's just
exactly. So what
I
I'm trying to say is, let us just give him a bit of time. Let us see for the next convention what he is trying to pull off from his hat, and let us keep our fingers crossed that he does not, destroy his own credibility, which he has established via last year. Because what we are talking about is what he has done 5 years down the line,
Right.
but now we are also talking about what he has done last year, and I want a repetition of that.
Yeah.
If 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 he if, even if he brings in someone like Andrew Tate, okay, for example, for a 21 Studios convention talk, I would be much more happy that at least he is not bringing in a dating coach like Rolo Tomasi.
and the thing is, we're small potatoes to 21 Studios. Like we're never gonna have the volume
Yes,
he's having. We're just trying to, because he has such a high volume and he has so much influence, we want to make sure that he's on track. Just like I'm saying before, we're holding him accountable because the damage he can cause to all of our problems, he can make things a lot better for us, which would be awesome, or he can make
Hmm.
things a lot worse for us. He has a spotty track record right now. Do I want him to succeed? Hell yes. It's going to make everybody easier's job if he succeeds. But if he fails, our job becomes infinitely impossible. That's the stakes here. That's why we care so
exactly.
much. We want him to succeed, but we don't want him to destroy the sinking of the Titanic. Because
Oh, that's a terrible thumbnail. That reminds me of Blitz's thumbnail with the bag right here. That's awful.
I need to have that
Anthony
Star Wars
Green,
meme.
meet Cody Johnson.
I'm trying to find because Ian Smith was there too. I don't see anything
Meet
out
Cody
yet
Johnson.
on I don't see his talk out yet. Ian was the one that was the guy in New York that refused to close his gym during the COVID lockdown
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
New Jersey guy.
Yeah.
And the other question I have is, maybe you can bring this up to him if you go to the convention next year.
Hmm? Oh, I'm going. Yeah.
Does he think about any outreach to other channels to kind of like have it promote smaller channels to bring it up to where to get the message out if we're still talking about the same crap? Like, like, isn't it the goal to bring everybody up, or is it? Because this is my big question with him. Am I going to be the, you know, person bringing smaller channels up, or am I going to be the roadblock for smaller channels not to hit a certain audience?
Look, there is constant rivalry between men. There
No,
is
I'm
a
not saying the
constant
rivalry. I'm saying
dick measuring contest that goes on.
no. I
I
don't care for
mean,
the dick
that
measure.
used to be there between Hammerhand as well as TFM back in 2017. Let me tell you. Okay. And TFM is one of the OGs who started in 2015. Chris Cantu started before him. Okay. So there is constant dick measuring contests. Let bygones be bygones. What I am trying to see is consistency, and let us stick to that.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't give a shit about the dick. I'm the dick measuring contest. I'm not a 2-year-old. What I'm saying is, are you going to be a barrier to entry, or are you going to try to promote smaller channels up? Like, granted, if you have 1 million views and you're getting per video, okay, that's great. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. But other people that are saying your same message have different tweaks on it. Are you going to bring those people up, or are you going to be like a block in trying to just protect what you have? Because if you're going to be like that, what's the net result? We're never. It's not like we're never. I don't care about like helping everybody, but my point is, like, if you're going to be a linchpin of having other people grow, what's the difference between you and a feminist? So it's all, and that's the whole thing about I'm trying to question values here. I mean, would I'd love to interview the guy? That'd be amazing. Is that opportunity probably going to happen? Absolutely not. However, the way he treats smaller channels and the people that are weaker, like as a leader, if someone's weaker than you and you can bring them up, that shows a lot more character development than someone that's just like, oh, I have power. You're it's a barrier to entry. I have it. I'm going to protect it at all costs. Because what's that going to do for the rest of us? That's no different from a girl just protecting what she has, or like Susan, I don't like what you say. I'm just going to cancel your speech. So where's
Well,
the
the thing
motive?
is, I would say this in the defense of those very people, let them have an egotistical mindset or whatever, because it doesn't matter if they are doing the right thing for the masses, because then what would happen is if they are cherry picking on smaller channels, then everyone would say why you are not why you are discriminating amongst other people, and someone would say, oh, you have not promoted my channel. His job is not to promote channels, his job is to promote the philosophy and the content of the red pill, men's rights, and MGTOW philosophy in general. If he is doing that, that is absolutely fine. Then now he becomes a launch pad for the rest of the people. Then would they actually be able to come to his defense later? Which I have not seen many do that as
Right.
well, and within the MGTOW community as well.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's a character. It's not about if he's going to do it or not. It's a character question. Like, are you?
This I want to
Character,
elaborate on.
look, man, look.
He's not a socialist.
No, I'm not
This I
saying
want
he's
to
a
elaborate on
socialist.
what
I'm not
Bandit just
asking him
said.
to be. I'm trying to because he talks about values and principles. I'm trying to understand his character. That's all that what question was about. Was to understand his character.
Have you taken any time to watch his podcast?
Yes, I have. I
Okay.
have. I probably spent a good 10 hours watching a lot of his content over the last like 3 years. Not all at once. But yeah, there's not many stuff that I disagree about what he says. It's just when you have the poison fruit of Rollo Tomasi, that's a hard pill to swallow for most guys in this community. That's a giant red flag, because the damage that guy has wrecked is unbelievable. He's the reason why girl standards are, to bring it full circle, he's one of the main reasons why girls have these insane standards.
Hermit.
Well, what about this Jack the Dream Cuck Murphy? I mean, what the hell is this guy's name?
Jack Murphy.
Jack
I don't know. I never even heard of him until Chronic brought him up.
He's not even Jack Murphy. I forget his name.
It doesn't even matter.
Seminal order.
The problem is these guys give me a bad name. This is the problem. When these guys claim they're represent, I get represented by guys like this. This is the problem. These are guys that are representing me, so that when I go on a panel like Minka's or something, she associates me and thinks I'm a POA because I'm a MGTOW. It's because of fucktards like this guy. Excuse my language.
Well, no, I
You're
think
saying exactly what I'm trying to say. You're
No,
100% what I'm saying.
I think Minka was confused with MGTOW
Why
Bachelor
was she
and PUA.
confused?
Yeah.
Why was she
Well,
confused?
I don't know. I mean, she kept. I think because she hangs out in the petting zoo culture, her mind, because they might use the word bachelor.
No, it's because what I was just talking about before. Who's controlling the narrative? If they're getting all the screen time, they have the responsibility to. That's the whole thing about what I was saying before about controlling the narrative. And now everybody thinks that Rollo Tomasi represents me because I get lumped into this bullshit. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to either allow other content to come up and speak their own mind, or you got to be a barrier to entry. And if you're a barrier to entry, this is the kind of shit that happens. So you're proving my case.
That is exactly why, and I would go even a mile further than that. That is exactly why all these people who were MGTOW community in general were censored in the name of ADL and Southern Poverty Law Center because they were the ones actually providing solutions. Red pill does not provide any solution for the problem. That is the problem of Rollo Tomasi. That is the problem of entrepreneurs in cars, Richard Cooper. That is the problem of all these Jack Murphys of the world. Red pill provides you with reality, not any solutions. Men's rights are a failed attempt. We
Right.
have already seen that. The only group or the subsector of the manosphere that provides you with solutions is MGTOW. That's it. It is a bitter pill to swallow, but that's it.
And just to state for the record, the reason why I'm passionate about this is because I care. He has so much potential to do good that he also has the potential of doing bad. And right now his track record is sketchy. So this is why I care so much. Like, do I want him to do? I want him to succeed. I have no problems with Anthony Johnson personally. My big problem is that you let Rolo out of the 21 Studio banner and you got to deal with that crap. And we're now linked to him permanently. Like, whatever Rolo does is going to affect on me. No matter how much I say something, Rolo, because he's a higher person on the totem pole, he's a barrier to entry, and everybody's going to assume that if you have this mindset, everything that Rolo says, you're agreeing with. So if Rolo steps out, I have the scarlet letter of, so now, like, prime example, when Kush was saying, Minka had thinks that everybody thinks that the community just like Rolo Tomasi. Well, that's bullshit. Like, we're individuals, but we get lumped some. So you have to take accountability and responsibility for your actions. And the higher you are on the totem pole, the more damage you can cause. And now I'm lumped in with that. Like,
And this guy
do we?
just sets such a poor example.
That's why we're so passionate. That's why we're upset, because we see wasted potential.
I would say Rolo Tomasi, because we are literally talking about him. Do you know how he gets on all these chartered flights and private jets of other people? Because he hangs around with people like Andrew Tate, who gives him a ride alongside others on that very chartered flight.
Yeah, actually, Tony's brother George Bruno, I guess, got asked by the Dr. Phil show if he would come join the Dr. Phil show, and he passed it off to Rolo, and I guess Rolo went on Dr. Phil. I mean, I don't watch it, but I heard him explain a little bit about his experience over there.
Okay, I would tell you about Dr. Phil as well. Good mother, hear this. Dr. Phil uh, introduced when MGTOW community was going through identity crisis because of Oprah Winfrey's network doing a documentary on the manosphere. Dr. Phil approached someone like Sandman, of all people. You know Sandman, right? So they introduced someone like Sandman and told them, well, would you like to come for our hit piece on you in general? And he started with a phone interview. So he was talking to Dr. Phil, and these I'm just paraphrasing what Sandman did and said very cleverly. He said that, well, my problem is with people like Oprah Winfrey, because most people don't know that Dr. Phil network is actually connected to Oprah Winfrey as well, and Oprah is his boss. Dr. Phil's boss is Oprah Winfrey, network wise. And
That's
he
awful.
just
That's awful.
exactly, but look at the wisdom which Sandman had back in the day. So, what he did, Well, he said, well, because your boss, Oprah Winfrey, is having a 24/7 orgy of male bashing on her channel. That is the problem. And Dr. Phil was, looking like a headless chicken who could not ascertain as to what is what, apart from his psychological jargon. He could not say one word against it, and he ended the telephonic interview because he could not stand to gain anything from a hit piece on his boss, which is a woman named Oprah Winfrey that has given her network connection for being in the mainstream media platform. That is the thing. That Sandman tried that back in 2017. I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about 2017. It is not that we have not been getting any mainstream media offers as such. It is just that we have been rejecting it. One man with a mustache, he is also in the MGTOW community, Manosphere. He got over there and he made the popular meme that, well, if you would be on the treadmill, you are going to be in the first of the line to a woman. That is the thing. These people have been trying to slander us. It is just that we have not given them so much of attention, and we have not catered to come to their channels, except for someone like Tommy Sotomayor as well. But he was also, criticized by women on the channel. 10 women judging a man based on things. And that is why Tommy Sotomayor also gets so much flack, because he also got on the mainstream media television. Of course, he gained popularity, but he also gained something, which is the wrath of women in general. Hell hath no fury like a scorned woman. We already know that. Yes, sir.
No, just something else. Yeah, yeah. So there's something else I need to take a look at for a few seconds. So I'll add my thoughts. But one of the thoughts I have, and I just got back. I was on a bathroom break. But again, for me, this thing about the 21 convention, until I see some of these PUA types and some of these other these bad elements eliminated from it, I can't I can't throw my support behind these people who are trying to rip off susceptible men. I just cannot, I cannot in good conscience throw my support behind an organization that has a guy who's the self-proclaimed president of the manosphere, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, who's preying on, literally preying on young men. And I cannot in good conscience throw my support behind that. Never, never.
Okay, let me be the
Preach.
devil's advocate. Let me be the devil's advocate and ask you, Mr. Kush, this very question. And please remember, I'm just being a devil's advocate,
Yeah.
trying to cross-examine people. If there is an option, if there are only two options that you have to listen to 21 Studios, or you have to listen to someone like Roma Army, the chick who has an OnlyFans on her second marriage and talks about men's rights with all the tattoos she has from Canada. Would you listen to Roma Army, or would you listen to someone like 21 Studios?
I'd prefer Roma Army because I know right away she's full of shit.
See, but I see Anthony.
The problem I have with these people at 21 Studios is they've run this. They're even more dangerous than Roma Armies because they disguise themselves as promoting healthy lifestyles by men. But you've got this clown who's a self-proclaimed president saying preying on young men, even more dangerous than the chameleons, in my opinion.
See, and I don't see Anthony as preying on young men. He's a networker. He tries to get people together. That's what the convention's all about, is guys from all the different spheres of the manosphere coming together. Like, the majority of this whole convention is these guys like talking with each other and talking with the attendees and like sharing messages between, I mean, because typically a lot of these different sectors would be fighting.
I mean, here's my perspective. I stumbled onto Roma armies, and I knew she was full of shit. She made it very clear to me that she was full of shit. I mean, I could tell right away she was full of shit. She didn't have to tell me directly, but all the red flags were there, obviously, in plain daylight. These people, they're hiding it. That's even scummier and slimier to me.
See,
and I'm not saying all of them. I'm not saying 90% of them aren't doing that, but it's the 10% that's the whole one bad apple spoils the bunch.
right, and they have had that problem in the past. There have been PUA types trying to prey on the
I'm seeing it
attendees.
today here, though.
No, at the convention itself. The attendees of the convention that go there to see all the people, the PUA types that are not even allowed there anymore, would prey on the attendees to get them to sign up for courses and shit. And that kind of
Since
shit's not happening anymore.
yes, and since when, Ma?
Since last year, I mean, I didn't see any
Yes.
of them this last year when I went up there. I know you were kind of hesitant about me going up there because of the reputation it had, but it was
Yes.
completely different than all of
Okay.
that.
Okay, so for the next year, for the next consecutive 3 years, if 21 studios have the very same consistency, I would say they would gain much more support amongst men.
Yeah.
If they have the very same consistency for the next, shall we say, 3 years, that's it. So 3 years is a lot of time. In 3 years, you would have 3 conventions. Let us see what they have in the store for us.
Yeah.
I'm just
So
asking a quick question. Has Anthony Johnson called out Rolo?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I
yes.
just want
Constantly.
to.
He's always making memes about these guys.
Okay.
he has even called Fresh and Fit, which
Yeah.
I think was most necessary. I mean, they do a good job of
And
illuminating the
Anthony.
sperm receptacles over there. But apart from that, look at the community post. He made a clown of Fresh and Fit as well as Donovan Sharp. So it is a
Yeah.
good thing.
No, it's like, and that's where I struggle with it because I'm like, I watch Chronic and Hammer and all you guys, talk shit about all these PUA dating roaches, and I'm like, I see the same thing going on this side too.
Well, we
But
have to
him.
see for the consistency. You
Yeah.
have seen it very lately, very recently, and we have to see the consistency. That's it. If consistency wise they do a good job, then I would be, waving the flag for them. And no doubt about it. I don't do it quite often for other people myself,
Yeah.
but I would be in support of them.
Oh, here it is.
I mean, in the community post, it is there, na?
Oh, yeah. I was just
Community,
looking at Ian
community.
Smith. Yeah.
Okay.
Fresh and Fit. Elliot Holstein. I mean, I think he does a lot of promotion on this one because he has 2 other channels. I think the Redman group he does a lot of calling out on too.
And
Wait, scroll. How
regarding
much
the
was
Red
that?
Man group,
Can you scroll up real quick? How much was that? Keep going up a little bit more.
The VIP ticket
So it's $2,000.
for
What a VIP ticket
VIP.
it is. I mean,
Yeah,
this
VIP comes with dinners and stuff, with like VIP dinners with all the speakers. It comes with a lot of different stuff.
So I would say, I mean, this is somehow the very same money which people go and donate in a club when they are going out to partying and whatnot. So, I mean, it is not a big sum of money.
Wait a
Regarding the
minute.
values and
Wait a
the
minute. Wait a
character,
minute. Wait a
yes,
minute.
yes, sir.
This is a fucking
$2,000
joke.
is a significant amount of money.
Oh,
My
I'm
gas
thinking
budget.
in Indian terms of rupees. Then okay, okay. I was thinking about
$2,000 is
Indian dollars.
about how much I spend a year in gas. Like, I get it. You can only have so many seats, and what you charge is what you charge.
Well,
But
it is
to
for
say
VIP, na?
$2,000 is not a small chunk of money I have to push back on that.
I was thinking in terms of Indian rupees. I got confused.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fair. That's fair. But I'm saying 2,000 US dollars is a lot of money. That's a lot. Now,
I know that. I'm saying I got confused between Indian rupee system and American
yeah.
currency.
Okay, I didn't mean. I get that. I'm sorry for freaking out. I'm just saying, like, but I understand what he's trying to do, but you're gonna have these dinners and you're gonna have a VIP. But the thing is, the average Joe can't afford $2,000. Like,
Right.
okay, are you? But I get it. Are you? That's not your target audience. I understand that. I'm not having that. But I'm just saying, $2,000 for the average Joe. That could. I mean, like you're saying before, the average salary for Americans is what? Is right around 50. So you're talking 125th.
55,000
Well, you're talking.
median income.
You're talking 125th of your net earnings, or you're not even your. I'm sorry, I take that back. Not your net. Your total earnings for the year is basically 125th of that. To watch that, like, how are you helping out the average person when you have a fee of $2,000? Like, granted, that's probably for the rich people to have have buddy with these people, but how is the average person going to be buddy to ask these questions to help themselves? Because I thought you're trying to bring men up. This is where the mixed signals come in that I get confused about, because I have no problem for you charging $2,000, but you can't have the mixed signal of telling me that you're helping the average person. Like, make that make sense for me.
Right.
If you're there to help the average person, you can't have 2,000. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't charge people $2,000. Now, if you're going to charge $500 per person, okay, we can have that talk. But
Oh well.
2,000. No, but I'm saying.
That's for the VIP. That's
Yeah,
VIP
I'm saying
for a
VIP.
regular ticket, and you buy one, and then you can bring a friend for free. So you're literally, when it's like $999, it's literally like $500 to go.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I understand what he's trying to do. It's expensive to do this kind of stuff, but even at those rates, you're still not targeting the average person that can afford that. Like, you need to get it down to
$500 for a conference? I
Yeah,
mean, hair
most
conference, dude. So many hair conferences I've gone to cost more than that.
but most people don't have $500 in their savings account. 56% of Americans have less than $500 in their savings. This is what I'm trying to get at. Like, the disconnect is astronomical. You're talking people that live paycheck to paycheck, the people that really need this information if they're going to better their lives, and they can't even attend this. This is literally like the elites laughing at you and saying, "Hey, we're better than you." Like, that's how the average person sees this, because they can't afford $500.
Well,
They
I
don't
mean,
have $500 in their savings account. How are you going to go
right.
to a convention that's $500 so you're not even helping the average person? This is
But
my
then it's
disconnect.
on and then it, like, he puts it on his freaking thing anyway after the fact, so people can watch it for free.
Okay.
Like, if they don't want to go. There's also a small subscription that you could do to 21 University. Yeah, there's an app that you can, like, be and it's a cheaper version of, I guess, that. There's multiple tiers to this.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's multiple options.
I'm just trying to do as much good. I'm just trying to look at the most good as you possibly can, and trying to make
Yeah.
sure if you're gonna do these special things, just don't say you're there for the average person, because it's insulting to the average person. Like I feel insulted even having to even like have this conversation. Like I knew plenty of people in my life that, you know, they're they're rewashing their plastic bags, their sandwich bags, because they can't afford to get more sandwich bags. Like I know people that have to deal with this kind of crap. And to me, I take it personally, because like we're there to help everybody. If we're not being mentors to bring people up, what the hell are we doing? It's just
Look,
it's a tough
the
pill for
point
me to
is,
swallow.
the point is, average person cannot be illuminated to work for himself unless and until he suffers a catastrophe. The
He's already
catastrophe is the
suffering a
real test.
catastrophe.
My point being, nobody suffers a catastrophe in this day and age, because we have what we, even royalty used to didn't have 200 years ago, in terms of resources or lifestyle wise, whatever, fast moving consumer goods or whatever. Now, the point being, how do we support an average man? Average man can only be supported via turning the laws in his favor, so that he would be empowered enough that if he knows that there is a divorce which is based on adultery only, then he is not going to get charged an arm and a leg, and the custody would be in his favor of his children. When he knows that, he would take risks which he otherwise couldn't. That would regenerate him, that would keep him awake at night, so that he would be thinking about what other way he would be earning money to support his family. So laws are the biggest hurdle. They are the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about.
Well, the thing is,
The,
I can't control laws. I'm not a politician. I can vote, but I'm not a politician. I can, I mean, it's laws is like changing laws is changing laws by proxy. I have to get a politician to do that job. And I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but I can't control politicians. I can
look.
bring people up, and I can show them
Okay,
the
I
path of being
look.
independent to change
Okay,
their life, but
I, I
I can't change
I would I
politicians.
would I would give you another example. Do you know how terrorists are prepared? Via radicalization
Mhm.
to become suicide bomber. Okay?
Well, there's
Do
a
you know
couple
how
ways.
military? Yes, but mainly via radicalization. Without radicalization, nobody is foolish enough to blow himself up wearing
I
a suicide vest,
I
right?
argue the difference, and I can explain. I know people that went to Iraq, and a lot of them they had a gun against their whole entire family and say, if you don't blow yourself up, I'm killing your family. So they said, one person is better than four. I'm gonna blow myself up. Some people are just given that shitty choice. They have to pick between a rock and a hard place. So they got to choose blowing themselves up, or being the only survivor in their family and watching everybody they know, extended family up, getting assassinated right in front of them.
You are giving an anecdotal experience.
I'm not giving
Exception
it
does not
anecdotal.
disprove the rule. That is not what happened en masse. The reason why terrorists and suicide bombers commit those atrocities is because they think that either they are being invaded by a foreign invader, that is the Western forces, or that was the case with Taliban, or they think that they are doing good via spreading the message of Sharia law, which is Islam in general. Now,
This
coming
isn't
back
a.
to the topic, I'm not going
This is
into the
you
nitty gritty or
dismissed
the
my
merits of the
argument.
argument. What
No,
I'm trying to
wait, wait,
say,
wait. I'm defending my argument here. You dismissed me for saying that it's anecdotal. I've talked to multiple This isn't. I don't bring anecdotal
How
evidence
many?
and say, hey, 15 different people
No,
that
but
lived
how
that were
many?
in
Count
different services
15
at the
different
time.
people.
I know people that were on the
Okay.
bomb squad
Okay.
that literally had to go into roadside bomb and they had to interview people, hundreds of people, and it's the same scenario. It's not as clear cut as this is a situation. Some people are just given a shitty choice and had to make the best decision possible. Like, was he mad that he had to worry about getting blown up and he was targeted and his thing got blown up? He wasn't pissed because he understood that that person had to make a shitty choice. Now, he gave up his life so his rest of his family can live. Did he hold any animosity towards that guy that tried to kill him? Absolutely not. He knew he had to, because after interviewing all these people, he finally realized that guy was given no freaking choice. He either blow himself up or
As
watch his whole family
usual.
get killed. So, so what are you
What?
supposed to do? You're in a bad situation. You have to pick. You have to deal with the bad circumstances and just survive. And that's all you can possibly do in a situation like that. Is it clear and cut the best way? No, but it's the situation at hand. So you can't judge a person just because they're radicalized. That's not always the situation. It's more nuanced than that. There's more
No,
there's
it
more
is not.
evidence. It's
No,
definitely more nuanced.
generally, why terrorists become suicide bombers is not because of the fact that they have been told to do so or their family would be in jeopardy in general. Okay, as usual, one of the delightful things about uh, American society in general, and now you would be enraged by that, but I'm going to say it otherwise because uh, you people think from a Western standpoint. You don't think from a standpoint of the people who are living in those places. I come from those places like India, which is at the mouth of Afghanistan. Terror attacks every day, and this is what we go through as well. And most of the time, these kids are radicalized enough. They grew up in poverty and they are taken by these terrorist handlers who then radicalize them that you would get 72 virgins in the afterlife. And that is why these prepubescent children commit crimes, or these underage children commit crimes, slitting someone's throat, raping women, gang raping women, or things like that, even committing a terror attack.
But
Why?
just doing
Because
the exact same
they
argument
have
that you just told me not to do with an anecdotal argument. Who is the most thrifty? Who's the one that gives the most amount of money to all causes across the planet? It's Americans. Just because our politicians are scum and we have choice between a rock and a hard place doesn't mean we support these people. We donate to
my
more organizations. We're doing as much as we possibly can as a non-person that has no political power. We're donating. We're doing exactly what we possibly can do to fix a situation that sucks all the way around. Would I'd love to be able to go in and raise people up, but the moment I go into another country and instill my values on another country, that's the worst thing I could possibly do. All I can do is,
exactly
and I
my
understand this,
my
I'm not the one that's going into other countries and doing all this crap. I'm trying to not be in this situation.
Can I finish my point
Yeah.
with your permission?
Yeah.
Because you are extrapolating it when it is not necessary. My point being, the reason why I gave the example of terrorist who is always radicalized enough to become a suicide bomber or kill someone or slit someone's throat is because in generality it is the case. Now you would say I have talked to most of the people, and well, because they desperate times call for desperate measures. They try desperate measures via fixing someone else in their place to become the one who wears the suicide vest or whatever, because they think that they would live to die another day in their case. But the basic concept that drives these terrorists or elsewhere is radicalization. Radicalization is the biggest factor. So what I'm trying to say is radicalization is the factor, or polarization, let us say, for a diluted version of radicalization, polarization. If that pole shift actually happens in the case of men, which has already happened in the case of 21 studios, then it shall be a good thing, because we would love to see the consistency. And if they are not going to deliver consistency, people are going to gravitate towards people like Bandit, Mr. Bullets, or Mr. Kush, and
They
Good
can,
Mother.
yeah, they can
That
find.
is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Now you you went into a different paradigm.
Well, I'm my whole thing is just in general. Like I know I'm very passionate, and I know it kind of may rub people the wrong way, but it's because I care. Okay, and I'm not saying you don't care differently. It's not a shit test on how much we care or not. But I only explain myself. It's it's why I'm passionate. Why I care about this kind of crap. And it's like, if we're devoting this amount of time and effort trying to better everything else, I want it to be worthwhile. At least, like, if I can save one person, then I did my job. That's all I wanted to do. However, if we want to have that kind of message, even give the opportunity to grow into a situation, like, ideally it would be great for one of our channels to grow as much as 21 studios, or even, I mean, I would love to have, like, even half the audience of, like, Donovan Sharp. I mean, that's what makes us so angry. It's because it's like they're lemmings
Bandit?
getting leaded off a cliff. It's
Bandit,
frustrating. Yes,
you would have to actually start a channel first.
I know. That's fair.
Yes, you
That's
don't even have a channel.
That's fair. That's fair. But I'm doing
Look
stuff in
who
the
is
background to
talking.
make that
The one
possible.
who does not even have a channel.
Good mother, you know exactly what I'm dealing with right now.
I know,
And it's
I
not an
know.
excuse. I'm amending up. It's not an excuse.
Right.
However, I'm trying to get myself to a situation where I can stream.
Yeah, I know.
But, like,
Oh,
and
sure.
I'm not I appreciate going up on other people's streams. I appreciate Kush. I appreciate Good Mother. I appreciate Contriver. Not, and it doesn't matter what order I said it in, but I appreciate you having me up to at least speak my thoughts. Okay, and not a lot of people
Well,
do it, and I want to say I appreciate that, but
and I
I'm
and I
working on
don't
getting to that point. I'm just
and I
not
d-
there yet.
and I don't know if, I mean, working in the current field you work in, is there ever going to be a point where you feel comfortable actually getting on camera and talking?
On camera, talking,
Yeah.
yes. Camera, no. I can't do it. I physically can't do it because I work for a government job. Every
Right.
person in finance is a government job. Doesn't matter,
Yeah.
because you have to deal with the
No,
SEC.
don't say that.
It is. It's a
Don't
government
say
job.
that. No, don't say that at least.
But
People
it's the
are here
truth.
as ninja watchers. People are here as ninja watchers trying to dox you. Why would you say that, something like that?
Well,
We have to
that's
edit
very
it.
broad. That's very
I'm
broad.
speaking in broad terms.
Okay.
Everybody
Yeah.
knows this. Anybody that deals with finance knows that you have to deal with the SEC.
Now you are specifying that.
Anybody that listens to me talk already knows. I'm not telling you any information you don't know. Like, watch
Right.
2 streams, you probably realize what I do. It's not like it's like telling Undead Chronic, what does he do? He's a scientist. Like, he says it. It's not like he works in biology. We have an idea what he does. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't control, what people are going to do. I can put myself in the best situation possible. I can be fair and not go ballistic on people, but people are going to do what people are going to do. You can't control. And living a life through a fear, what's going to happen if you live through a life of fear? You're not going to accomplish anything. You're not going
Right.
to try new things.
Right.
All right? So, am I going to motivate people, or am I going to demotivate people? I have to pick a lane. So I'm taking a risk, just like everybody else on this panel. Speaking on YouTube is a risk in this day and age. Like, speaking truth is a risk. Truth to power is a risk. Breathing's a risk at this point. All right? So, like, what are we doing here? Like, if we're trying to help other people, I'm on page with everything you guys said. I don't disagree. I might disagree on the process or maybe how it's done, but we all
Mhm.
get to the same net result. We're all, and the only reason why we disagree so much is because we're passionate, which is a good thing. We shouldn't harbor people not having different opinions. We should all feel passionate what we talk about.
By the way, I just noticed Kush's name, not your everyday precious metal XOXO.
I was wondering how long that would take.
I was like, well, who in the hell is that? I don't know what you're talking about in the back chat.
Yeah, there was some. Oh yeah, did you send something to me? Did you send something? Because Bandit said something to me in the Discord as well. Did you send something to me? I haven't checked yours yet.
No, I mean I did possibly, but
Okay.
No, I sent thanks for the Cash App, Kush.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, how many people at 21 Studios did that to you?
Did what?
Gave you a Cash App like that?
Oh, nobody. But
oh, there's your answer right there.
Well, I
Right
was there volunteering.
These people care so fucking much. There's your answer right there.
that's what I've been talking about like all stream. Like,
Well, Carnell Smith
we
came
get
on and
peanuts.
spent 3 hours enjoying conversation and trying to deliver information to people. Jeff Younger came on the channel and spent over 2.
Jeff Younger.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
let us
let my
just keep
actions speak
21
for
studios
themselves.
apart from the conversation. Yes. And the chapter for 21 studios is over. We would have to see. We will play as it comes. We will cross the bridge when we are there, and that's it.
Okay.
Now we are talking about unrealistic expectations again, which is the moot point of this live stream. And unrealistic expectations, just a round table answer from all the people, starting with you, good mother. When would you think these unrealistic expectations would wean away from the society and women itself?
I think they would wean away probably by the 2nd week of a Crazy Bitch boot camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr.
Good mother,
Kush.
Good mother. K-Plan 1142 is asking about the Discord.
Oh, does he want in the GM Discord?
I don't know. He just said there's a Discord, so I don't know which one. I would say, yeah, I'd say if you're cool with letting him in.
I don't post that. I don't post that locally. He's actually here. I'll do this. I'll drop the link if you want to come up and grab it out of the private chat. You're welcome to do that.
Yeah,
I'd be willing to do that.
Hey, K-Plan 1142, come up and we can give you the link to the Discord. We could give you the Discord info.
Okay, Mr. Kush, the very same question.
Yep.
When would the unrealistic expectations of the society and women in general would wean away?
When would it wean away? I think when
Yes.
you get. So what do we say? 43 million Americans, U.S. American men are MGTOW? Is that what we concluded?
Yes.
Okay. I gave that. I dropped a $50 super chat on Hammerhand's stream and mentioned that, and people were incredulous to it. A lot of the young men in there didn't even believe that statement. That's why I put it up there. And even Hammerhand himself was shocked to see that. And that's just simple math there. Why isn't a message like that getting out? Why isn't a message like that getting out? When enough people like that, if you got a number like that and then you double that, then you're going to start seeing things changing. You see, they're desperate. That's why they're doing what they're doing. They are desperate to stop people like me. Oh, they'll be happy to let Anthony Cuck Johnson do whatever he wants. because he's gonna continue to be the tractor pull to young men. But they'll do anything and everything to stop a guy like Chronic, a guy like Hammer, a guy like me, a guy like you yourself, Contriver. They will do it. They will stop at nothing to stop guys like me because they know that once they know our truth, once they know what we know, they know that they're not. They know we're not going to pay into that system of usury, and that could tear everything apart. And that scares the hell out of them. They're scared to death.
Plus, you can't be bought. That's the scary thing to them. You can't be bought. Like
That's why
what's
Trump was such a threat to him. He
Yeah,
couldn't be bought. I am unfettered. I can't be bought. I'm not a
exactly what I was about to
YouTube
say.
content creator. I can't be bought or sold. I'm in the same situation as a Donald Trump.
That's why
I don't have to be bought or sold by subs.
it's
or
so
cash
dangerous
apps
to collect
or
money.
super chats or any of that bullshit.
It's so dangerous to rely on and collect this money because it's a double-edged sword. It's a sword that's going to be used to control you, yet you get the financial win. So are you willing to take that handoff? Are you willing to take that deal? I'm willing to be controlled by the money that I get because
Okay. The
it
same
could be used
question to
against you.
you, Bandit,
Mhm.
before you expound any further.
Yeah.
The same question to you. When would the unrealistic expectations of this gynocentric society as well as women would wean away?
Will wean away
Yes.
until I mean, let me think about this for a second. Okay. The only way is when women are given the choice that they're forced to be traditional again. They're going to because the only way men are going to come back to the table is if women, I'm not saying you guys are not part of that conversation because you guys will not come back to the table, which is fine. Not knocking it at all. It's a choice. But the men that will come back to the table, they're going to demand that they want a fit feminine woman. So those are the standards for coming back to the table to them. So only way this argument's going to go back to regular standards again is if when women are going to act like reasonable adults. If they're not forced to or they don't have to take that role, it's just going to get worse. Because men aren't in the control of this arrangement right now. Men are on the downward trend. They don't have the power in this relationship. So there's no motivation for the women to change. So you're going to need a catastrophic event, like you were saying, a collapse. Because then the traditional values are going to come all back again. It's the only way it's going to change. Because there's no other
Okay.
way to motivate someone to, if they're getting everything they want, why the hell would they change? They won't. If you give a toddler, like TFN's example, you give a toddler a lollipop every single day and they rot their teeth out, and you say, I'm not giving you a lollipop, and yet I can speak to someone else and get a free lollipop every day, they don't care what you say. They still get a lollipop if they talk to someone else. So why the hell are they going to change? They're not. But if they say, you don't have any teeth left and I don't find you attractive, and you know what, now I'm going to have to change. I'm going to have to get dentures and now not suck on lollipops anymore. Like, something's got to force them to change. What men used to do was a thing called shame. It used to work very well. And now, since it's illegal to shame a woman, they took that power away. And now female nature is going absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So to
Berserk.
bring shame back. You want to fix this whole damn thing? Bring shame back.
Mm-hmm.
Shame will keep the systems in line, if you want to quote Star Wars. That's the only tool men have to bring women back to the table is shame. If you don't have shame, you have collapse. It's really that simple, at least in my eyes.
And I would end this on a very positive note because, yes, my ex got remarried. I want to tell other people as well. So whoever is going to next be her next victim, I'm not going to pay any alimony. Okay, so um, she got married last December. I didn't know, but she was still asking for alimony if that was the case.
Well, I think once women get their poop in a group too, I just gotta say
Poop in a group. Hey, RJ. Hey,
in terms that the young people can understand.
yeah. K-Plan, do you want to come up on the panel too? I see you backstage.
Yeah. Pliskin, what the fuck?
It's not freaking Candyland around here. Jesus.
Oh man.
Okay. There you go. Oh.
They pop in and pop out.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Alrighty, cool. Yeah, you see, I mean, this is it. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll swing it back. Everybody come to Kush's site. I give lessons. I charge by the hour. I charge $200 per hour. I have a buy one get one free on Tuesdays, 2 for Tuesdays. It's so BOGO Tuesdays. Just think BOGO Tuesdays after Money Making Mondays. You know, then I have Thirst Trap Thursdays. And I have Brazilian Booty Fridays. Teach you everything you need to know. Charge you $1,000 each stream, man. I mean, does that sound silly to you?
Oh yeah, it does.
Well, what does that sound? I mean, Anthony Cuck Johnson sounds like that to me. Hey, K-Plan, how's it going?
Hey, it's going good.
Good. Did you get the link?
Yep.
Good.
Wait.
All right, so K-Plan, now that you're up here, do you want to answer Contrevor's question about the, what was it, Contrevor? About the entitlement and the high expectations subsiding for women? When do you think that will happen?
Probably not soon. Like, it's gonna have to take a lot for that to happen.
So I stand corrected on all the fronts. All the rest of the panelists agree with my assessment that when an economic collapse or a downturn or a catastrophe like a World War III sort of a scenario happens, then and only then all these unrealistic expectations would dissipate. Right?
Yeah,
Add that. Yes, please go ahead.
Well, it's like one of those things where, like, you're not going to give up certain rights or powers unless there's a really big incentive to do so. Right? I mean, I don't see how that would. I think it would be a tough sell to be like, okay, well, you need to give this up for, the greater good. Because you don't want to give that up. Or is that weird? Am I on mute?
No, sir. We can clearly hear.
We're listening. We're listening.
Yeah. So I don't know, because I feel like that's one of the things where it's like, you gain the power. Like, why would you give that up? Unless there's like a really big incentive to do so. I don't see it happening.
Well, that's to me. That's why you got to have, the MGTOW movement grow, and enough men say, "F it, walk away from this stuff," and that's going to really hurt. I mean, when this really starts to hurt financially, that's the only way that's going to change this is when it really starts hurting these people financially. And that's through the MGTOW movement, men not supporting that gynocentric system of marriage, divorce, the courts, the usury, all of it, the keeping up with the Joneses, all of it. This is all, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And when you get millions and millions of men walking away from that, you get millions and millions of men saying, F it, we're not going to support the infrastructure anymore. Yeah, that's going to cause the collapses. I mean, it's not going to be like, oh, you're not going to get your favorite piece of hummus toast at your organic foods restaurant. It's going to be, you're going to start running out of critical things. It's not going to be just a mere inconvenience anymore. It'll be a little bit more serious than that. And it's not, no, that might not happen tomorrow, but a few weeks from now, it'll be something else. A few weeks from now, it'll be something else it'll be a slow decay like that. And it'll eventually reach a point where it's like, if some, you know, something that there has to be something like K-Plan said, they're not going to relegate that power as long as they are comfortable waiting in the pile of warm shit.
Yep. Kush, just to clarify, do you consider society alone to be feminist? So,
yes.
So as a MGTOW, where do you draw the line for surviving in a system designed to destroy you?
You survive in the system by being in. I hearken back. This is why I can't lie. You can't catch me lying. I always hearken back to these core things. I'm indifferent. I don't care about the outcome.
No, it's not an insult question.
That's how I protect myself. I show indifference to it. I don't hate women as MGTOW don't. I don't hate women. I'm indifferent. I don't pay into it. I show indifference to it. I ignore it. I don't go out into society unless I have to. If I need to tear it up and be a social butterfly, I do it when I need to. But as others here have said, you know, everything I do, it's in an effort to get back here to my home and my peaceful life. Everything else around that, I'm indifferent to. I'm indifferent to women. I'm indifferent to these PUAs. And I want to share, and that indifferent lifestyle has led me to a path to wealth, to freedom, to peace, to liberty, to wisdom and knowledge. A lot of things that I would not have had I just followed the route that all my other peers did. It's just so simple. The whole thing. It's simple. It's designed inherently to be simple.
Yep. Just clarification question. That's all.
Yeah.
And K-Pen, you're completely right. Like, my biggest thing is thinking about answering the question is, what will it take to motivate women to turn to the other side? Because men, we can't use the judicial system. We can't use the political system. Every single advantage we used to have is taken away through laws. So other than, and even shame at this point is taken away, what other way it's not about controlling, what other way is it just to say, come back to the table do men have? And there's really no answer that I can think of. Unless you can, K-Plan.
I mean, rebellion or strike. I know those aren't like good options, but those are the only ones.
And I think maybe one of the things is doing what I'm doing, you know, going off and following like Bullet's route of the mentorship route. I do my own thing, and I approach it as an individual case-by-case basis. Like, for example, the case with Minka, I try to talk to her so I can communicate my message to her. We can come to the table and meet. I can communicate my message to her, and then she can communicate the message in her language to her audience and reach a broader audience. It's those kinds of things I don't do. I don't charge for that. That's the thing. I do it I keep it simple. Everything I explain to her, and the reason why she's able to regurgitate and translate what I say and make it sound intelligent to the women is because I explained it to her in very simple terms. It's very simple. It doesn't need to be complicated by this ridiculous grift and these people asking $2,000 for a consultation on how to become a cuck. I mean, it's just, these are such distractions. But they're the same thing. That it's the same thing. It's like the controlled opposition. I look at this as a form of that guy Jack Cuck Murphy is or whatever the John Cuck Anthony, whatever his name is, as a form of controlled opposition. He is just yet another distraction to young men to achieving the true liberty and freedom and wisdom and power and strength that they are capable of. This is just one more distraction barrier to that. You're robbing these men of money that they could be used towards going towards funding a STEM degree or something like that. And I cannot sit idly by and watch that happen.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, does anybody have anything to say?
No, I mean,
No,
these
we
guys
agree.
we agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
That's
agree
why,
with
like,
that.
it's hard. I mean, I'll take a tip of the hat. Like, you can't really top what you just said. You know what I mean? Like,
By the drop of a hat.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I mean, I could go to 21 Studios. What do I accomplish going there? What I spend a week down there. What do I accomplish going down there? What do I accomplish that I wouldn't accomplish doing what I'm doing now?
Well, we could listen to their videos or download their app and do things simultaneously. I mean, we don't have to go there, but if someone is going there, I mean, we should let us see as to what their opinion is after coming out of 21 Studios.
I mean, and I want to make it clear, I don't hate everyone in 21 Studios. Absolutely not. I like the guy Tony Bruno. I like him. I've spoken with him on his panel before. He's a down to earth guy. He gets it. And I'll be happy to throw my support behind a guy like Tony Bruno. Do we see eye to eye on everything? Absolutely not. But I think but I don't see him shilling men on bullshit. I don't see him doing that either. He's doing very as good mother said, he's doing a lot of things that I do, maybe approaching it a little differently, but he's doing the same kind of things, in my opinion. That's where I agree with good mother, that he and I are thinking the same way, maybe approaching it a little differently.
Exactly.
I think maybe Tony Bruno is more of an alpha male, whereas I'm more of a sigma male. Think of it that way.
yeah, but you're accomplishing the same goals. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with everything we're talking about. It's once again the devil's in the details. It's always going to be that way, but it's the devil in the details of how we want to accomplish things.
On that note, let us close the chapter for 21 Studios because we have already did the brainstorming for them, and we have to just look at their consistency in the subsequent years. If they have that, props to them, and we want them to become even larger in terms of reaching out to the masses.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, and this is the important part, we are not getting a nickel out of YouTube or being online, pondering over these subjects, doing some self introspection at regular basis. We still have to continue to be vehement about our own MGTOW philosophy and the sad state of affairs regarding the legal aspect of it. If we continue to do only these two things, spread out the message of the MGTOW philosophy as well as talk about the sad state of affairs regarding legal terrorism, then we would be able to drive the opinion of the people into a direction where people would stand up and ask 21 Studios to host people who would be inclined towards our philosophy in general. And that would be the biggest thing. that we could make other people do our things. And this is how women operate. Susan B. Anthony always says educate, organize, agitate. What we are doing, as what Real Talk always says, educate, elevate, separate. So we are educating, elevating, and separating. Mr. Bullets is the oldest MGTOW mentor which I have seen. Bandit, you as well, Mr. Iridium Kush as well. I mean, you people are new in the mentoring field, but I know that you are going to achieve wonders. I'm quite confident about that. And with the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp, Good Mother is doing a phenomenal work. And I have no words to say in praise of Good Mother because I'm always at a loss for words. Because what she has suffered, what she has sacrificed, and what she has done also needs to be brought into the public. She is the only woman in the world whom I would put at the level of Dr. Esther Villar as well as someone like Karen Strong.
Well, I don't think I've done quite that.
Well, no, I'll vouch for that. I'd say you've done a lot more for the manosphere community than a lot of the men have. I'll vouch for that.
I've just talked to people. I've
Yes,
just
but
connected people to people.
people do not receive FBI and Texas A&M University police at their doorstep. You have braved that.
Wow.
So you deserve that. Don't sell yourself short.
At the same time, think about this: you having the conversation. That, I mean, that's 90% of the battle right there. We can't even have this conversation most of the time. We get canceled for it. So think about it in that sense. We can't even have this talk today because any other time we get big enough, we're just going to get canceled. So having a place to even have this conversation is 90% of the battle.
Well,
No, but this is how we have to diversify. We have to. I have been keep requesting. I keep requesting to everyone, make your own Rumble account or on all tech platforms, whether it is MGTOW.tv or whether it is Manosphere.tv or whatever.
Yeah,
Please
I've
make
done
your
that.
own
I've done
content.
that. Yep.
Yes. And when that happens, people would reach out to you from those very sectors. And nowadays, it has become very much easier for people to maneuver the technical discrepancies or whatever, the technical hurdles, we shall say. So there is no one obstructing you. Instead of being, downhearted about this, I'm elated about this because my entry barriers are coming down. New avenues are being opened for me. So I would definitely would like for all of us to diversify into some other platform as well, apart from YouTube. And we could stream simultaneously on the two while using an OBS Studio software. Now it is high time, good mother. This year, New Year resolution, you have to open a Rumble account. Okay?
And I think
Rumble, huh?
one last thing I want to add is, my individual content. I'm not going to do. We're all going to do things that each other doesn't agree with. I mean, I know that Hermit or Frost, I should say, sorry, Frost does not probably completely agree with me or align with my views on Minka, for example. I know that. I know that he has differing schools of thought on that than I do, which is fine. But I'm not going to let his opinions of her influence my decisions on what I'm going to do and my content going forward, because I have to do what I'm going to do what I think's right. If you disagree with it, you have the right to do that. Don't watch that stream. Okay, that's that's I'll present my angles and facets of it and how I communicate it to different people and spread my word. And if you don't like a certain way I do it, then don't watch that particular piece of content. That's all. I guess GM had to step away.
Yeah,
Uh,
she
In
just
fact, I wholeheartedly agree with you, sir, on that very point.
yeah. So it's just yeah. I mean, we're all gonna. Do I agree with everything that Chronic does? Do I agree with everything that Hammerhand does? No. No, I don't even agree with everything that every bit of content that they put out. But you I will support them because I think, are truly based people. Whereas I just think some of these other who claim manosphere content um, are dangerous, are presenting more of a danger for men, and that's something that's something I would never do. I would never put content out there that I feel would you know set a man back somehow, whether it's through taking their money, through some kind of bullshit consultation or something like that. I I would not in good conscience do that. I can't. I just can't at this point in my life where I've been, having been a successful person. That would change my if I were to do that, that would change the very essence of my message, which I think is what happened with some of these other bigger content creators like Tribe of Med, for example. Um, I think they're trying to appeal to too large of an audience. So they're trying to skirt around algorithms too much, and they lose their true soul of their content. And that's a big one for me that I've heard by other street level MGTOW, and I firmly am entrenched in the belief of. You start trying to dance around algorithms, trying to water down your message. You aren't even sincere if you're not sincere to yourself. When you hear me talking, I'm being sincere to myself. That's why people like Trump so much, because when that guy's talking, I mean, yeah, he runs his mouth a lot. Yeah, he's flamboyant. So am I. But my point is, I'm not saying bullshit. I can come back to this stream 2 weeks later. You can come back to this stream 2 weeks later, and I'll tell you the same thing I told you 2 weeks ago on the stream, because I'm not making up some bullshit to skirt an algorithm, to satisfy to political line, to toe a corporation's product, whatever it is. It's just, I mean, I'm telling it from the heart, and it's going to be a consistent message every time because I'm not influenced by those outside drivers like that. This is so important to me. Hello?
I agree with what you're saying. The importance of the whole thing is why we're here. Like this didn't matter. We wouldn't be having this discussion if we didn't feel passionate about this. We wouldn't be here talking. And the fact that we have to talk about this kind of stuff, it's just reinvigorating everybody else to do what we have to do, because if we're not going to do it, who else is going to do it? Can we trust anybody else to do this kind of stuff? No. So we have to take it upon ourselves to get this stuff done. And this hopefully is going to be the motivating factor for everybody else to do the right thing. You don't have to go on a stream and make your point across. Be the living example of what you represent, whatever values you have. Be the best example so other people will follow you. That's the important message.
Yeah, and my sentiments about 21 Studios are my sentiments today. In 2 years, if Tony Bruno is the so-called president of Manosphere, I'll have a totally different attitude. If he's the one he's the kind of guy who's leading a 21 convention, that's a totally different ball game to me. And I understand that it's as Contriver said, it's a wait and see approach. That based on the characters that I see in there today, those are my sentiments today. 2 years from now, if so much of that is gone, If it's instead of it being 90%, if it's 99%, 1%, then it's more serious to me. Then it's much more serious. That's a whole different that's an order of magnitude improvement. That's a whole different ballgame to me at that point. Just
Yeah,
like
but
look at my
what?
from 10 years ago. That's not the same person that's looking
Yeah,
at 10 years ago. That my circle of views on these things are going to change over time. Time will
yeah,
tell on that. Until I see some of these characters removed, they're just some very fundamental things that until I see that change, it will not garner my full support. I cannot, in good conscience, throw my support to something that rips off young men. I will just keep hearkening back to that point. And I know that sounds like a circular argument, but that I will hearken back to that point every single time. I will never rip off a young man, ever. I will never ask or demand a young man for money for my counseling. That's so to me. That's so tantamount to me.
I mean, Kush, what does that make you, in your opinion? To me, it makes me disgusting. I feel disgusted if I have to rob a young man of his hard-earned cash to give him advice from someone that's lived through the same experience. Like,
Yeah,
it disgusts me.
yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I would say this. It has been 5 hours, 25 minutes. I know
mm,
that you all have to sleep. I have to go with my father since it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon over here for some sale deed agreement or whatever.
Yep.
And if mother wants, we could conclude this on a positive note that there is a lot to come. Three quick points which I would add on my part is we have to continue saying what we are saying. We have
mm,
to continue doing what we are doing because it is us who would drive the opinion of the people like an undercurrent, and thereafter it would culminate into people demanding the very sort of legal aspect or meta philosophy content over there on 21 studios or elsewhere. Okay, Fresh and Fit are out of the. Even someone like Fresh and Fit have to host someone like Terence Pop from Radonculus.com because they know that people are gravitating much more towards Terence Pop, isn't it? Or Hammerhand, or TFM, or Spetsnaz, or Stardust. Now, we have to do what we have to do. We have to be the opinion drivers of the people by saying what we are saying as it is. Number two, we have to wait and watch as to what happens in the subsequent 3 years with other platforms as well, not just 21 studios per se. Why we should confine ourselves to only 21 studios on other platforms, on TV, media, mass media, mainstream media in general? What happens? What percolates into those spheres of information exchange? We have to look into that. Plus, we should not be reticent about calling out the bluff of people like the whole entire world did in the case of Johnny Depp. And it happened out of happenstance. It was not the other way around that Johnny Depp has become somewhat of a men's rights advocate. No, it is nothing of the kind. But what was portrayed to the world is a man who has been distressed because of his false accusing wife or ex, whatever. In this case, we have for the entire world was in support of him, not because of his celebrity status, because one man who came forward to talk about the abuses that he has suffered. So, in that sense, what I'm trying to get to or allude to is the legal aspect of it, which we have to constantly remind people that the draconian laws are against men in general. And I thank heavens that no more alimony on my part, and I would seek the blessings of all of you and the well wishes of all of you, as I already know most of us are each other's well wishers, to continue towards in this direction in 2023 as well. Thanks a lot.
All right, Contriver. Thank you.
Have a good one, Contriver.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Bullets. Bye.
Alrighty then. So, Bandit, I was going to ask you while I have the opportunity here. Have you sent me everything in Discord that you need to send me for tomorrow or today?
Yeah.
Today, I should say, actually.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's only 4:40 a.m.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're up late, Bandit. Are you off tomorrow?
We don't.
Yeah.
I don't work tomorrow. No.
Okay, good.
God no, I'd have to work in 2 hours. You kidding me?
Oh yeah,
Right?
I'd have to be up in 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'd have to get in my workout. Because yeah.
Yeah, we're not going. Yeah, I definitely have off to. Yeah, I think that's enough material for right now. I mean, I'll review it tomorrow, but
Yeah.
that
Well,
should
what
be
I'll
enough.
do too is I'll drop the link in Discord maybe a little earlier as well. Maybe like 45 minutes or so early before, so we could talk extensively backstage too, and go over just compare notes and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously you can hop in whenever you want, but I'll send it to you maybe an hour beforehand, and then you
Okay.
just hop in whenever you want, and we can go through some of that stuff. So
Perfect. Sounds like a plan, buddy.
there it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Contriver's backhand has left the building. There's this guy that keeps coming up on my Instagram. He does these these different, I guess, things about life. He sounds just like Contriver. I have to find him. I forgot his name, but I have to play
Well,
a couple of
I was
his.
gonna say it wasn't like Herp Max or anything, was it?
No, I know. That guy's been quiet today, hasn't he?
Yes, I noticed that.
I
Yep.
don't want to jinx it, but
No.
13 hours ago was his last. Maybe he gave
No,
up.
I
Hopefully.
only reported one video today. Yep.
Yeah, I pulled a Kush and I actually reported quite a few. So
Only time I have ever done that in my entire time being on YouTube, ever. But I've never seen anything that bad, quite like that before on YouTube either.
well, but it points to a serious problem we have. That is the outcome of a crazy bitch who took advantage of him and lied to him and manipulated him.
Oh yeah, just like the previous victim. I mean, she took advantage of a vulnerable man.
Yeah.
And just same thing like that other one down in Georgia is doing with that other not so much Brandon guy.
Yeah.
Not too much of a Brandon guy or whatever his name is.
Yeah, not that Brandon.
Not too much of a Brandon or
Oh shit, now that we brought up the human can opener, she's going to add this entire stream to her list of hate streams. Here you go, Alice. Number 367. Here you go. Just add it now.
If Alice wants to watch 5 hours and 32 minutes to get 30 seconds of material, have at it.
Oh no, she does. She waits.
As long as I've been up in the stream, I'm sure she's been rage washing this as soon as I came up here.
That's fine. I mean, we said one sentence to her. She wants to go for 5 hours and 30 minutes to look for it. Have at it.
Yeah.
Have at it. But on the going to bed note, I think it's time for me. It's hard to keep my eyes open at this point. I appreciate you having me on and having this discussion.
Yeah.
Kush, I will talk to you in
Yeah, looking forward to the stream tonight.
a couple hours. And to everybody, have a good night, everybody.
Right.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Did you want to shut this thing down?
Yeah, unless there's anything you guys would like to discuss. No, K-Plan hasn't said much. He seems like the quiet type.
Yeah.
That sounds to me like he's still trying to absorb a lot, or if I'm mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like you're a look. I get the sense of a deer in headlights kind of look.
No, I don't want to talk over anyone, and like it's kind of one of those things where like everyone's talking. It's like I don't really want to like talk over somebody.
Well, no, that's why we're here. It's a free speech platform, so by all means speak your word.
Yeah, even some of the things you can't get away with saying on Cush's platform, you can say here.
Wow.
Yeah. So yep. So GM here is a powerful ally. So yeah. I don't know that I have a whole lot to add to this for right now. I've kind of spoken my piece on what I'm going to do. I will probably stream maybe in the afternoon tomorrow. I don't know. See how I feel. See if I'm up to it. I actually was going to stream this afternoon, but I actually took an afternoon cat nap. It's probably going to be the only time this year that I'll be able to do that.
Yeah, I got to enjoy one of those earlier. I know Bandit sent me a message. She's like, "Hey, you want to do that stream tonight?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, let's do that." I just woke up from a nap, so ready.
Yeah, and I probably would have slept longer too, but I wanted for sure to see Hammerhand stream, and it was a good one.
Was it?
It was a really good stream. Yep. He really, and maybe that's why my guns were a little blazing here, because he really did go after some of these shills and these grifters, and I fully stand behind Hammerhand on that sort of thing. I've said it enough times during the stream. I'm not going to repeat myself, but yeah, it's that one right there. It's a long stream.
Holy cow, 4 hours, 200. That is a long one.
He and Chronic are on it. He and Chronic and Hamster are on it. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. But especially like towards the latter part, like the latter 1/4 part of the stream, he really gets like into some like good stuff. I mean, it's not just about talking shills and everything. I mean, he really talks good philosophy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like all three of these guys.
Yep.
And that's the problem. There's so many guys that I like because I listen to thoroughly what their messages are and what they're saying, and like most of the people that are fighting each other agree on most of everything. That's why I don't get it. Like I just don't get it.
That's why I like Chronic so much, because he and I agree on pretty much everything, and he has a Cash App, but he's not telling men bullshit.
Right.
And nor is Hammerhand's not telling people bullshit. Hamster's not telling people bullshit and charging $1,000 for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, $1,000 per session.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm curious what TNFS is up to.
That guy, I have not made a good conclusion about him, but I still haven't seen enough to make a full conclusion. But my initial assessment is not great. When he tells, I mean, you told me yourself, good mother, you said he tried to get you unwrenched from other people's channels and stuff. I mean,
yeah,
that's not.
Now
fair.
he's been going around talking shit, which I don't understand. I mean, He wanted to, when he first came to my channel, he wanted to dictate who, I need to disassociate myself with and who I should block and who I should ban. And it just seems to be a consistent thing that he does wherever he goes.
He wanted you to ban, or he wanted you to block people and
Yeah.
not associate with people.
No, he wanted her, good mother, to be unwrenched from other people's sites.
Yeah, Mrs. Sunkissed, a chick that I associate with, he was trying to get her to take my wrench away. I'm like, what? She banned him a long time ago, but it's just weird.
Yeah, that does sound weird.
Well, and he brought something up in Hammerhand's stream. What did he say? His comment said, "Did Successful Endeavors tell you GM said you had her back or her 6, but she hanging around that 21 studio?" See, I'm wondering if he has that confused with something else that I said at the 21 studio about Paul Caldwell having my back or my 6. Because I was trying to keep a low profile over there so the crazy bitches wouldn't try to do something to ruin the convention itself, because I wouldn't be surprised. And I told him that. He's like, "Oh, don't worry, we got your 6 here." So I think he got something confused that I told him, but I don't know. He seems like a fucking troublemaker. He's a married dude that wants to fucking tell people what to do.
Sounds like the crazy feminists are quite a handful.
They are. Well, and it's actually the feminists who aren't as much of a handful if they don't get white knights to do their dirty work. That's my struggle. Is dealing with these white knights. Like, what in a man's nature causes them to go on the attack when it comes to another woman to defend another woman? I don't get that.
It's like a simp thing.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Well, no, a white knight is a simp with a college degree, basically. And they're the most dangerous of all because they have that feminine, like Good Mother said, that's a feminine thing to do, to attack another man or another woman. For a man to attack another man or another woman because of some bullshit statement another woman made is as low ball as it gets. I mean, that's as feminine, that's as chicken shit a tactic as you can think of.
Well, but I'm speaking as a woman. I can understand if a man is trying to quote unquote protect a woman from another man. I don't get it when that gets activated in getting involved in women's business. Like, how is that?
Well, that's what I mean. Going after some, unprovoking. That's an act of self-defense when a man protects a woman. Protecting himself and protecting his family that's a natural instinct of a man to be a protector. Where it's unnatural is to do a feminine thing and to unprovokingly attack you or me because of what some woman said. That's a feminine thing to do.
Yeah.
That's an unnatural thing to do. That's a GMO thing to do. Been here way longer than all of them.
Is this supposed to be TNFS here?
I don't know.
It says two big Titan go head to head for one epic debate battle. Undead Chronic. No, that's Chronic. Is that supposed to be TNFS? That's weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why he has Chronic's picture in there.
Again, I have very strange. I get very strange vibes from this guy personally.
I don't know. Well, gentlemen, I am willing to end this if y'all.
Yeah, yeah. I'll drop out. So
Yeah, I'll drop out. I gotta go to bed.
Yep.
Okay. Well, it
I'm
was
at-
good to have you up here, Chris. Thanks again for the cash app.
Yeah, no problem. Happy New Year, and yeah,
Thank you.
I know I'll be seeing you some more.
Yeah. Oh, definitely tonight on your stream for sure.
Yep. All right. Well, have a good night then,
All right. Good night, Chris.
and good night,
Night.
K-Plan.
Good night.
Okay, Plan. Good to have you. You're always welcome to the panel. And I gave you the link for the Discord, so.
Yeah, I got in on the Discord.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I think. Yeah, and then I think I'll leave so that you can end the stream.
Okay. Thanks for coming up.
Yep. Thank you for having me, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
All right, Bullets. We'll see you later, Mr. Pliskin. I know Hermit's not around anymore, but he was up late, strangely. Oh, all right, everybody. We'll see you later. I think Cush is probably.